Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was a Saiyan with One for All and Got Trained by DBZ Saiyan Part 3. Before we start, please go support Idran97 for writing that awesome fanfic. Chapter 13 Heroes Requests. The class of 1A were hanging out while Izuku and Ochako were cuddling on the couch. Man! That sports festival was wild! Mina said. Yeah! Who knew the sports festival could be this rough? Kaminari said. I wonder what the public thinks of us now, Kirishima said. I think we all know what the public thinks about Kajimoto. Ribbit, Tsu said. Yeah, buck that guy, Kirishima said. Do you really mean that, Kirishima? Aizawa asked, walking in. I really do. I don't normally wish death on anybody, but I think I'd make an exception for him, Kirishima said. Then you'll be happy to know that your wish has come true. Yesterday, after the sports festival, he was put to sleep. After Midoriya turned his insides into a smoothie, he exposed him to stealing from Capsule Corp, which is punishable by death. Bulma was the one who gave the lethal injection, Aizawa said. Isn't that a little too much? Iida asked. Who cares? We don't have to deal with that prick ever again, Mina said happily. Yeah. That pile of shit can rot in hell, Ochako said. Good bucking riddance, Izuku said. Aizawa was scared shitless seeing his students actually happy that one of their classmates actually died. We should throw a party, Mina said. Throwing a party over someone's death? I'm in, Iida said. Teenagers scare the living shit out of me, Aizawa thought. Anyway, we have a few new students and one old one. You three can come in, Aizawa shouted towards the doorway. The three new students came in, and they all looked familiar to some of the students. Kaken? Izuku asked, surprised. Who else would it be, nerd? Katsuki asked. Kami! Mina shouted, running up to her as she hugged her. Mina! Kami said as they spun around while hugging. Videl? Gohan asked. One and only, Videl said. At that, Gohan picked Videl up as he hugged her as they shared a kiss as well. Anyway, thanks to the Dragon Balls that Bulma gathered up, she managed to bring Bakugo back to life so he could train with Bulma's husband, of which Bakugo is just like him, Aizawa said. I'm so glad that all happened. I miss my Katsubi, Kami said. Yeah, I miss you too, Kami, Katsuki told her. Kami then brought Katsuki's face towards hers and kissed him. Yes. My second favorite ship is back, Mina shouted. Who's your first favorite ship? Kirishima asked. Midoriya and Uraraka. Duh, Mina told her boyfriend. What about us? Kirishima asked. I ship you two for you, fam, Kami said. I still love you, Aijiro, Mina said as she hugged Kirishima while giving a peck on his cheek. I love you too, Mina, Kirishima said. Anyway, class will be tomorrow, Aizawa said. By the way, Bakugo, here's your dorm key. Your stuff is all set up. He then walked out of Heights Alliance after throwing Katsuki his dorm key. Nice. So apparently Izuku and I are both half Saiyans. Whatever that means, Katsuki said. Since you went ahead and said it, so am I, Todoroki noted. What's a Saiyan? Kirishima asked. Well, if I have to, Gohan said, getting ready to explain. Well, as my father's rival would say, a race of elite warriors. Race of elite warriors? So what? Are they like a clan or something? Mina asked. Not exactly. You see, they're actually aliens. Me, Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki are half Saiyans, which means we're half aliens. If you notice Midoriya's tail, all Saiyans are born with one, but as you can see, the rest of us had our tails cut off so we don't end up turning into Ozuru. So how come you guys got your tails cut off but I didn't? Izuku asked. Probably because your mom didn't have the heart to do so, Katsuki said. I guess that makes sense, Izuku said. Have you actually tried to turn into the Ozuru form? Todoroki asked. No, and I'm kinda scared too, being completely honest, Izuku said. Well, since you don't lose all your power when someone grabs your tail, you should be able to control it according to Vegeta, Gohan said. I guess we'll try that when the next full moon arrives. I don't really feel like turning into a beast that can destroy the planet right now, Izuku said. You say that like you're not already, Katsuki said as he got back slapped by Kami. Oh. Katsubi, be nice, Kami said. I was being nice. Do you know what I'd give to have that kind of power? I could obliterate all the villains in the world without a second thought and become the #1 hero in an instant, Katsuki said. Honestly, Kaken, it's not all that. You'd still need to hold back so you don't accidentally blow up the planet, Izuku told him. He's right, you know, Gohan said. Not to mention, it gets kind of boring being that powerful. Yeah, it does, Izuku told him. But there's some good that comes out of it. Now I know I can save anyone who's endangered. The fact that you're fast and strong, yeah? I don't think the world needs to be worried, Kirishima said. Yeah. No kidding. You're as strong as Almight by now, Mina said. All of Class 1A were hanging out as per usual. They ate some snacks, played some games, and had a dartboard with Teshi's face on it. Izuku kept overpowering his throws and had the darts go through the board and through the wall behind the board. They just hoped that the dart wasn't gonna hurt anyone on its journey. In the General Studies course dorms, a perverted grape-headed midget was watching a video on a questionable website. While he was, a dart went through the side of his computer as it blew up, much to the midget's despair. Why God! WHYYYYY! Shouted the pervert. Back with 1A. Everyone was having a good time as Katsuki and Kami were shamelessly making out on the couch after a dare from Mina, which was for Kami to kiss Katsuki. Get a room, you two, Kirishima said jokingly. Katsuki flipped him off as he was still tongue wrestling with Kami. Young Midoriya, Toshinori said as he walked in with all the chaos happening. Having fun here? Truth or dare? Izuku said. Is that why young Todoroki is tied up with young Yaoyorozu? Toshinori asked. That was a dare from Jiro, Izuku said. What is this rope made out of? I can't freaking break out of it, Todoroki shouted with Momo unconscious from the embarrassment. Anyway, can I have a word with you, Midoriya? Toshinori asked Izuku. Sure. What do you need? Izuku asked. Come with me for a minute. At that, Izuku followed Toshinori outside and went into the dorm building with all the staff of UA, which was close to all the dorm buildings. Toshinori led Izuku into his room, which was bigger than his office. It had almost all the things his office did, but with a king-size bed. In Toshinori's room, he saw his mother sitting on one of the couches. Hey Izuku, Inko said. Hey Mom. What are you doing in Toshinori's room? Izuku asked his mother. That's one of the things we wanted to talk to you about, young Izuku. Have a seat, Toshinori told Izuku. Toshinori sat next to Inko as Izuku sat in front of the two. So, what's this about? Izuku asked. Well, Izuku, you've seen Toshinori here as a father figure for quite a while now, Inko said. Yeah? Izuku said, wondering where his mom was going with this. Well, we had been dating for quite some time now, Inko said. Wait, how long? Izuku asked in shock. For about 3 years, Toshinori said. Also, since we've been dating for that long, Inko said as she showed Izuku her engagement ring. What she's trying to say, Izuku. We're getting married, Toshinori said. Izuku's jaw dropped at this. His tail was sticking straight up, then started wagging like a happy puppy. So this means... Yes, Izuku. Toshinori is gonna be your father, Inko told Izuku. Izuku then had a tsunami of happy tears shoot out from his eyes as his tail was wagging to the point it was in 2 places in one. Almight is gonna be my dad! I'm so happy! Izuku shouted. Like mother, like son, Toshinori thought. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, Toshinori said. What's that? Should I call you Dad from now on? Izuku asked. I wouldn't mind a bit, Toshinori said with a smile. Okay, what else did you want to talk about, Dad? Izuku asked. Toshinori smiled hearing Izuku call him his dad. Well, as you know, I've been getting weaker because of my injury and the fact that one for all within me is starting to burn out, Toshinori said. Izuku was concerned, hearing this. So I'm gonna train with Rashi so I can keep my muscular form up a bit longer and continue to do hero work longer as well. Endeavor's gonna be there as well so he can train with Ki too. That's awesome, Dad! By the way, I almost forgot. Gohan gave me one of these to give to you, Izuku said, taking out a senzu bean. Eat this, he said, doing an All Might face. Toshinori looked at him for a minute, then both him and Inko started laughing. Well, alright, Izuku. I'll eat this weird bean, Toshinori said as he plopped the senzu bean in his mouth. After he ate the senzu bean, he felt his insides healing and felt his scar heal up as well. He felt better than he ever did before. He then started to pretend to have a stomach ache. Dad, are you alright? Izuku asked, concerned. No, Izuku, I'm all might, Toshinori said, buffing up in his muscular form with an attempt to make a dad joke. There was a moment of silence until Izuku broke the ice and bursted out laughing. I feel better than ever. Now training with Rashi won't be as bad. Thank you, my son. You have saved me from my own scars. You truly are a hero, All Might told Izuku. Toshi, you may be all healed up now, but that doesn't mean you can push yourself past your limit like you always end up doing, Inko said. Thanks to that bean and the training I'm gonna do with Rashi, I won't need to worry about limits, All Might said as he was doing his hero poses. By the way, I have to ask. Where's Cousin Tenko? Izuku asked. Well, Izuku. He's still grieving over Katsuki's death. I don't think he knows that he's been resurrected as good as new, Inko said. Should we tell him? Izuku asked. Well, I honestly think you should. He'll probably freak out at first. You know how Tenko is, Inko said. Yeah. I'll probably wait till next time I see him. He's probably asleep right now seeing that he works nights, Izuku said. The next day, Izuku and Ochako had been sleeping in the same room from now on while Katsuki and Kami were doing the same. All of Class 1A ate breakfast, brushed their teeth, chatted for a little bit, and then headed to their respective class. When they got there, they were patiently waiting for Aizawa to come in. Aizawa had slithered in the classroom in his iconic yellow sleeping bag as he crawled out of it and stood in front of the class. All right. Your performances have all been noticed by the public. You have all gotten at least 100 requests by pro heroes. Except for the new students here, and Bakugo, seeing that none of you performed in the sports festival, Aizawa said. But before you do all of that, you all will be doing something that'll declare the future of your career. From how he said that kinda made everyone on their toes, until... You'll need hero names! Midnight shouted as she barged in the door. Everyone at that started getting excited. For some students, it was for more reasons than one from just looking at Midnight. A certain electric blonde got a jab to the face from a punk rock student. Stop that, idiot, Jiro said. Sorry, Kaminari said. Anyway, I'll be handing out marker boards and you will all write your hero names on them and then present them in front of the class, Midnight said. After everyone got their marker boards, they all started thinking of their hero names. One sparkly boy was brave enough to go up first. Behold my hero name, I cannot stop twinkling, Aoyama said. At that, everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. It's a sentence? Everyone thought. Maybe take out the I and replace cannot with can't dot, Midnight told Aoyama. That'll do just fine, madam, Aoyama said, winking towards the reader. She's okay with it? Everyone thought with an even more shocked expression. I'll go next, Mina said, walking up to the pedestal. My codename, Alien Queen. You mean like that alien from that one horror movie? Absolutely not, Midnight said. Dang it, Mina said, frustrated. At that, They all started thinking harder on what their hero names are. Katsuki then walked up to the pedestal for his hero name. "What do you think his hero name is gonna be, Izuku?" Ochako whispered. "I don't know, he's smart so he'll probably have something clever," Izuku whispered back. "Lord Explosion Murder!" Katsuki shouted. At that, Izuku and Ochako slapped themselves in the face. "I stand corrected," Izuku said. "Yeah, that's an L," Midnight said. "Why not?" Katsuki shouted. "You know exactly why, Kaken. Now come up with something that doesn't have murder in it," Izuku said. Katsuki growled at this and thought of another name. All the students were coming up with clever hero names while Shoto just used his name, while Iida did so as well because he didn't feel worthy of his brother's mantle yet. Ochako went up to the pedestal to introduce her hero name. "This is to honor my parents. Uravity," she announced. "My dad had a gravity quirk while I don't know what my mom's quirk was. And since my favorite blast I learned has to do with gravity, I thought, why not? Your parents would be so proud of you. I love that name," Midnight said. Kirishima was sniffling from his desk. After that, she went back to her seat. Both Gohan and Videl went up at the same time. "We are the Pillar of Light, a symbol of justice. I am the Great Saiyaman," Gohan said in his goofy heroic voice. "And I am the Great Saiyawoman," Videl said, also in a goofy heroic voice. "Wonderful! Just wonderful! 2 hero names for a heroic couple! I love it!" Midnight said, cheering. Everyone cheered for their hero names. Next was Kami. "I had this idea for a while. I'm the illusion girl, Maburo Mikami," she said, enthusiastically. Everyone agreed to that name even though it was a bit of a mouthful but agreed nonetheless. Katsuki went up again. "I'm the Great Explosion Murder God, Dynamite!" Katsuki shouted. "Dynamite! Perfect! Now go back to your seat," Midnight said. "Nerd!" Izuku mumbled out with a snort. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He chose the name nobody thought he would choose. "Whoa, man! Are you sure?" Kirishima asked. "Yeah, man. You can change it, but that could be your hero name forever," Kaminari said. "It's true, I hated this name for a good while. But some people inspired me with it, and now I kinda like it," Izuku said. Ochako was beaming while Katsuki and Gohan gave him a thumbs up. "I'm the Scion of Hope, Deku." After everyone cheered for Izuku, everyone had gotten files for requests from pro heroes they have all gotten. I got this old guy named Rashi. Will he even be able to get out of bed?" Kaminari asked. "Wait, Rashi?" Gohan asked. "He's the one who trained my father, Goku, into what he was. If he gave you a request, then I'd suggest you take it. He could definitely help you get stronger," Gohan said. "In that case, I'm going for Rashi," Kirishima said. "Yeah. Me too," Mina said. "Hell yeah. I'm going for him too," Zero said. "Hey, Videl?" Ochako asked. "Sup, Uraraka?" Videl said. Do you by any chance know who Piccolo is?" Ochako questioned. "If I'm not mistaken, he's the one who trained Gohan. So I think I'm gonna go with him," Videl told her. "You know what, me too," Ochako said. "I'm surprised Endeavor didn't give me a request," Shoto said. "Really? Because I heard he was gonna get whipped into shape by Rashi as well." "I'm going for Vegeta," Katsuki said. "I guess I better go for Vegeta too," Izuku said. "He could probably teach me more on what being a Saiyan is all about." "Yeah, I should go for Vegeta as well. But how the hell did he become a pro hero?" Gohan implied. "Gohan, you said that Rashi trained your father?" Ojiro asked. "Yep," Gohan noted. "Well, I guess it's obvious that I should train with him then," Ojiro said. "He could probably teach me a thing or two." "Looks like most of the class got a request from Rashi. If you did, I suggest you take it," He can definitely help you improve yourselves and possibly be a tad bit closer to reaching Midoriya's strength, Aizawa said. At that, it was pretty obvious who everyone was going to pick. Everyone was headed to lunch until the Deku squad was stopped by All Might. "Young Midoriya is here!" he shouted. "Hey All Might!" Izuku said. "You and young Uraraka. Would you like to have lunch with me?" All Might asked. "Yeah, of course," Izuku said. "Oh, Dad might having lunch with his son and his son's girlfriend," Mina said. Izuku and Ochako followed All Might to his office where a bunch of platters of katsudon were waiting for them. "I thought I would help you choose an intern to help you be a better hero. Young Izuku, I knew you'd probably go for Vegeta and young Uraraka, since Gran Torino helped you with One for All as much as he could. Who are you interning with?" All Might asked. "Well, I decided to go with Piccolo, seeing that he trained Gohan. But I'm not sure what type of training he'll put Videl and I through," Ochako said. "From experience, he does not pull punches when it comes to training. You'll basically be put out into the wild, probably with weights, and be left there with nothing but your wits," All Might said. "That doesn't sound like anything Ochako can handle. I've trained with her in the hyperbolic time chamber, and I say she definitely has what it takes. Especially the fact that she can fly," Izuku said. "Yeah, he's definitely gonna have her wear weights," All Might said. "To the point where she can't fly." "Oh," Izuku said. "Well, I still don't think she'll have too much of a problem," Izuku said. "Yeah. Although now I'm a bit nervous," Ochako said. "I would be too. Anyway, where's Izuku?" All Might asked. The two looked around and noticed half of the katsudon was already gone. They looked to see Izuku chowing down as if he was in an eating competition. The two sweat dropped from seeing this. "What?" Izuku asked as he continued eating. "I'll take care of it," All Might said as he grabbed his phone. "Hey, lunch rush? If you would, make about 100 more pans of katsudon? Half of it is already gone." "Seriously? Are you throwing it on the floor or something?" Lunch Rush said on the phone. "Nice joke. We're dealing with a bottomless pit here," All Might told him. All Might and Ochako managed to get a plate of katsudon before Izuku demolished it. Needless to say, Lunch Rush was definitely gonna be going over his limit more times than not. Later during the day, class was dismissed early as everyone was going to their internships. Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto and Gohan all went to Capsule Corp to train with Vegeta. Ochako and Videl went to find Piccolo. The rest of Class 1A and some 1B went to train with Rashi. Class 1B didn't know how capable Rashi was, so most of them assumed he was just some crippled old man. The ones who seemed to have known better were Itsuka Kendo and Tetsu Tetsu. The four half-Saiyans made their way to Capsule Corporation. Gohan scanned himself in as he let the others in as well. "Bulma! We're here!" Gohan shouted. "Hey Gohan! Vegeta is already up in the hyperbolic time chamber waiting for you for," Bulma said. "Are you shitting me? That old geezer expects us to fly our asses to him?" Katsuki shouted. "Indoor voices, Blondie!" Bulma shouted as she back-slapped Katsuki hard enough to shut him up. "I'll wait outside," Katsuki said, walking out of Capsule Corp. "Anyway, this is kind of Vegeta's way of getting you guys warmed up," Bulma said. "But Bakugo and I don't even know where it is," Shoto said. "That's not a problem. We'll lead you there. You can fly, right?" Gohan asked. "I trained with Piccolo after my fight with Midoriya in the sports festival. That's actually one of the first things he taught me after teaching me to use my ki," Shoto said. "Well, that's good. Let's hope Ash Blonde Vegeta can fly too," Gohan said. Bulma chuckled at this. "Well, we better get going. We don't want to keep Vegeta waiting for us." "Be careful, you four," Bulma told them. The four half-Saiyans were flying at the same pace. While the three half-Saiyans were naturally flying, Katsuki was making himself seem like a jet to keep himself in the air, seeing he hasn't learned how to fly yet but can definitely stay in the air thanks to King Kai's training. "How far is this time chamber?" Shoto asked. "Not far now," Gohan said. Look! You can see it now! Where? All I see is Shoto said. Who builds this high? Not even Mars Mountain is this high, Katsuki said. The four made it to the outside of the time chamber with Vegeta waiting for them. Good. You're finally here, he said. Now put these weights on and meet me inside. Midoriya, keep your weights on and just have those added to it. Okay, Izuku said as he put on the weights, adding to the weights he already has on. The other three put their weights on as well. All four Saiyans felt like gravity was trying to pull them down. But when they entered the time chamber, they started to really get affected by the gravity. Vegeta had on the same weights with him, not feeling anything. This is where your training begins. By the time you're done here, you'll be fighting like actual Saiyans. Midoriya and Gohan, you two are the only ones here who train like Saiyans, so this shouldn't even be new to you. As for the icy hot Saiyan and the explosive Saiyan, you better expect this to be hell, Vegeta said. At that, the four started training with Vegeta, going for different kinds of push-ups such as the regular push-ups, one-handed push-ups and one-finger push-ups. Anytime any of them start slacking, they get a ki blast hurled at them. When they started getting more and more used to the weight, they would do some jump kicks and some air punches. Later on, the four were lying on the ground with sweat dripping everywhere. It was obvious that they were gonna feel this in the morning. What the hell are you lying around for? Get up! Vegeta said, shooting a ki blast at them. AH! The four screamed. It was obvious that this was going to be hell, and Vegeta is the devil. Earlier, with Ochako and Videl, the two girls were given weights which restricted their flying abilities and were put in the wilderness, left to survive. So this is what Gohan had to go through as a child? Videl asked. This actually doesn't seem too bad. I've watched a few survival shows before. We'll just have to find food and not become food, Ochako said. You make it sound so easy. Do you even know what to do? Videl asked. Of course I will. You don't, do you? Videl asked again. No. I don't, Ochako said, defeated. But I'm sure we can figure something out. Yeah. I mean, if Gohan could do it at the age of 4? I'm sure us teenagers can do it, Videl said. Later on, they found a cave to sleep in. They got firewood and a spot to fish. Now they were wondering how they'll make beds. So how do cavemen make beds? Ochako asked. Pretty sure they use rocks, Videl noted. What about straw? Ochako asked. That is actually a better idea, Videl said. At that, they went to go find materials for a bed. They picked up as much straw and whatever soft objects they could find in the wilderness. Soon enough, they had enough material to make an area to sleep in. Alright, what about something to cover up the straw? Videl asked. I did not think this through, Ochako said. I'm sure it'll be fine. At least we don't have to lay on the cold hard ground. We even have a fire going, Videl said. Yeah. It's thanks to our ki blasts that we have a fire, Ochako said. Good thing Piccolo restricted our flight but not our ki blasts. Right? This is really helpful, Videl said. The two girls sat down in front of the fire. So, Uraraka, how did you and Midoriya meet? Videl asked. Well, we met on the very day I was gonna start training to be a hero. You see, my godfather is Gunhead, the one who's famous for martial arts. He took care of me after my parents were killed, Ochako said. Really? Who killed your parents? Videl asked. Well, it was Izuku's father, Hisashi, Ochako said. Of course, I know very well that Izuku despises him. He wanted to be a hero like me, so I don't hold the fact his father killed my parents against him. He's proven to be nothing like him, at all. That's a lot to take in, Videl said. Yeah. He was bullied for being his offspring by you-know-who and was kicked out of the first dojo he signed up for, Ochako said. Damn, Videl said. Not to mention, he's also been beaten daily by he who shall not be named because of such, Ochako said. So, finally, as you probably saw in the sports festival, he officially snapped at him and nearly killed him. Only to be put to sleep by Bulma, Videl said. The world is a better place without him, Ochako said. That's kinda dark, but I agree, Videl said. You should have been at UA when he was there. A real character, that one, Ochako said. I'm scared to ask, but what was he like in the same class as you? Videl asked. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend it to someone I hate. He kept trying so desperately to convince everyone that Izuku was the villain when it was pretty clear who the real villain was, and he kept trying to make me some sort of slave. Ack, Ochako said, shivering and throwing up in her mouth at the thought. Oh God, Videl said, cringing at that last statement. I can't believe someone like that really thought of himself as a hero. I know, right? Ochako said. By the way, on a lighter note, in the morning you want to spar? I could go for a sparring match. Since that present mic guy called you the world's strongest woman, I bet you're freaking powerful, Videl said. Honestly, I think he got that idea from Izuku's speech when he included me in there, Ochako said. I'm not all that great, not compared to Izuku by a long shot. Oh, don't be like that. You held your own extremely well against that nuclear cheater. If he didn't have that ring, you would have grinded him to dust, Videl said. Thanks, Videl. Anyway, let's get some rest. We still need to scavenge for breakfast in the morning, Ochako said. I agree, Videl said, yawning. Well, good night, Ochako. Good night, Videl. At that, the two girls went to sleep. Meanwhile, with Rashi and the rest of Class 1A, the rest of 1A and 2 of 1B had been training hard to master their ki. Kaminari managed to control his quirk much better. Jiro can produce sound through her ki with her ear jacks. Ojiro started being a regular ki user. Iida could go much faster. Tokoemi and Dark Shadow can both use ki, helping each other out. Mina can throw acid bombs that stick to her opponent. Kirishima and Tetsu can throw harder punches while hardened. Kendo, Tsu and Shoji, like Ojiro, was also a regular ki user. Shinso, however, was now able to mind control his opponents thanks to his training with ki. He no longer has to get his opponents to talk to him. He can just bend someone's mind whether they're intelligent or not. All Might and Endeavor started sparring as soon as they could control ki. Since All Might was healed, he didn't have to worry about limits any longer, nor did he have to worry about One for All flickering away. One for All was still getting weaker, but as that was getting weaker, his ki was getting stronger. He could very well keep up his hero work, and he was very happy to say the least. Earlier, with Iida, while he was training with his quirk as well as ki, he ended up getting a call from his mother, who was sobbing. She told him to come to the hospital, of which he obliged to find his brother in a hospital bed, fatally wounded. He told him that he wasn't gonna be able to continue hero work because of his fight with the hero killer Stain. He was furious. Later that night, he trained harder with Rashi until nighttime when everyone was asleep. He leaped over the island and ran towards Hosu. When he made it to Hosu, he started jumping allies until he found his target. Iida found Stain about to kill another pro hero, but before he could, he was hit with a hard kick that pushed him to a wall. Ack, Stain said. Iida then went to pick him up by his neck and slugged him hard. Stain then got back up and started circling him. Who are you? He asked. I'm the younger brother of a pro hero you ended the career of, Iida said in anger. Ah yes. Ingenium. He got in the way, so I had to do what I did, Stain said. He's lucky that I let him live, but you may not be so lucky you sought me out for revenge, didn't you? Those eyes, they're full of anger. He then pointed his blade towards Iida. If you think you can kill me, then come and try it. Iida then lunged at Stain as he dodged him. He then started wall running as he was circling Iida. Thanks to Iida's ki, he was able to prevent Stain's next attack. Unfortunately, Stain happened to be much more unpredictable than Iida thought he would be. Stain had got him right in the face, knocking his helmet off as he slit his cheek. Stain then licked his blade as Iida fell over, paralyzed. I'll give you credit for that kick you gave me, but now, I'm gonna have to kill you now. Goodbye, brother of Ingenium. As Stain lifted his sword to impale Iida, all he could do was wait for his inevitable death. But it never came. Iida opened his eyes to see two hands with artist's gloves holding Stain's blade away from Iida's chest. I'm not gonna let that happen, said a scratchy voice. Iida looked to see who it was, and it was none other than Tenko who had caught the blade. Tenko then gave a good kick to Stain's gut, kicking him away. You want to die with him? So be it, Stain said. Tenko took off his gloves and got himself ready. Meanwhile, with Izuku and the others, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto and Gohan were all resting their heads outside of the hyperbolic time chamber after a hard year's worth of training. What is it, Green Man? I'm tired as buck, Katsuki said, grumbling. Well, your friend, Tenya Iida and Tenko Shimura are both fighting the hero killer, Stain. Right now it's not looking too good for them, Den said. Wait, what? Izuku shouted, darting up. I'll be right back, guys. He then flew away at the speed of sound. Izuku! Wait! Den shouted at him. Let him go, Den, Vegeta said. But Vegeta dash. You know as well as I do you can't keep a Saiyan from a fight, no matter their intentions, Vegeta told him. But yeah, I guess you're right, Den said in a defeated tone. Even half Saiyans are as stubborn as stone, he thought. Midoriya's got this. I'm too tired to move, Shoto said, passing out. The other two half Saiyans were already asleep from the strain. How the hell did Izuku manage to get up and go? Den thought. Back with Tenya and Tenko. Both of Stain's swords were turned to ash after being grabbed by the blade by Tenko. But unfortunately, the tables have turned when Stain managed to lick some blood from Tenko that was on the ground after charging at him with a knife. At that point, Tenko was also paralyzed. No! I won't let you! Tenko said he was about to touch the ground. Shut up! Stain said as he knocked him out. Your intentions are true, so I'll let you live. But your friend over there will die by my blade. He walked over to Iida with his sword as he was about to go for the kill. Tensei, I'm sorry I failed you. I failed the Iida family, he thought, finally awaiting his death. Once again, Stain was stopped. Not by Tenko, but this time, by his cousin Izuku. Another one? How many people does this guy know? Stain asked. He just so happens to be one of my friends and my classmate. Like hell I'm gonna let you kill him, Izuku said. Stain tried to stab Izuku with his knife, but it just crumbled after he tried. Stain at that point was terrified beyond belief. Who and what are you? He asked. I'm Deku. A hero in training, Izuku told him. A hero in training, huh? Well, Deku, tell me, why did you choose to be a hero? For power? Fame? Money? Stain asked. A hero who protects anyone no matter the cost. I want to make up for what my biological father, Hisashi, did in the past, Izuku told him. I see. You're the son of that bastard, and yet your intentions of being a hero is true, as I am the hero killer. I only kill the false heroes who are only in it for fame and glory, or even vengeance, such as your friend there. Since you're not gonna get out of my way, I guess I'll have to fight you. So let's end this, Stain told him. Before Stain could attack Izuku, Izuku managed to push him back and keep him down. Why do you kill the heroes who you think are false heroes? Izuku asked. Because those heroes don't give a rat's ass about saving anyone. They only care about their fame. I've seen heroes let people die when they could have saved them, Stain told him. Not all heroes are perfect. How do you know that those heroes don't cry themselves to sleep knowing they had to let someone die? Izuku asked him. Stain clenched his teeth knowing he had a point. Well, you caught me. Go ahead, kill me, he demanded. No, Izuku said. I'm not going to kill you because I have no reason to. If I killed you from the way you were now, I'd be no better than my father or even you. I see. So I guess you'll wait for a pro hero to arrest me then, huh? Stain asked. He won't need to, Tenko said as he brought Stain's hands behind his back, after waking up. Thanks a lot, Izuku. If the law ends up trying to say you didn't have any permission for you to hurt this villain, I'll tell them you were with me. Thanks a lot, Tenko, Izuku told his cousin. Another thing, Deku, Stain told him. The League of Villains are trying to find a way to kill you. Be ready for that. Izuku nodded at this and went up to Iida. You alright? He asked. Yes. Thank you, Midoriya. You're a true friend, Iida told him. No problem. Just don't do anything like that ever again, Izuku said in a stern tone. Trust me, Midoriya. I've learned my lesson, Iida said. Izuku flew off. After he got a good distance away, he felt an aura that belongs to a sadistic killer. He felt it in another alleyway that was hard to see in. He flew down in front of it and got ready to fight whatever was in there. After a while, it wasn't any sort of villain, but a little girl with snow-white hair and a horn on her head. She ran into Izuku's leg as she fell over. Hey, are you alright? Izuku asked. When Izuku bent down to her level and tried to lend her a hand, she flinched. Huh! Don't worry. I won't hurt you, Izuku told her. He then noticed her bandages. What happened here? Excuse my daughter. She tends to wander off a lot, said a man's voice. Izuku looked up to see a man in a plague mask. Izuku felt that same killer energy from this man. Come on, Eri. Let's go, said the man. At that, Eri clung to Izuku like a magnet. Please don't go, she said, seemingly crying and shaking. Sir? Your daughter seems to be very scared, Izuku told him. Yeah, she gets a bit jumpy. We were playing a bit and she fell down, said the bird-masked man. These bandages don't look like harmless rough housing. What have you been doing to her? Izuku asked. I think it's best to take you to the police station. Oh, really? Then let me help with that. The man then took his gloves off. After he did that, Eri got out of Izuku's grip and started walking back with the bird-masked man. As the man and Eri were walking away, a beam bursted out in between his eyes as he fell forward with blood pouring out of the back in front of his head. He was very much dead. Eri looked back at Izuku and saw smoke was flying out of his finger which he shot that beam out of. He walked towards Eri and brought her in a hug. Eri returned the hug as she cried her eyes out on Izuku's shoulders with him comforting her the best she could. It's okay, Eri. Nobody's gonna hurt you ever again, he told the young girl. Izuku then carried the little girl as he flew back towards Kami Lookout. When he got there, he saw that everyone was asleep except for Dent. Izuku! Who have you brought back? Dent asked. This is Eri. I saved her from this man with a bird-like mask, Izuku told him. Wait, did you say bird-like mask? Dent asked. Yeah, Izuku answered. Let me see the girl for a minute, Den said. Den bent down to Eri's level to read her mind. When he did, he shivered what she suffered through. She was being tortured for Quirk nullifying bullets, was locked in a room with nothing to eat except for a single apple that she had to keep rewinding with her quirk and had her believe she was nothing but a curse. Izuku, you did kill that man, right? He asked. Yes. He's dead, Izuku noted. Good, Den said. That man is named Chai Chisaki. He leads the 8 precepts of death. Thank you for taking care of him. Den brought his hands towards Eri as he healed her wounds the best he could. If you don't mind, I'm gonna go and help Eri with her malnourished state and make her healthy again, then I'll bring her to your school, Den said. Okay, thanks a lot, Den, Izuku said. Go with the green man. Okay, Eri? Okay. Bye, Mr. Izuku, Eri said as she went with Den. Come on, Eri. We're gonna get you fed and healthy, Den said. Thank you, green alien, Eri said. Izuku then flopped in his sleeping bag and immediately fell asleep. He had no idea he was this tired. Not to mention, he hadn't realized that he was still wearing his extra weights that Vegeta had him wear. He was very much sound asleep. Chapter 14 Training is almost over. The morning came and the 4 half Saiyans were still dead asleep, still exhausted. Vegeta went up to the sleeping four and shot a ki blast at them to wake up. "Time to get your ass up," he said. "Are you kidding me? We did a year's worth of training in one bucking day and you expect us to get up and train again?" Katsuki shouted. "Oh my ears," the other three thought. "If you have time to gripe, you have time to train. Now get in there and let's get started," Vegeta said in an angry voice. The four of them went into the time chamber while they were tired. Especially Izuku, seeing he was up half the night. "All right. Since you're all still not awake, Todoroki, make some ice," Vegeta ordered. Shoto made some ice as Vegeta used his telekinesis and melted the ice enough to where it was still cold as ice. He then flung that water at the four as they were all awake at that point. "Today's training, you'll be fighting me. Midoriya, I'll be fighting you last. As for the two half Saiyans with the quirk, I want to see what you can do," Vegeta said. "Good. I'm gonna have fun kicking your ass after waking me up this early," Katsuki said. Katsuki powered up his cluster form that he came up with when training with King Kai to unlock his ki. After he powered up, he lunged at Vegeta with killer intent as he readied an attack. When he attacked Vegeta, he got him square in the face as he launched an explosion mixing his ki with his quirk. He then started hitting him with explosions rapidly when he was at point-blank range. After he hit Vegeta with about 100 explosions, he jumped back as he didn't feel his ki anywhere in the debris. "Bakugo, I think you killed him," Shoto said. "Good. Maybe in the next life he'll learn not to wake me up from my beauty rest," Katsuki said. "Is that so?" Vegeta asked, from behind Katsuki. "What the?" Katsuki then got neck chopped, knocking him out. "This lesson, never underestimate an opponent," Vegeta said. "Learning from experience?" Shoto asked. Vegeta didn't answer that question but instead just snarled. "I'll take that as a yes," Shoto said. "All right, Scarface. Why don't you step up to the plate and see if Piccolo was right about you?" Vegeta said in an angry tone. "Fine by me," Shoto said. Shoto was now facing Vegeta as he powered up both sides with embers on his left side and icy mists on his right. He then powered up his ki as icy mists and fire erupted from his two sides. "I'll give you the first hit," Vegeta told him. Shoto obliged and launched himself towards Vegeta as he threw an icy ki blast that had managed to actually freeze Vegeta, and then engulfed him in a fire that looked as if it could cover the entire insides of the time chamber. The flame was so great that Den and Eri could feel the heat of it from the outside. He then shot an ice beam that was the same size as the flame. The flame started turning blue as the ice beam was turning orange. An explosion occurred from where Vegeta stood, but Shoto kept his fire and ice powered up as the explosion was starting to get bigger. Izuku and Gohan were watching in amazement as Shoto was keeping his ice and fire up and going with no signs of stopping himself. Finally, Shoto ceased the two blasts as he then lunged through the layers of smoke that he had created. He could have sworn he hit Vegeta dead on but couldn't even find him now. The entire chamber was filled with smoke at that point. It was nearly impossible to see anything. "Not bad. Maybe you do have potential," Vegeta said as Shoto was now looking where his voice came from, only to appear right in front of him and blast him away with a ki blast and knock him out with a punch to the face. Vegeta then waved his hand to clear out the smoke. "I see you definitely opened his eyes, Midoriya. He didn't seem to underestimate me at all. But he's too reckless," Vegeta said. "Gohan, you're next." "All right. Wish me luck, Midoriya," Gohan said. "Do your best, Gohan," Izuku said. Gohan went to face Vegeta. As they looked at each other, ready for their throwdown, both Gohan and Vegeta ascended to their Super Saiyan forms and immediately started clashing at a blink of an eye. With each punch they threw, they were also blocking and dodging each other's attacks as they kept their focus on each other. This was definitely not their first clash, and it was obvious that both have gotten stronger since the Cell Games. With Vegeta wearing the same weights that he gave to all four of the half Saiyans he decided to train, it was obvious he was pushing himself just as much as he was pushing them. You've definitely gotten stronger, Gohan, Vegeta said as he readied a hard punch. But so have I. Vegeta then drove his fist right on Gohan's rib. What he realized too late was that Gohan had the same plan and drove his fist into Vegeta's rib as well. Both of their ribs broke at the contact of each other's fists. The crack could be heard from where Izuku was standing, who cringed at the sound. Both ended up powering down as the two tried to keep standing as they clenched their ribs as they started staring at each other intensely. You've gotten stronger since the Cell Games, maybe get a Senzu bean for the both of us, Vegeta said. For once I agree with you, Gohan noted. The two went to get a Senzu bean to heal themselves. After their Senzu bean treatment, it was pretty obvious that they were on equal grounds with each other. Finally, it was Izuku's turn to fight Vegeta. Both Shoto and Katsuki had woken up from their knockout and were ready to watch the fight between Izuku and Vegeta go down. Alright, Midoriya. I'll give you the first hit, Vegeta said. Actually, you go first, Izuku told him. Humph. I'll make you regret that choice, low-class half-breed, Vegeta said as he lunged at Izuku. Vegeta punched Izuku in the chest as hard as he could, only to see Izuku not even flinch. Vegeta then started punching Izuku rapidly to the point that Vegeta's fists couldn't even be seen. Vegeta was still rapidly punching him as he ascended to Super Saiyan with Izuku not even tickled. Vegeta then gave one final hard punch that Izuku didn't even budge to. I feel like that wasn't even your best. Wanna try again? Izuku asked. A blood vessel showed on Vegeta's head as he powered up to Super Saiyan 2 and went to punch Izuku rapidly again. The other three who were watching were all amazed to see Izuku was hardly fazed by any of the punches that Vegeta threw. The punch's shockwave was felt through the entire chamber. Vegeta then jumped back and shot a volley blast towards Izuku, followed by a big bang attack. It seemed as if the explosion was the equivalent of 10 nukes put into one. Izuku was seen still barely fazed. What made you think I haven't felt an explosion like that before? Izuku asked. Even with the handicap I had given you, your power is still unrivaled. That nuclear wasteland was truly an idiot challenging you, Vegeta said. Challenge me? He wanted to kill me and manipulate the world to make me look like a villain. He beat me every single day just so he could make me snap, Izuku told him. Of which he did make you snap. Your Saiyan blood makes you glad he's dead, Vegeta said. To be fair, everyone in our class is glad he's dead. Even the teachers, especially Nizu, Gohan said. Really? Vegeta asked. Really? Gohan said. You should see the readers' comments about him. Alright. By the way, when are you gonna continue One for All Legend? People are still waiting for that fanfic to get updated, Deadpool asked. Let's see how you handle my strongest attack, Vegeta shouted as he spread his arms out as a yellow sphere showed up in between his hands as lightning was spreading everywhere in the chamber, as he was powering up immensely. Final Flash! A giant yellow beam of lightning was shot towards Izuku as the blast swallowed Izuku as the beam was only enlarged. The blast could swallow an Ozuru at this point. The beam grew bigger and bigger as Vegeta poured everything he had into this one blast. It looked as if Vegeta was trying to kill him. The blast looked even bigger than Gohan's Kamehameha struggle he had with Cell. The three watching thought that not even Izuku could survive that even with his full power. How wrong they were. As Vegeta's beam of lightning was still seemingly blasting Izuku to oblivion, Vegeta felt a hard punch on his gut which ceased his blast. There Izuku stood with his fist rammed into Vegeta's gut with his weights untouched, but his clothes were in tatters with him being slightly bruised up at worst. Not gonna lie, that actually hurt, Izuku said. Izuku reeled his fist back and kicked Vegeta a good distance away from him. Vegeta, still in his Super Saiyan 2 form, launched himself towards Izuku again, trying desperately to level him. When he got close to Izuku though, he got sucker punched right across the face, making him spin in the air. Izuku then grabbed Vegeta by the foot and started slamming him to the ground as he went into his Ikari form. Izuku started seeing Teshi's face as his blood boiled as he then got on top of Vegeta and started punching him till his face was bloodied up. At this point, Vegeta's eye was blackened, his nose was broken, blood trickled out of his mouth, and death seemed to have threatened to take him. Izuku then grabbed Vegeta by the hair and flung him over his shoulders. It was obvious that Vegeta was too broken to fight anymore as soon as he descended back to his base form. Despite all of the blood that Vegeta had lost, he still managed to get himself back up and fight Izuku. That was until Izuku kicked him in the arm, breaking it, then kicked him in the leg, breaking that as well. He then kicked him in the hick, making him scream in a high-pitched voice. He finished him off with a straight uppercut, breaking his jawbone. Izuku descended back to his base form and went to feel Vegeta's pulse to see if he was still alive. Sure enough, he was. Izuku looked back towards Shoto, Katsuki, and Gohan to see their jaws hanging from their faces. "You know, I think I'll fight Cell over fighting a pissed-off Midoriya," Gohan said. "If Kajimoto really thought himself superior to that, he pretty much killed himself," Katsuki said. "And I'd rather have my mother boil my face 1,000 more times than to be on the receiving end of that," Shoto said. They then heard a muffled high-pitched screeching sound coming from Vegeta. "How are you still awake, let alone alive?" Shoto asked. "I have Hoihea, Hohion Hedhia Henhahin, Hle," Vegeta said, still having his jaw broken. "Well, since you asked nicely," Gohan said as he plopped the bean in Vegeta's mouth as he just swallowed it. Vegeta got himself up after being completely healed. "All right, Midoriya. You may have beaten me this time, but don't think you'll win next time. I'll make sure to train till I know I can surpass you," Vegeta told Izuku. "I'll be ready when you are, just so you know, I won't stop training," Izuku said with a smirk. "Good. I look forward to next time," Vegeta said. Son of a hitch. He has more potential than Gohan, yet he never stops training. He's so bucking cool. And those weights of his. If Frieza or Cell were still alive, they'd be bucked 6 weeks from Sunday, Vegeta mentally shouted. "Alright. This next training will have to do with you, Midoriya, since you still have your tail. Do you have full control over that weakness that most Saiyans are born with?" he asked. "Yes. I have full control over my tail," Izuku said. "Good. This should make things easier then," Vegeta said. "Wait, Vegeta! You're not really going to. If he has full control over his tail, then he shouldn't lose control," Vegeta told Gohan. "I have a bad feeling about this," Shoto said. Vegeta then powered up a ki blast and shot it up into the air. "Burst open and mix!" he shouted. Izuku looked up at the fake moon and felt himself turning. He started growing hair all over and his teeth were getting sharp. His eyes started turning red as he started getting bigger and bigger. Finally, Izuku had fully turned into his Oozuru form. Izuku, in his Oozuru form, looked at his hands and saw that he was definitely in control. He looked at Gohan, Katsuki, Shoto, and Vegeta to see they looked like action figures to him. "Wow! I feel bigger than Empty Lady," Izuku said. "Good thing my wearable weights grew with me. Do you know how expensive these things were?" Yeah. Since you have control over the Great Ape, let's see if you can go Super Saiyan in that form," Vegeta said. "Alright. Wait, did you say Great Ape?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, why?" Vegeta asked. "If this form is called Great Ape, shouldn't I be able to transform into this without a tail?" Izuku asked. "What do you mean?" Vegeta asked. "Apes don't have tails, and yet here I am with a tail. Wouldn't I be called a great monkey?" Izuku asked. At that, Vegeta looked triggered. "I mean, he's got a point," Shoto said. "You shut the buck up," Vegeta said, pointing at Shoto. "And you! Hurry up and turn Super Saiyan." "Alright. I'll go Super Saiyan," Izuku said. "Now, since I can't go into my Ikari form, I guess it's straight to Super Saiyan Oozuru or whatever it's called." Izuku focused his power as per usual. When he did, the fur around him started turning into a lime green color like it did when he wasn't in Oozuru. He powered up completely, and the hair on his head stood straight up. I guess I feel more powerful, but why do I have the urge to lose control? Izuku asked. Please don't, Gohan said. Yeah, I'd rather not die again, Katsuki said. Nobody needs to worry. I was just kidding, Izuku said. I hope so. Because the first few times I turned into that beast, I lost all control, Gohan said. Although, I do have the urge to beat the shit out of you, Kaken, Izuku said. And to some extent, I'd probably deserve it, Katsuki told him. So I guess it's true then. Saiyans do have the ability to go Super Saiyan, even as the Ozaru. For right now, Midoriya. Since you have full control over that form, I want you to train in that form. More than likely, training in that form will make that Ikari form of yours even stronger, Vegeta said. If you say so. I was told that my Ikari form is the equivalent of my Ozaru form, Izuku said. And you? Vegeta said, pointing at Katsuki. Me? Katsuki asked. If you want to even hope to rival Midoriya, then you need to train harder and longer than he does. That goes for you too, Todoroki, and you as well, Gohan, Vegeta said. What about you? You got pulverized by him, Shoto said. Who said I wasn't gonna train? Vegeta said. I'm gonna have Bulma make the same kind of weights that Midoriya wears. That way we have a better chance to surpass him. What if she can't make them? Midoriya got those weights from Shield Corp, not Capsule Corporation, Shoto said. Oh, I'm sure she can. You wouldn't believe the shit she could make, Vegeta said. Now, let's continue training. While the half-Saiyans were training with the Prince Saiyan, outside of the time chamber, Den was taking care of Eri. Geez! Saiyans really know how to blow stuff up, Den said. What's a Saiyan? Eri asked. Well, Eri, a Saiyan is what saved you from that man you just so happened to live with, Den said. You mean Mr. Izuku? Eri asked, innocently. Yep. You see, Saiyans are much different from the people of Earth. Izuku is half Saiyan and possibly the most powerful Saiyan out there. Good thing too, seeing he trained all his life to be a hero despite everything happening to him, Den said. What happened to him? Eri asked. I think it's best not to talk about it. Anyway, want a candy apple? I just made it, Den said. Candy apple? Eri asked. Yeah. It's an apple coated in hardened candied syrup. Give it a try, Den said, handing Eri the candied apple. Eri took a bite and immediately had stars in her eyes from the sweetness along with the crunch of the apple. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. I'd bet even Beerus would find her adorable, Den thought. How are you feeling, Eri? Den asked. I feel much better, Eri said. That's good. I think I should take you to the school that Izuku goes to. I'll take you to UA's principal and he'll most likely take care of you until Izuku comes back to UA, Den said. Okay, Mr. Alien, Eri said. At that, Den took Eri to UA for her to meet Niza. With Ochako and Videl, the two girls managed to gather nearly everything they needed. They made straw beds, with a sack this time, a dry place to sleep in, plenty of firewood and a place to catch fish. While they weren't getting resources, they were having sparring matches and swimming races. The weights were heavy enough to the point they had to keep constantly paddling to keep their heads over the water. Sometimes they end up having to run on the ocean floor back to shore. Not only did the weights keep them from flying, they also restricted quirks. Even with Ochako not using her quirk, she was still a force to be reckoned with. The two were laying in their respective straw beds. You know, Videl, I could probably stay here forever, Ochako said. I agree. Even with these weights that keep us from flying, this is actually not too bad, Videl said. Yeah. It's hard at first, but you really learn to get used to it, Ochako noted. She then looked down with a solemn look. What's wrong, Ochako? Videl asked. HM? Oh, nothing. Maybe I'm just a little homesick. I miss the rest of our friends, especially Izuku, Ochako said. Yeah, that'll happen. The good news is, this'll be over in 2 days, Videl said. Not that I mind living like this, but I can't wait for us to go back, Ochako said. Yeah. By the way, who taught you how to punch, Superman or Wonder Woman? Videl asked. My jaw still hurts from that punch you threw. You forget that I trained with Izuku. No matter how hard I try, I still can't get a hit on him. He's too fast, strong, agile, smart, and has too much stamina for his own good, Ochako said. At that comment, Videl started laughing. What's so funny? Ochako asked. The way you said that, Videl said, laughing her ass off. How many rounds can he go? You smart ass. That's not what I meant, Ochako told her defensively with her face beet red. Right, Ochako. Right, Videl said in a snarky tone. Oh, shut up, Ochako said, embarrassed. Oh, alright. But in all seriousness though, I bet you can't wait to see Midoriya again to see how much more muscle he gained, Videl said. Yeah. Wait, hold on, Ochako shouted in embarrassment. Videl started laughing harder and harder. Ochako grumbled at this as she laid down on her straw sack and turned her back on Videl. Oh, come on, Ochako! I'm just teasing, Videl told her. And let's be honest. You ran right into that one. Oh, shut up, Ochako said. Alright. I'll stop. Hey! Looks like our fish is done, Videl said, taking her giant fish that she impaled it with a stick and started eating it. If only we could season it. Ochako took her impaled cooked fish from the campfire and started eating as well. I have to agree with you on the seasoning. But it's definitely better than nothing, Ochako said. Yeah. Especially since we've been here for nearly 2 weeks. I wonder how the rest of our class is handling Rashi. Especially that one girl in our class with the giant ponytail, Videl said. You mean Yayorozu? Ochako asked. Yeah, that girl, Videl said. Why would she have a problem with Rashi? Ochako asked. Oh honey, let me tell you. Earlier, with Rashi and the rest of 1A. Class 1A were all training in their hero costumes. While they were, Rashi had his eye on a certain 2 heroes in training. He was watching Momo and Kendo sparring with each other with the new techniques they had learned with their ki and quirks. He was paying attention to their skills less than he was paying attention to something else, while having blood run down from his nose. Tsu, with her ki training, learned that moving around in the air was like moving around in the water for her. She managed to take advantage of that and moved almost as fast as Gran Torino could. Iida could move just as fast thanks to his ki mixing with his quirk as well. Momo could create objects and have them float thanks to her telekinesis she learned from ki. Kendo, since she's no stranger to martial arts, she could move much faster with her quirk, delivering quite a punch very quickly nonetheless. Ojiro and Shoji were sparring with each other, with Shoji trying to get a hit on Ojiro while Ojiro was blindfolded as he was dodging Shoji's punches. Kirishima and Tetsu were having a sparring contest to see who was truly the hardened master. Kirishima mixed his ki SND quirk to make his hardened skin like molten rock. Mina was secreting acid with her telekinesis, as if she was water bending. Kaminari was showing off how much better he was now that he had nearly full control over his quirk, as he was just flying around without frying his brain again, while Jiro was shooting sound waves with her, plugging her earlobe jacks into her ki to get Kaminari to stop acting like an idiot. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow can separately use ki, with their most powerful ki blast being a dark beam that they shoot out of their mouth. When they fuse, they can shoot stronger ki blasts. Zero used telekinesis to create tape-like wings on his back that are actually functional. Sato managed to strengthen himself without eating a bunch of sweets. Of course, he'd still need to eat some sugar, but not as much thanks to his ki. A single jawbreaker would do just fine. Koda, while training with ki, his quirk didn't exactly need to be mixed with ki, so he made his techniques simple. Although, he was also training with his quirk, which is rather powerful to begin with. Aoyama managed to make lasers come out from, not just his belly button, but from all over his body as well. Hagakure went to buy a bikini to go with her hero costume, seeing that she focused her ki to make herself visible. When she did, Rashi ended up with a bloody nose as she saw her with her bikini on. Ojiro was trying to focus but had a hard time keeping his eyes off Hagakure. Finally, Kami could make her illusions more physical. Meaning she could have her illusions fight off her opponents, whether making her illusion fight as someone her opponent cares about, or have their worst fears come true. Yes, kinda like Scarecrow. As the students of 1A were all training to become better with their quirks as well as their ki techniques while mixing them up, All Might and Endeavor were both training themselves harder and harder. But it seemed like, no matter how hard Endeavor trained, he couldn't surpass All Might. Even with all of this power, how am I still weaker than you? Endeavor asked. Well, if you keep training and stop whining, maybe you'll get somewhere, Rashi told him. You can't just get a hold of ki and expect yourself to immediately get stronger. You're a Saiyan, so start training like one. Endeavor growled under his breath as he was starting to get frustrated. He knew he was right but was still getting frustrated. He's right. At this rate, I'll never be able to face any world threat. I must train harder, he thought to himself. Back with Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, and Gohan. They continued their training with the gravity getting stronger in the time chamber. The 2 weeks of training were nearing its end, so it was time for Katsuki and Shoto to have one last training technique to master. Becoming a Super Saiyan. Alright. You have all become stronger. Now it's time for you two to surpass your limits and become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta said. You mean like how Midoriya reacted when Bakugo got killed? Shoto asked. All I have to do is get angry and it just happens? Katsuki asked. Well, it's a lot more than that. It's more of having an emotional breakdown from anger, Izuku said. Okay. Izuku, say something that'll piss me off, Katsuki said. You're a weak hitch who's never gonna surpass me, Izuku told him. OH, you mother bucker! Katsuki shouted as his power exploded with his hair turning gold. You wanna fight me, DKU? I'll blow your bucking head off. Katsuki then went into his cluster form while in his Super Saiyan form as he lunged at Izuku as he simply got karate chopped in the back of the neck, as he got knocked out. Well, you weren't lying, Shoto said. Kajimoto tried to have his way with Yaoyorozu, Izuku told Shoto. If that asshole ever comes back to life, I'll make him wish he didn't, Shoto shouted, having the same thing that happened with Katsuki. When he went Super Saiyan, his red side was golden, while his white side was a crystal blonde color. Izuku knocked him out before he went berserk. Well, that was easy, Vegeta said. Definitely saves me the trouble. Well, it would make sense that Midoriya would know how to touch a nerve in both of them, Gohan said. Yeah, of course, now I'm starting to think Kaken is gonna challenge me to a fight every second he's awake, Izuku said. And Todoroki? Gohan asked. I don't know if what I said is true, but I definitely wouldn't put it past him, Izuku said. But he's dead. Hopefully nobody resurrects him with the Dragon Balls. I don't think anyone is that crazy, Gohan said. Later, after Katsuki and Shoto woke up, they started training with their Super Saiyan forms. Katsuki had learned Vegeta's Gallic Gun but made it his alternative using his quirk, calling it Nitro Gun, which was an orange beam of light instead of light red. Shoto did the same thing and named his alternative Flash Freeze Gun. His beam was red and white with the two colors rotating as it was being fired. When Katsuki and Shoto sparred with each other, they would try to compare their blasts, but seemingly managed to stay on equal footing. Right now, they were trying to catch up to Izuku. Or at least Gohan. Speaking of Izuku and Gohan, the two Quirkless half-Saiyans were also sparring. Izuku was fighting in his base form while Gohan was in his Super Saiyan 2 form, trying to actually hurt Izuku. Vegeta jumped in on the sparring match while also going Super Saiyan 2. Gohan and Vegeta kept throwing punches at Izuku, but they were either blocked, tanked, or dodged. Izuku could easily dodge or block but just decided to take the hits. Their punches were barely doing a damn thing to Izuku. Each punch they threw were the equivalent of 1,000,000 nukes at this point, but Izuku was tanking them like nothing. Finally, Katsuki and Shoto jumped in to try to subdue Izuku. They didn't do much better. While they have gotten stronger, they still couldn't hold a candle to the green-haired half-Saiyan. Finally, Izuku summoned a ball of energy around him as meteor-like blasts surrounded him as well. The blast exploded on impact, making all his opponents fly far. They all dropped to their base form as they couldn't even get up. Whoops! I guess I overdid it. You guys are still alive, right? Izuku asked. He got no response. Right? He felt all of their energies. Faint but stable. At least that's enough to know that you guys are still alive, Izuku said, relieved. He then looked at the amount of senzu beans he had in his satchel. How many of these did we use? Chapter 15 Teshi, Supreme Leader. It looks like your apprentice, Teshi, has a new recruit, said a goblin-looking man. That Chisaki guy? Yes. He got killed by that half-Saiyan, so he's obviously gonna be scornful towards him, Deborah said. Of course, he'll be under Teshi's wing once he actually gets here. Who knows how long that'll take? Yes. It seems that half-Saiyan is the only obstacle we need to get past before our actual goal. The death of the Supreme Kai. Yes, I'm well aware, Babidi, Deborah told him. Another thing. If all else fails, we will have our backup plan ready, Babidi said, holding a crystal ball that has a pink glow. I feel like that won't be necessary. Teshi has gotten much stronger with all the training he's done with me, Deborah said. I see that. His skin turned red as well as growing horns on his head. Not to mention his eyes turned black, Babidi noted. But of course, this is only for backup purposes. Of course, Master Babidi. How are your minions? Deborah asked. Those earthlings I have under my disposal? Those thugs are just a taste of what we'll be bringing to the table, Babidi said. Your army will be the main course. The problem is, you had Teshi be the leader. That's because they don't know his power yet. They're all training, even Frisia and Cell. They're obviously stronger than they were, but the problem is having them listen to reason, Deborah said. Well, Teshi is possibly the most hated earthling, given how he crippled his opponents in the whole world's view in that sports festival tournament. But down here, he's being mocked by the people he's supposed to lead, Babidi said. Maybe I should have Teshi fight them all to give them a taste of who's leading them, Deborah said. The boy seems to be more arrogant than before, doing that may feed him, Babidi told him. If he's going to lead, then he needs to be fed. Deborah then walked towards where Teshi was at and put a hand on his shoulder. The hell do you want? Teshi asked. I have a test for you, Deborah told him. A test? Really? Teshi asked, uninterested. It involves proving yourself to the people you lead, Deborah said. I'm listening, Teshi said, now all ears. You are more powerful than you were before you arrived here. I want you to prove yourself to all of them, Deborah said. You want me to fight them all? Teshi asked. Precisely, Deborah said. Now we're talking, Teshi said. Deborah then leads Teshi towards the former invaders of Earth. Teshi was eager to fight them. All right. Listen up, Deborah yelled. Frisia, Cell, Zarbon, Dodoria, the Jinyu force, except for Jinyu himself, Raditz and Hisashi all looked towards Deborah. Since you all seem rather ignorant on who's leading you, maybe I need to have him fight all of you at once. You mean that arrogant child? Ha! He's all bark, Frisia said. Although, I'll give him points for stealing from Capsule Corporation. He may have the balls to piss off the Saiyan we wouldn't dare fight, but that doesn't mean anything seeing that he got torn limb from limb, Cell said. My loyalty goes only to Jinyu and Frisia, Goldo said. The rest of the Jinyu force nodded at this. Raditz and Hisashi just glared at Teshi. Well then. If you think you're better than me, then I guess I'll just prove you all wrong, Teshi noted. At that, Teshi got in a fighting stance and summoned a katana with his hellfire. Let's get this over with. Zarbon Dodoria, show this whelp what you're made of, Frisia said. Zarbon and Midoriya started charging towards Teshi only for him to cut them both down in one swing. They then spawned behind a line for them to not interfere with the fight. Well shit, Midoriya said. I thought that would be more of a challenge, Teshi said. Don't toot your own horn so soon. Guldo, Jees, Berta and Rikum. Put him in his place, Frieza said. Right. The said four shouted in unison as they charged at Teshi. The four immediately got cut down with Teshi not looking like he even moved. The four then got moved behind the line with Zarbon and Midoriya. Damn it, Guldo said. If only Jinyu were with us, Berta said. Well, I'm almost impressed. Hisashi Raditz. Yeah. We know what to do, Raditz said. Both Saiyans managed to go Super Saiyan and lunged at Teshi with all of their might. With them actually training for once, they managed to predict Teshi's movements and dodge his katana. That won't work on us, you glorified earthling, Hisashi shouted as he attacked from one side while Raditz attacked from the other side. Teshi ended up blocking both their attacks. He then managed to stop time as he cut through both of them multiple times. When he brought time back into motion, both of them seemingly turned to dust and reappeared behind the line, away from the fight. Damn it! Raditz shouted. Not even a Super Saiyan worked, Hisashi said, actually frustrated. Teshi just laughed. Congratulations! You managed to push me enough to go beyond 1% of my power, he said arrogantly. Well, I guess it's my turn now, Cell said. And this time, I'll wipe that smug and arrogant look off your face. At that, Cell lunged at Teshi as he got his katana ready. As Teshi swung, Cell immediately disappeared and rammed his foot on his back. It seemed like Teshi was being pushed back. Oh, come on! Do you really think that same old trick of yours would really work again? Cell asked. Not bad. I might make you second in command, Teshi said. Oh, don't be so full of yourself. Remember, I trained here too, Cell said as he powered up. When he did, Frieza, who was watching, actually had his eyes widen as he took a form he was not expecting to take. There stood Cell with his body going from green to golden. Oh, you perfect mother bucker, Frieza said. Now then try and cut me down. I'll only come back stronger, Cell told Teshi. Teshi then lunged at him with his katana and managed to impale him with it. Cell looked unfazed by it. Seriously? That's your plan to beat me? You're fighting the perfect being who can regenerate limbs and get stronger every time I'm at death's door, or even train or fight in general, and you try to impale me? Cell said, annoyed. I'm disappointed. Cell then absorbed Teshi's katana as the blade turned to dust. Teshi actually got scared as he was bearing witness to a more powerful Cell that could possibly destroy every Z fighter. Deburah was watching this and was getting anxious. Come on, Teshi! Get your head in the game, he thought. While Teshi was still trembling in fear, he got an idea and smirked. So, you think you can control the power of that sword? Teshi asked. Actually, yes. I did absorb it, Cell said. Well, let's see how you handle this, Teshi said as he put his hand in front of him as if he was shooting a ki blast at him. Nothing happened. Oh yeah? If you were gonna engulf me with its hellfire, I'm afraid I have full control over it now, Cell said, showing him the hellfire within his hand. Shit, Teshi said. Whatever. I'll still beat you, with or without that sword, he said. Oh, look at this, Frieza. He still thinks he can beat me. How adorable, Cell said, looking at Frieza. Yes. Now put this dog down. I'm getting sick of his yapping, Frieza noted. You don't have to tell me twice. I'll gladly put him down, Cell said, getting ready to blast Teshi with his death beam. Teshi's face went from terrified to an arrogant smirk. You know what they say, never put a cat in a corner, he said. What are you yapping about now? Cell asked, annoyed. At that, Teshi shot a beam of dark energy towards Cell. The beam seemed to have swallowed him. When he ceased the beam, Cell was nowhere to be found. Not even from behind the line. Wait, that means. Nice one, Cell said as he backhanded Teshi into a mountain. I was actually nothing but a sperm through that. Good thing I can regenerate. Alright. That's it. I'm done playing around, Teshi shouted as he was engulfed in blue flames as his horns got bigger while his hair stood straight up. This is my full power, but I'll only get stronger from here, you bug. Oh, look. It's a boy, Cell said, being a smartass. Really? Frieza asked. What? He doused himself in blue flames. It's obvious he's having a boy, Cell said. The ones behind the line started laughing their asses off at Cell's comment. Shut up. I'll make sure you're following my order, no matter how many times I have to tear you to pieces, Teshi shouted, pissed. Oh yes! You dirty hitch, work the shaft, Cell said in a mocking tone. Rag! Teshi shouted as he gave a good kick to Cell's neck. Cell then punched him straight where it mattered as both of his children popped, with all the guys behind the line cringing at the sight of that. Well, unless you can regenerate limbs too, good luck having any kids there, Cell said. Teshi was kneeling as he was gripping his crotch as he was whining with a high-pitched voice. Come on! Even Vegeta has stronger balls than that! Do you know how many times he gets punched in the hick when fighting a main villain and still manages to have his son, Trunks? Cell said as he was approaching Teshi. Well, it's been fun, but I think I've won. Cell then charged up a death beam as Teshi was still gripping his crotch. Teshi then looked up and smirked. Actually, I can regenerate my limbs, he said. Well then, come and try to make me simp for ya, Cell shouted as he shot his death beam, only for it to be dodged by an afterimage. Teshi then tried to attack from behind, but only to get backhanded again into a freaking mountain. Teshi then started shooting ki blasts, rapidly, trying to subdue Cell. He then charged up a blast that put all his demonic energy into the palm of his hand. As he shot the demonic energy blast of which towered over Cell, he saw it was getting closer. What? No name? Such a giant blast and yet no name? Cell asked. The ball of demon energy had then swallowed Cell whole. It seemed like all that was left of Cell was nothing. It looked like Teshi had won. It looked as if Cell was defeated by the one who was supposed to rule as a superior to all of them. It seemed like Teshi was truly the superior. Or that's what he thought. Okay, to be completely honest, you seem to be more arrogant than Vegeta but with much less power. I almost feel bad for even considering fighting you, Cell said. Cell then kicked Teshi down and stomped on his chest. Through his chest. Teshi screamed out in pain as Cell easily got the upper hand in this fight. Oh yes. Take it all, you dirty slut, he told him. Yes, keep screaming, you hitch. As Teshi kept screaming, feeling Cell's foot inside of his chest, he managed to feel the demonic fire that Cell absorbed from his katana. Teshi then grabbed his foot and focused that demonic aura and, with it, absorbed every ounce of power stored within Cell as he took back that demonic flame as well as all of Cell's power. This time, Cell was the one screaming as he felt all of his power leave his body as he became nothing but dust at this point. Teshi had completely absorbed Cell's power. He now had the power of the perfect being himself. Cell appeared behind the line with everyone else with his power seemingly coming back to him. Why, that cheating little shit, Cell said. Cheap shot by another kid, I Cell? Raditz asked. Shut up. Back at the fight, Teshi was feeling more powerful than ever, and it just seemed to multiply. His arrogance was fed, now that he has the power of the perfect being himself. He began maniacally laughing as he went into the form of Super Saiyan, mixing with Cell's golden form and mixing it up with his demonic blue flame. He was strong. He was too strong. Humph. Don't be too cocky now, boy. That bug plays around too much. It's time to finally put you in your place, Frieza said. I'd like to see you try, Teshi said as he got much more arrogant than before. Frieza then went into his golden form, like Cell did, and lunged at Teshi, only for his fist to be caught easily. Frieza tried to swipe his fist back, but it couldn't get out of Teshi's death grip. Teshi then slugged Frieza across the face with him flying away, only for him to be grabbed in the back of the head and dragged across the ground. Teshi then grabbed Frieza's tail and started slamming him into the ground like nothing. He then brought Frieza up over his head and slammed him onto his knee, breaking his back in half. Frieza was laying on the ground with him being ripped in half. Frieza then vanished and went behind the line where everyone was defeated by Teshi. Well, I think that's enough. Cell, you still have your power. When you seemingly died, your power ended up copying as it was being drained by Teshi, Deborah said. Well, that's just lazy writing. Who the hell is writing this anyway? Cell asked. Anyway, I think it's obvious that you have all lost against my student. He will continue to get stronger until the time comes. When it does, I trust you will all be ready, Deborah said. Ugh, fine. We'll let him lead for now, that is, Frieza said salty. Anyway, a man named Chai Chisaki will join us soon. He was mercilessly killed by the Saiyan that Teshi here hates with all his heart, Deborah said. Yeah, I think we're stronger than him now by a long shot. By we, I mean me, Frieza, and, as much as I hate to say it, but I must give credit when credit is due, Teshi. And as much as I hate this little shit here, I guess I'll do as he says. If he wants me to give him a blow job, then I'll give him the best blow job he's had, Cell said. I think I'll take that invitation. Oh, Zarbon said with his loud man moan. Deborah pinched his nose at this. But if he got killed by that damn Deku, then we can officially convince the world of how much of a villain that bastard is, Teshi said. Honestly, why stop there? We can break him mentally while we're at it. Maybe turn his friends against him, or maybe kill someone important to him, Frieza said in a sadistic tone. Alright. While you all have gotten stronger, I strongly advise you to not push him over the edge mentally. Reason being, if he manages to go Super Saiyan 2, then that's when everything goes south, Deborah said. Shit, I didn't think about that, Frieza said. Oh please! I fought a Super Saiyan 2 before and I'm much stronger than that now. How much worse could a legendary Super Saiyan 2 be? Cell asked. Just him transforming would tear a hole in reality, Deborah noted. Oh shit, Cell said. That doesn't matter. I'm still superior to that damn Deku. Once we break him, I'll take that power of his and rule Earth with that hitch of his on a leash beneath my boot, Teshi said. Teshi was then daydreaming of everything he ever wanted. Izuku dead, all of Class 1A dead, and Ochako being held by Teshi by a leash with her wearing a revealing slave outfit, much to his pleasure. As well as all the pro-heroes and the governments around the world under his control, with anyone who tries to oppose him being killed by Teshi or his army. He was maniacally laughing as he was daydreaming of this. Yes. The Earth will bow to you. All you need to do is kill the Supreme Kai. But of course, you'll need to kill that legendary half-Saiyan first, Deborah said. Oh please. I'd do that even if you told me not to, Teshi said. Once that bastard is dead, I'll take everything I want, starting with that round-faced chick of his. After a while, the group of villains in Hell were working on their plan. They are gonna bring Hell on Earth when the time comes. Chapter 16. Back from internships. Training was finally over. Class 1 a.m. Eastern Time up back at the dorms as they were complimenting each other on how much stronger they have all gotten. Phew! That was some training we went through with Rashi, Mina said. And now I can actually be seen, Hagakure said happily. Girl, you look absolutely gorgeous, Kami told her. Now all you need to do is try and make your clothes turn invisible too. Yeah. Of course, we'll have to figure out how, Hagakure said. By the way, where's Izuku and the other half-Saiyans? Ochako asked. On cue, Izuku, Gohan, Katsuki and Shoto all came into the living room of the dormitory, having their clothes hugging them more than before. Izuku, Ochako said, staring at him, having a nosebleed. Katsubi, you look hotter than before, Kami told Katsuki, straight up. Hey Gohan! How was training with Vegeta? Videl asked. Oh well. I got my ribs broken by Vegeta, although I got him back. Should have seen what Vegeta looked like when he fought Midoriya, Gohan said. Probably turned him into minced meat, Ochako said. Pretty much broke every bone in his body, Shoto said. He literally asked for it, Izuku noted. While they were chatting amongst themselves, Momo was just staring at Shoto with Jiro noticing as she smirked at her. Like what you see, Momo? She asked. Momo came back to her senses as she tensed up from Jiro's comment. Well, when are you gonna ask Kaminari out, Kyoka? Momo asked, rather loudly. Okay. Keep it down, Momo. Jeez, Jiro said with a red face. Midoriya, Aizawa said, coming into the dormitory. Niza would like to have a word with you. Again? Izuku asked. Izuku made his way to Niza's office. Again, when he did, he knocked on the door. Come in, Midoriya, Niza said. Izuku walked in and got hugged on his leg by a white-haired girl with a horn on the right side of her forehead. Well, I'll keep this short, Midoriya. This short meeting is about that little girl hugging your leg, Niza said. By the way, I'm just gonna ask, if you had the choice to kill that man so you could save that little girl again, would you? Yes. But my only regret is that I didn't make it slower, Izuku said. Niza reeled his head back with his tea in hand as he started laughing maniacally as he was drinking his tea. Ahem. Anyway, Midoriya, I very much thank you for such a heroic act, although a certain fortune teller isn't gonna be too pleased to hear about the death of that villain, Niza said. Anyway, on to why I called you in here. I was thinking of having you be Aries' guardian for the time being. If you say no, then I understand, it's just that Aries seems to be very attached to you. If you do say no, then we'll have her put into a foster home. I'll be glad to watch over Aries, Izuku said. I'm glad to hear that. Another thing, since caring for a child by yourself is hard enough, maybe you could have Uraraka help you with her as well, Niza noted. Well, first, I need to introduce Aries to her, Izuku noted. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem, Niza said. Anyway, Izuku said as he picked her up, holding her. I'll take Aries and get her set up. That would be best, Niza said. At that, Izuku took Aries over to the dormitory to introduce her to everyone else. When he brought Aries to the dormitory, he noticed that not a lot of students were in the common area. He did see Tokoyami and Tsu sitting on the couch watching a movie together. Hey Tsu, hey Tokoyami, Izuku said. Aries dug her head into the crook of his neck. Hey Midoriya, Tsu said. Who's the little one? Ribbit. This is Aries. Niza put me in charge of taking care of her, Izuku said. Do any of you know where Ochako is? Last I remember, she went up to her dorm, Tsu noted. Thanks, Tsu, Izuku said. The bird and frog continued watching the movie together. As Izuku was bringing Aries over to meet Ochako, he heard a few darts being thrown. This one's for that white-haired Saiyan. And this one is for that all-for-one asshole. And this one is for Kajimoto. As Ochako shouted that last one, the dart poked through her door for Izuku to see. Well, remind me to never get you mad, Ochako, Izuku said calmly as he entered Ochako's room. Izuku, you know I can't be mad at you. By the way, who's the little girl? She asked. This is Aries, Izuku told her. Aries, this is Ochako. Hi, Aries said as she timidly waved. She's adorable. But where did you get her? Ochako asked. Niza requested that I take care of her for the time being, Izuku said. Also, he then covered Aries' ears. I had to save her from a villain, and by the looks of it, she suffered a lot of abuse from said villain. Which villain would that be? Ochako asked. Chai Chisaki, Izuku answered. Ochako gasped at that. Don't worry, he's dead. Let me guess. Killed by you? Ochako asked. Yep, Izuku said. Izuku then uncovered Aries' ears. By the way, Aries, Ochako over here will help me take care of you. Is that all right? Izuku asked. Eri nodded. What would you like to do, Eri? Eri thought. Do you have any movies to watch? Oh, yeah? What movie would you like to watch? Ochako asked this question as she looked through her collection of movies that she had. Eri looked through the movies with Ochako to see if any of them caught her eye. What about this one? Eri asked, pulling out a movie that was more like a TV show on DVD. It was an old dinosaur puppet show. I loved that show when I was little, but the ending always had me crying, Ochako noted. Are you sure about this one? Izuku asked. Eri nodded vigorously. Well, alright then. They put the DVD in and started the show. It was mainly about a family of dinosaurs being, well, a family. After the first episode, Eri had a question. What's a mama and papa? She asked. Izuku decided to answer that question. Well, Eri, a mama and papa are parents who watch over you and protect you and teach you from right and wrong, he told Eri. Like you? Eri asked. Izuku froze at that question as Ochako burst out laughing. What's so funny, mama? Eri asked. Ran right into that one, Ochako said. But yes, Eri. Izuku is kind of like a father to you, isn't he? Yeah. He did save me from that bird-masked man, Eri said. Izuku was still frozen at Eri's question. I'm a dad? He asked. Looks like you broke him, Eri, Ochako said, laughing. I broke him? Eri asked. Not in that way, sweetheart, Ochako told her. Would he rather be called, not the mama? Eri asked, snorting then laughing. Ochako laughed at this. I'm a dad, Izuku said again. Is that okay? Eri asked. Izuku shook his head to snap himself out of his trance. Of course, Eri. I'll be happy to be your papa, Izuku said as he hugged Eri as she hugged back. And I'll be happy to be your mama, Ochako noted as she hugged both Eri and Izuku as if they were a real family. After a while, Izuku and Ochako fell asleep with Eri sitting between the two. Eri was still awake watching said show. She managed to work the DVD player quite well as she kept switching DVDs in. Finally, she got to the last DVD after binge watching while Izuku and Ochako were still asleep. Remember that scene Ochako mentioned? Eri managed to get that far. If you know, you know. With the series ending, Eri let out a soft sob as she started full-on bawling, waking up Izuku and Ochako from their nap. Eri! What's wrong? Izuku asked in concern. If I had to guess, she made it to the end of the series, Ochako noted. She then hugged Eri. It's okay, Eri. It's okay. It's not real. Eri hugged Ochako tighter than usual as she cried on her shoulder. Eri beckoned Izuku to join in, which he did. Eri hugged both of them tightly until she calmed down. Eri eventually passed out in their arms. It is getting pretty late. Maybe we should get her to bed, Izuku said. I think it'll be best if she sleeps with us just in case she has any nightmares, Ochako said. Yeah, I can agree to that, Izuku said. Izuku laid Eri on his bed as both Izuku and Ochako took their showers and got ready for bed themselves. Eri slept in between Izuku and Ochako as they were acting as if Eri was their actual daughter. The next morning, Izuku woke up and tried to climb out of bed. When he did, he felt weight on his torso. He looked down and felt hair tickling his nose. He saw Ochako lying on his chest. He looked to the right side of him and saw that Eri was sleeping on his shoulder. He felt like he had a real family of his own, and he was more than happy about that. He then kissed Ochako on the top of her head and kissed Eri on her forehead. Izuku gently pushed both Eri and Ochako to the side so he didn't wake the two up and got up out of bed and out of the room. After that, he headed downstairs to see Sato cooking breakfast. Morning, Sato, Izuku said. Morning, Midoriya. How's the little one? Sato asked. She's doing great for the most part. Anyway, what you making? Izuku asked him. Oh, I'm trying out a new recipe for cinnamon apple pancakes. Just to try out something simple for everyone to wake up to, Sato said. Awesome! Eri loves apples, Izuku said. Sato then did a taste test on his own pancakes. She'll love this then, Sato said. As if on cue, a tiny voice was heard. It was Eri, who looked like she just woke up and came downstairs into the common area. What smells so good? She asked. I'm trying out a recipe for cinnamon apple pancakes. Wanna be my taste tester? Sato asked the little one. At that, Eri perked up, fully awake at the word apple. She nodded vigorously as she took her seat at the kitchen table. Will you be alright with Sato while I wake up, Mama? Izuku asked Eri. Eri nodded. Okay. I'll be right back then. Izuku patted Eri on the head before going up to Ochako's room where she was still asleep. When he entered her dorm, he went up to her as she was sleeping peacefully. Oh, Ochako! Time to wake up! Izuku told her as he tried to shake her awake. Ochako started stirring as she let out a soft snore. The Hero 13 is outside your window with a pack of mochi! At that, Ochako sprung awake. Mochi? 13? Where? Ochako said, looking around. Izuku started laughing at this. Hey, sleepyhead! Eri is downstairs, possibly eating breakfast. Wanna join her? Izuku asked. Yeah, but where's 13 with my pack of mochi? Ochako asked. I only said that so you would wake up, Izuku said, laughing. Ochako started punching him on the shoulder as he kept laughing his ass off. Ochako looked at Izuku with a pouty face. Oh, come on, Ochako! Let's go get breakfast! At that, Izuku picked Ochako up with her still having an angry pouty face as he carried her down to the commons room and into the dining area. Hey, Midoriya! Sato said. I made enough breakfast for everyone. Eri over here has already started stuffing her face. He pointed towards Eri, who had her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel. Eri, slow down! You're gonna choke, Izuku told her. Sorry, Papa, Eri said, still having a bunch of pancakes in her mouth. And don't talk with your mouth full, Eri, Ochako said. Eri swallowed the pancakes. Yes, Mama, Eri said. Well, you two got the whole parenting thing all figured out, seeing that your dad was a villain, and your parents. Who wants pancakes? Sato said, trying to get himself out of the hole he dug himself into. I'll have some, Mina said, coming downstairs in her pajamas. Yeah, me too, Hagakure said, following Mina. Soon afterwards, everyone was eating the pancakes that Sato whipped up. These are really good, Sato, Ochako noted. Yeah. Who knew you could cook? Mina said. Well, I did pick up some baking skills after discovering what my quirk was, Sato noted. How does your quirk work after training with Rashi? Ojiro asked. Well, now I can keep the sugar I digested intact so I don't go crazy, Sato noted. Meanwhile, Shoto, Katsuki, Gohan and Izuku seemed to be having an eating competition, with Eri looking at Izuku like he's a hypocrite. Izuku, weren't you the one who told Eri to slow down on eating? Ochako asked. You're setting a bad example. Videl then pat Ochako on the shoulder. You'll get used to it, Ochako, she told her. Well, since Daddy is eating like that, I'll show all four of you that I can eat more, Eri said, already being a competitive eater. You're on, Squirt, Katsuki said. At that, Eri started chowing down like the other four Saiyans. Ochako had her hand on her head as she shook her head, disapprovingly. And that's why I made so much? Sato said, getting a chuckle from the rest of the class. Eri, please don't eat like Papa. You're gonna get a stomach ache, Ochako pleaded. But Mama Dash. Listen to Mama, sweetheart. It's not good for you to be eating like us, Izuku told her. Okay, Eri said as she slowed her pace down. After breakfast, the class of 1A were getting ready to get to class, with all of them getting into their school uniforms and heading to UA High. Izuku and Ochako sent Eri to Nizu's office, since that's where she'll be going to school until she gets used to being around other kids her age. Once they brought Eri to Nizu, they headed to class and took their seats and waited for their lazy teacher to come in. Aizawa started slithering into class in his sleeping bag as per usual, until he got to his desk and stood himself up and got himself out of his sleeping bag. Alright. Before we start, I want to test something. I've done a little bit of training with Krillin, Yamcha and Krillin. I managed to have some ki control and mixed it with my quirk. I'm now able to erase your ki, so don't try anything funny. Anyway, Midoriya. Step up, Aizawa told Izuku. Izuku walked to the front of the class. Alright. Midoriya, try using your ki. Okay. Izuku tried to summon his green ki sphere only for him not being able to. Everyone, including Izuku's 3 other half-Saiyan friends and especially Ochako, were all surprised by this. Izuku wasn't as surprised seeing that he trained with the tired pro for a bit. Now I know I can at least stop your ki. How about your strength? Try punching this chalkboard as hard as you can, Aizawa told Izuku. He absolutely regretted that decision. Izuku not only punched a hole through the chalkboard, he punched a crater through it. Not only that, he punched through multiple walls until it went all the way outside. Excuse me, Mr. Aizawa, Niza said through the intercom. Did anyone end up pissing off Izuku Midoriya by any chance? No, I was doing an experiment with my newfound ability of erasing ki. As you saw, it failed horribly, Aizawa told him. Give me 1 second, Niza said. Later on, Niza came in with a ladder and an annoyed look on his face. He opened the ladder in front of Aizawa, climbed up towards his face and slapped him across the face. He then climbed back down, closed his ladder and walked out of the classroom. While the whole class was shocked to see that Aizawa erased his ki, they weren't very shocked at this point that Izuku basically punched a hole through multiple walls. I guess I'm gonna have to do more training to see if I can erase strength too, Aizawa said. I heard that, Niza said through the intercom again. And if you want to test it on Izuku, at least do it in the training yard. God! That's what they're there for. Anyway, you guys are gonna do something not too different from what you guys do anyway. You'll be doing a one-on-one fight against each other to show how much you've improved, Aizawa said. Finally! Katsuki shouted as he's been wanting to fight one of his classmates for a while. He just hopes he's not put up against Izuku. Anyway, you know the drill by now. Get your gym uniforms on and meet me in the gymnasium, Aizawa told them. At that, all of Class 1A went into their respective locker rooms, changed into their gym uniforms as per usual, and went into the gymnasium. Alright. So, Izuku and Gohan will be going up against each other because nobody else would want to fight you guys while the rest of you will be picked randomly, Aizawa said. He got out his jar with everyone's names on it but already took Izuku's and Gohan's names out while he took 2 names out and randomly put them side by side against each other so he knew who would go up against who. Alright. I got your names all rallied up. He then showed them who they were going up against. Izuku Midoriya vs Son Gohan. Videl Satan vs Kami Utsushimi. Shoto Todoroki vs Tenya Iida. Mashireo Ojiro vs Mizo Shoji. Bakugo Katsuki vs Uraraka Ochako. Eijiro Kirishima vs Rikido Sato. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Toru Hagakure. Kyokujiro vs Hanta Siro. Koji Koda vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Tsuyu Ajiri vs Yuga Oyama. Electric Kaminari vs Mina Ishido. I think it should be obvious that we'll save the fight between Midoriya and Gohan for last, Aizawa said. Agreed, everyone said. Alright. The first 2 will be Kirishima against Sato, Aizawa said. Alright. This'll be the time for me to show how much I've improved, Sato said excitedly. Good luck out there, Eijiro, Mina said. I'm most likely gonna need it, Kirishima said. Sato and Kirishima went up to face each other. Sato powered himself up as if he was turning into the Hulk. Kirishima got ready to embrace himself. After Sato powered up enough, he lunged at Kirishima and gave him a direct punch to his gut. Kirishima wasn't fazed by this thanks to his quirk. Sato then started punching him rapidly with each punch not doing anything. He gave one final punch with Kirishima not even sweating. Wanna try that again? Kirishima said, dusting himself off. Sato then powered up again and started rapidly throwing punches with Kirishima seemingly budging only a tad bit. Sato then gave one final punch with Kirishima sliding back a little bit. Sato was shocked by this. "Why won't you go down?" Sato shouted. Kirishima only laughed at this. "Ultra hardening, son! It responds to physical trauma thanks to my ki. You can't hurt me, Sato!" At this, Sato was getting frustrated. He tried to attack Kirishima again, but Kirishima dashed towards him and slugged him across the face, having him go sliding a little bit. "Making the mother of all omelets here, Sato! Can't fret over every egg," Kirishima said. As soon as Sato got back up, Kirishima met him with a gut punch and then a ball punch which made all the guys cringe. Sato then gripped his crotch in pain as he lay down in pain as he had a squeaky voice. "Alright. Kirishima wins this fight," Aizawa said. Kirishima then ran up to Sato in concern. "You alright, man?" Kirishima asked. "My balls bucking hurt," Sato said in a high-pitched voice. "Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't watching where I was punching," Kirishima said. Sato only squeaked in pain. Kirishima ended up dragging Sato out of the ring for the next two fighters. Next up was Kyokujiro vs Hantashiro. The fight started with Zero immediately summoning his tape wings and started flying towards Jiro, who shot a ki blast at one of Zero's artificial wings and jabbed him in the neck and immediately knocked him unconscious with zero effort. Jiro had won that fight. The next fight was Denki Kaminari vs Mina Ishido. "No hard feelings, right, Ishido?" Kaminari asked. "Oh no, of course, not after I kick your ass," Mina boasted. "Let's see what you got then." Kaminari got himself ready as lightning danced around him as if he was a user of One for All as Mina made an acid bubble shield. Both summoned their full power and clashed with each other, causing the whole gym to shake. Mina shot a barrage of acid spheres towards Kaminari as he used those to his advantage and managed to trap Mina in a lightning cage and electrocuted her in all different directions. She got the swirly eyes as she fell backwards with her lightning-struck hair. "Yeah! I went from a Pikyu to a Raichu," Kaminari said as he got his Thunderstone out and bonked himself on the head with it. Jiro ended up laughing her ass off with Kaminari still being the class idiot even with full control over his quirk, with Momo silently shipping them. Next was Tsuyu Ajiri vs Yuga Oyama. The fight was as one-sided as it could be, with Tsu being able to fly around as if she was underwater, with Aoyama trying to shoot his lasers in all different directions. Tsu swiftly finished it with one swift kick across the face. Next was Koji Koda vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo made a fighting staff while channeling her ki, while Koda used his ki to call in any wild predators to his aid. A few wild animals busted through the walls of the gym, but Momo managed to dodge all of their attacks and ran straight towards Koda. "Sorry about this, Koda," Momo said as she bashed Koda's head in with her staff, knocking him out. After Koda was knocked out, the animals fled back to the forest from which they came. "We're gonna need someone to fix this wall," Aizawa said. Next was Fumikage Tokoyami vs Toru Hagakure. With Tokoyami's ki being black, he could now make his own darkness, which could make Dark Shadow being much stronger. Because of this, poor Hagakure couldn't hold a candle to Tokoyami. Literally or figuratively. Dark Shadow made a dome of darkness around him and Hagakure, while Dark Shadow kept throwing hard punches from each direction, with Hagakure not knowing where they were coming from. After Dark Shadow kept making Hagakure her punching bag, Hagakure was completely knocked out. Tokoyami himself disbanded the Dome of Darkness, and everyone saw that Hagakure was absolutely battered. Even with her new ability to turn visible and invisible on command and blast beams of light, those beams of light were no match for Tokoyami's Dome of Darkness. "Hey, are you still alive?" Dark Shadow asked Hagakure. "You beat her to a pulp and now you're asking if she's alive?" Bakugo asked. "Oh, so I'm not allowed to have concerns for friends. I see how it is," Dark Shadow said as she crossed her arms and turned her back towards the group, with Tokoyami pinching his beak. Next was Shoto Todoroki vs Tenya Iida. Vegeta and Bulma came in before this fight. "Sorry we're late," I had to convince Vegeta to come so he could see how far his newest students have gotten, Bulma said. It's not a problem. Honestly, we weren't really expecting you, Aizawa said. Both Todoroki and Iida went to face each other. As soon as the fight started, Todoroki made Iida immobile by freezing his legs and then causing a heat wave with the ice still intact. Iida ended up feeling ill to the point that he passed out from feeling hot and cold at the same time. See, Vegeta. Your student has gotten strong, Bulma said. That's only because he fought someone who was nowhere near his league. And I doubt Izuku's lover would be able to be anywhere close to a challenge against Katsuki, Vegeta said. Oh, so you think I can't fight a Saiyan? Bakugo, get your ass in that ring. We're fighting next, Ochako shouted in anger. You just had to say that, didn't you, Vegeta? Izuku said, giving Vegeta the look. Ochako went up in the ring facing against Katsuki, who seemed pretty confident with himself. When the fight started, the two immediately powered up, with Ochako going 500% with One for All and Katsuki summoning his cluster technique. The two clashed fists with each other and literally raised the roof off of the building. They somehow were at equal power. Katsuki was shocked by this while Ochako had a smirk on her face. At that, both Ochako and Katsuki started throwing punches at each other while one was trying to outgut the other. Shit! I thought Saiyans were superior to humans, Ochako said as she slugged Katsuki across the face. Vegeta, who saw this, was irritated from seeing this. Katsuki! Get your head out of your ass and take this seriously, Vegeta shouted. You're a Saiyan, goddammit! If you can't best a single Earthling, then you minus will be as weak as one. With that, Katsuki started getting angry and powered up into his Super Saiyan form while still using his cluster technique and charged at Ochako and started attacking from all different directions towards her. It seemed like Katsuki had overwhelmed Ochako, but Ochako pushed herself and powered herself up to 1000%. Thanks to her ki, she was able to keep this form up for a time. She grabbed one of Katsuki's punches and gave him a hard kick to his arm and broke it. Katsuki let out a pained scream as he held on to his arm. Ochako wasn't done there though. She then gave a hard punch to Katsuki's face, then his stomach, then punched him in the eye and then headbutted him on his head. Ochako was in a frenzied state. She started seeing Teshi's face on Katsuki, which caused Ochako to stay at 1000%. Katsuki then grabbed Ochako's punch and powered up his cluster technique, while still in his Super Saiyan form, and threw her arm to where she started spinning, and then did a backflip kick on her gut which managed to wind her. Katsuki then put all his power into his left hand and blasted her. Smoke was everywhere so nobody could see what happened. But when the smoke cleared up, Ochako could be seen all bruised up and plastered to the wall. Before she could fall to the ground, Izuku swiftly flew towards her to catch her. She was definitely still alive but badly hurt. Like I said, Earthlings have no chance against a Saiyan, Vegeta said. Izuku glared at him. Tell that to my arm, and my rib, Katsuki noted. Your ass needs more training if you can't handle a simple Earthling, Vegeta told Katsuki. Now you listen here, Izuku, Ochako faintly said, cutting off Izuku's sentence. Yes, Ochako? Izuku asked. Do you still have one of those senzu beans? Ochako asked him. Let's see, yeah, I still have a few, Izuku said, looking in his satchel. Could you by any chance give me one? Ochako asked him. Of course, Izuku said as he took a senzu bean out and fed it to Ochako. Once she ate it, she leaped out of Izuku's arms and had a pissed-off look towards Vegeta. So you think I'm some simple Earthling? How about you fight me at 1,000,000%? Ochako shouted as she powered herself up and made herself look like a pink lightning bolt, and dashed towards Vegeta and uppercut him through the roof of the gym. Ochako flew up and then slugged him across the face again, now pissing off Vegeta. Fine then. You want a fight? I'll give you a fight, Vegeta said, powering up to a Super Saiyan, and then decked Ochako across the face, causing a bruise on her right cheek. Ochako then flew towards him and did a spin, kicking Vegeta across the face, then kicking him in the back of the head. How's this for a pathetic Earthling? Ochako shouted before pulling her hands back, summoning a sky blue sphere. Ka! Me! Ha me! Ha yeah! Ochako shouted as she shot her beam of light. The beam of light was barreling towards Vegeta, with him having the only option is to tank it, which he thought he would be able to easily. How wrong he was. Ochako's Kamehameha wave pushed Vegeta back to the point that he was forced to turn into a Super Saiyan 2. After he did that, he pushed the blast back towards Ochako. You can't even protect yourself! Always relying on Izuku to save your sorry ass! You would have died months ago if it wasn't for him! Vegeta shouted at her. Shut up! Ochako shouted as black tendrils shot out of her hands as she became lost to her rage. She stopped her Kamehameha wave and then started throwing flurries of punches while binding Vegeta in her black whip. She then threw him up in the air, and then summoned a black hole above him. Buck you, Kajimoto! Buck you and your superiority complex? I'll bucking reduce you to bucking atoms, you goddamn prick! She shouted as Vegeta was struggling to fly downwards away from the black hole. Back down at Yue. Izuku felt Ochako's power rising dramatically. He then saw a black hole above them that's getting bigger. Everyone! Hold on to something! He shouted as he bent down with his hands on the ground, focusing his ki, having a wave of green light go all around the earth to keep it from being sucked into Ochako's black hole. How is he doing that? Kaminari asked in shock at Izuku's sheer power. Does it matter? Whatever Midoriya is doing, it's keeping all of us from being turned inside out from the black hole Uraraka has summoned out of pure rage, Aizawa mentioned. Vegeta really pushed her buttons this time, Bulma said. With Rashi, Yamcha, Tien and Krillin. They all saw the wave of light come and go right past them. Yamcha, Tien and Krillin were all amazed by this. What was that? Krillin asked. That was Izuku Midoriya's doing, Rashi said. He's using a new technique that allows him to keep the world together but can also easily destroy the world just as easily with that same technique if he so pleases. You mean Midoriya has that much power? He has to be using all of his power to be doing something like this, Yamcha said. No, Yamcha. He isn't, Rashi told him. As a matter of fact, he's not even using a full %. What? The three Earthling fighters shouted in shock. Back at the fight with Ochako and Vegeta. Vegeta was still struggling against the black hole that Ochako summoned. With Ochako being lost to her rage, the black whips started throwing ki blasts towards Vegeta to add to his struggle. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew he went too far this time. Buck you! Buck you! Buck you! Ochako shouted as the ki blasts only got stronger. Vegeta, at this point, was dangerously close into the entrance of the black hole. Before Vegeta entered the black hole, killing him, it suddenly stopped. Ochako had tired herself out from using so much power like she did in the sports festival. Only this time, she was completely knocked out. After the black hole had vanished, Vegeta ended up plummeting towards the ground and hit the ground face first. He would have went through the earth if it wasn't for the technique Izuku was using all around the earth. After that, he deactivated said technique and flew up towards Ochako and caught her in his arms. You've gotten really strong, Ochako. I'm proud of you, Izuku told her as she was sleeping. Izuku saw that she had a small smile curl up on her face. When he went to put her down gently, he marched towards Vegeta and grabbed his hair and picked him up off the ground and stared into his eyes with a glare. So, how does it feel to lose against an Earthling? Prince of all Saiyans. At that, everyone was shocked to see Izuku like this. They all did witness Izuku beat the living shit out of Teshi in the sports festival, but they never saw Izuku disrespect someone on this level. Answer me, damn it. How does it feel? Huh? Bit off more than you could chew, didn't ya? Calling someone else pathetic when that someone just pushed you to go Super Saiyan 2. Sounds like a damn hypocrite to me. Calling yourself a Saiyan prince when you barely have the strength of a Saiyan peasant. How much does your pride hurt, huh? The whole gym was silent from Izuku's outburst. Vegeta only looked at him without saying anything. Izuku sighed at him. That's what I thought, Izuku said as he threw Vegeta on his back. Vegeta got back up with his face shadowed by his brow. He then walked out of the gym with Bulma following behind him. Everyone in the gym looked at Izuku. You know, from what I heard up there, I can't say I blame you for what you said, but damn, that was harsh, Jiro said. Well, let's get back to what we were doing. Who's next on the sparring list? Aizawa asked. Next was Mashireo Ojiro versus Mizo Shoji. When the two started fighting, Shoji was quick with his 6 arms, but Ojiro managed to dodge each punch. During their training with Rashi, the two had built a friendly rivalry. With Ojiro fast on his feet, he was able to hold his own against Shoji's 6-arm flurry attacks. Ojiro managed to get the upper hand when he broke his guard with his hands and then knocked him out by swinging his tail directly onto his face. What is it with you guys going for the face? Aizawa asked. Makes it easier to knock him out, Katsuki noted. Next fight was Kami Utsushimi versus Videl Satan. In this fight, Kami was summoning illusions to help her fight her opponent, but Videl wasn't having it. Videl was punching the illusions one by one. This was exactly what Kami was planning all along. When Kami thought Videl was distracted by her illusions, she started barreling towards Videl with a kick. Videl then grabbed her leg and threw Kami over her shoulders as Videl pinned her down with her leg pointing straight up. Uncle, uncle! Kami shouted. Videl then dropped her leg and walked back towards her classmates. Not cool, homie! What did you expect me to do? Play fair? Videl asked her. The final fight is Izuku Midoriya versus Son Gohan. Everyone felt like they needed to strap themselves in for this one, seeing that these were the 2 strongest students in UA High. Izuku and Gohan went into the ring and faced each other. The class had backed up to the furthest wall so they could watch the fight from a distance. Gohan immediately went Super Saiyan 2 and lunged at Izuku with a right hook, with Izuku blocking his punch with one hand. Gohan then tried to punch Izuku with his left hand, but Izuku blocked that punch with his pinky alone. Gohan then pulled both his fists back as he started throwing punches rapidly, with each punch causing the ground to shake beneath the two, while Izuku was just blocking each punch with one hand, effortlessly. Gohan was trying his damnedest to get one hit in but just couldn't. Izuku was handling Gohan even easier than he did in the sports festival. Holy shit! Gohan is impressive, but Midoriya is just ridiculous, Mina said. That's because Midoriya has been training all his life, Aizawa said. Gohan was still trying to get a hit on Izuku with the floor beneath them breaking. Sorry about this, Gohan, Izuku said. He then force-palmed Gohan in the chest, forcing Gohan to revert back to his base form immediately and fell forward, knocked out. Hey, Aizawa? Kaminari asked. Yes? Aizawa asked. Do you still think none of us will surpass Midoriya? Kaminari asked him. More so than ever, Aizawa told him. Good. Because I'm starting to think Midoriya might be a god, Kaminari said. Alright. All of you have definitely gotten stronger. You all definitely improved your quirks and used your training with Rashi to improve your quirks. I suggest all of you get stronger from here, Aizawa said. Excuse me, said a voice. A lanky man with glasses, black hair with a green highlight and a gray business suit. With him was a muscular vault boy, a blue-haired Ochako and a more depressed-looking Sasuke. I'd like to make a request. Aizawa, you remember Mirio Togata, right? Ah, yes. Mirio Togata, Nijire Hado and Tamaki Amajiki. The big 3 of UA, Aizawa said. These 3 are the ones who are most likely able to surpass All Might in being number 1. Especially Togata. That is if we didn't have a few planet busters here. Especially Midoriya, my strongest student here. Oh yes. I remember Midoriya, Nighthawk said as he gave a sharp glare towards Izuku. Izuku looked at him and almost immediately recognized him. The guy who kicked Izuku out of his dojo because he was the offspring of Hisashi Midoriya. Niza let me in after giving me permission to bring Togata and his 2 friends. Then he laughed hysterically. I don't know why though. Seeing where this is going, I think I do, Aizawa said. Anyway, I have a request. Togata will be fighting Midoriya. He should be more than enough to beat him, Nighthawk said. And now I know why Nizu was laughing when he let you in. Aizawa noted. Alright, fine. Midoriya, don't go too hard on him. I won't, Aizawa. Izuku said as he glared at the start of the reason why his life was nearly ruined. So, you're that kid with a tail. It's an honor to meet you in person, Mirio said with a bow. Don't be casual to him, Togata, Nighthawk said. It's good to meet you too, Togata. Anyway, what's your quirk? Izuku asked. You'll find out once we start, Togata said. I'll give you the first shot if you'd like. Oh no. Be my guest, Izuku told him. Well, alright. Here goes nothing, Mirio said as he got in a fighting position. He then charged at Izuku with a punch only to stop when his punch was about to hit. Mirio's eyes went blank as he fell to the ground, shivering. Both Tamaki and Nijire saw this and were flabbergasted by this. He didn't even lift a finger, Nijire said in a shocked tone. I want to go home, Tamaki said as he just saw his friend of whom he looked up to the most just get beaten with his opponent not even lifting a finger. With Nizu. Nizu was dying of laughter with Eri wondering what was so funny. Mr. Mouse. What's so funny? She asked. Eri, you've got to see this. Your papa just absolutely destroyed Togata, Nizu said, continuing his fit of laughter. Eri went up to the computer and rewinded the video. Eri saw what Nizu was laughing at, and after she saw that, she started slightly laughing as well. Oh man! That's going on the internet, Nizu said. Back with Class 1A. Mirio got back up and dusted himself off. You okay, Togata? Izuku asked him. Oh yeah? I'm alright. I knew you were strong, but man! I really underestimated you, Mirio said. Enough, Nighthawk said, walking over to Aizawa. Aizawa, with all respect, I suggest you expel that monster. Everyone was shocked at this. Everyone except for Izuku. Excuse me? Aizawa asked. He is the son of Hisashi, and as the days go by, he's becoming more like him. I knew this since the day that gentleman came by my dojo and showed me the truth of who he is, Nighthawk said. So you were the one who rejected him because of his heritage. And who is this gentleman you speak of? Aizawa asked him, rather angry. I believe he went by Kajimoto, Nighthawk said. I never thought that Kajimoto and gentleman would be used in the same sentence. And just so you know, after you rejected him, I took him under my wing and trained him myself. With the help of Gunhead, Aizawa said. Do you realize what you have done? The nature of his quirk allows him to get stronger every time he trains and fights. Not to mention, since he's responsible for Kajimoto's death and not to mention the death of Chisaki, that's all the more reason to expel him, Nighthawk said. Kajimoto's death was on him. He's the one who pushed Midoriya's patience because he was so damn ignorant, not to mention he was nothing but a nuisance. Hell! My students are glad he's dead. Even Kirishima. And he sees the best in everybody, Aizawa said. I really do, but his ass deserved to die, Kirishima said while they all nodded. I cannot believe what I'm hearing, Nighthawk said. Sir Nighthawk, I am going to tell you the same thing I told Kajimoto, Iida said, walking over to him. Midoriya is in no way a villain. He has proven time and time again that he is nothing like his father. If you accepted him, then who are you to judge? Listen, all of you. You're making a mistake, Nighthawk said. He then turned to Aizawa. Listen. Expel him before it's too late. No. I don't think I will, Aizawa said. Now if you're only here to berate my student, then I suggest you leave before I have Midoriya Yamcha your ass. Nighthawk was silent before letting out a sigh. Come on, you three, he said to the big three. After they left, Gohan woke up. What did I miss? He asked. Nothing much, Aizawa said. All right, everyone. Let's get back to class. Chapter 17 Inspirational Walk. In the LOV base, with All for One and his doctor, Garaki. All for One was requested to have a meeting with none other than the Demon King, Deburah. Is everything cleaned up, Dr. Garaki? All for One asked. Yes, Master All for One. Everything is quite ready, Dr. Garaki noted. Good. The Demon King shall arrive in a few hours by now, and I can't make myself look bad by having this place a mess, All for One said. Which reminds me, I don't want Mikumo to attend this meeting. Why not, Master? Dr. Garaki asked. Well, Garaki, with Deburah possibly requesting his best army to help me bring an empire on Earth, I can't have Mikumo challenging said army to a fight. It'll not only make me look bad, but it'll make Deburah look bad as well. And we need all the help we can get, All for One noted. I think I have an idea. Later. Did you know you have vacation days? Garaki asked. I have vacation days? You mean I can go wherever I want and not get yelled at over the phone? Because seriously, it's always over the phone. Plus, I don't like arguing with him in person. I get a boner. It's super awkward, Mikumo said. Quite, Garaki said. Well, that settles it. I'm going to travel, Mikumo said. Yes. You can go wherever you want. Except for LA. Master All for One was quite insistent that you never visit LA, Garaki said. The two looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Taking Himiko and Dabi, Mikumo said. Much later. Mikumo, Himiko, and Dabi all boarded the plane with their disguises. Mikumo was wearing a black trench coat with a gray scarf and black sweater to go along with his trench coat with black pants and gothic boots. Himiko was wearing a black mini skirt that seemed too short for her with a black coat and sneakers with socks that go just under her knees with sunglasses. Dabi wore a black trench coat, much like Mikumo's but with chains on it with no shirt to go with it with black pants and black dress shoes. Mikumo was reading while Himiko was clinging to his arm while Dabi was on the very end, looking as if he was trying to get a girl's number. The three of them were going to the place that Dr. Garaki told them not to go. Later on, the three arrived in LA and went to find a 5-star hotel. When they did, Mikumo went over to the front desk. I'd like the penthouse, please, Mikumo said. I'm sorry, sir, but the penthouse is already taken, the front desk manager told him. I said. Mikumo then started using his demonic powers thanks to his heritage from his mother. You want to give me the penthouse? I want to give you the penthouse, the manager said, under Mikumo's trance. And you want to kick out the other guy because he's an asshole. And I want to kick out the other guy because he's an asshole, the manager repeated Mikumo. See, Dabi. I can make him say whatever I want, Mikumo said. White Chicks was amazing. White Chicks was amazing, the manager repeated. And he believes it too, Mikumo said. Ugh. At that, the three went up to the penthouse with their luggage as Mikumo used the key and invited himself as well as Himiko and Dabi in. The three then saw the other guy in the hot tub. Hey! You're not supposed to be here. Get out of here, he said. Mikumo then picked him up off his feet. Enjoy your next vacation on Mars. I hear there's rings on there now, Mikumo said as he chucked the other guy out the window hard enough that he left the stratosphere. All right. We're here. Start unpacking, everyone. We're gonna be here for a while. Hey! Check out how much this guy has in his suitcase, Dabi said as he opened up the suitcase to reveal stacks and stacks of $100 bills. Oh yeah! Free shit! Anyway, what do you guys want to do first? Mikumo asked. Shed blood, Toga said. Commit arson, Dabi said. Bucket! Let's go to Disneyland for that. They'll probably use all the dead bodies in our wake as confetti anyway, Mikumo said. Meanwhile, with All for One was pacing back and forth as he tried to make a room perfect for the meeting that was taking place. He had a red velvet chair where Deburah was going to sit. Finally, All for One heard a knock on the door. I'll get that, All for One said. He went up to his door and opened it to reveal Deburah, Teshi, and his comrades. Deburah! Thank you for coming. Please come inside, All for One said. Thank you, Shigaraki, Deborah told him as he went inside the hideout. Right this way, please, All for One said as he led them into the meeting room. When they got there, All for One had Deborah sit in the red velvet chair as he sat on the other side of the table. Teshi sat next to him with Cell, Frisia, Zarbon, Dodoria, Raditz, Hisashi, Guldo, Jis, Berta and Rikum sitting at the table as well. Anyway, let's get started. I know that your father just so happens to be Dr. Jero. Am I right? Deborah asked. Yes, sir. He's the one who gave me this power and is the one who started the Quirk era, All for One said. Yes. Well, I'm here to offer you an army. An army that'll help you with your goal as well as mine, Deborah said. What? Are you telling us that we're gonna have to listen to this guy? It's already bad enough that we have to listen to this demon wannabe, Frisia shouted in rage. Hey! You show my brother some respect, Cell snapped. Sorry about him, brother. He's just a little agitated. It's quite alright, Cell. I expected nothing more from Frisia, All for One told him. Anyway, I thank you for lending me such an army. My apprentice, who is right now on vacation, will be the one to train these gentlemen here when he gets back. Your successor? You mean Hisashi's son Mikumo, right? Deborah asked. Well, I did give Mikumo to this guy after he was born, Hisashi noted. Yes. I mean Mikumo. As of right now, he has my quirk. The tests that were done to him were quite a success. He didn't even suffer a single backlash when receiving it, All for One said. Anyway, what are all of your goals? I just wish to bring fear into the hearts of all living things, Cell said. I wish to have my galactic empire of which I rightfully rule, Frisia said. The Ginyu Force serves Frisia, said Berta with the rest of the Ginyu Force nodding. As do we, Zarbon said. Yeah. Although, it wouldn't hurt to get revenge on Vegeta, Dodoria said. Zarbon nodded. I just want to cause havoc again, Hisashi said. I'm not sure what my goal is. I'll think of something, Raditz said. Ah, yes. I'm sure we can all work things out from here. Now, Kajimoto? What are your goals? All for One asked Teshi. My only goal is to get revenge on that bastard, Deku, and claim that round-faced chick for myself, Teshi said. Alright. But I have to ask. What's a Deku? All for One asked. My other son who goes by Izuku Midoriya, Hisashi noted. Oh shit! That kid? The one who literally folded your ass? That fight was hilarious to watch. I watched it like 1 billion times on YouTube, All for One said, laughing. No way! Someone posted that on YouTube? Cell asked. You know it, brother! You gotta see this! All for One said as he showed Cell the video on his phone. The video was titled Mini Might Cripples Kid with Superiority Complex. The video showed the fight between Izuku and Teshi and what all happened. After that fight, both All for One and Cell bursted out in laughter. Oh man! How were you not dead after that? Cell asked with laughter. He had that ring he stole from Capsule Corporation. That might have increased his durability, All for One said. Well, it didn't seem to do much if he managed to rip his arms and legs like wet toilet paper, Cell said. Shut up! I wasn't even using my full power against him, Teshi said. Oh, right. Because that ring made you so powerful that you got your ass kicked 6 ways from Sunday, Cell said. Anyway, all laughter aside, how do you plan on beating Midoriya? Even with all of your power, you can't possibly think you can beat him in a one-on-one fight, All for One said. Humph. I guess I should show you my own demonic creation, Teshi said as he got his katana out and cut up some sort of dimension with it. After he did that, a giant demonic creature came out and was tall enough that it had to duck a little bit to avoid hitting its head on the ceiling. Meet Takurin. He has the ability to drain other people's power and strength. Once this thing has its grip on Deku, he won't be able to fight back. He'll be forced to see what I'll do to his little friends. Especially Roundface. I don't want to just kill him. I want to break him before I do so. Teshi laughed at the thought of doing what he was planning on doing. What do you plan on doing to actually break him? All for One asked. Oh, you'll see, Shigaraki. You'll see, Teshi said as he was laughing maniacally. Well, I'm sure we can all work with each other. Anyway, I should make a call with my successor to see how he's doing, All for One said as he pulled out his phone. Meanwhile, with Mikumo, Dabi and Himiko. Loud music was blaring through the penthouse as Mikumo was chilling in the hot tub with Himiko next to him while hugging him, while Dabi was just headbanging. Mikumo then got a call from All for One. Hey! Dabi! Turn that shit down! I gotta take this! Mikuko said as Dabi turned down his music. Mikumo answered his phone. Hello? Mikumo, my boy. How's your vacation? All for One said. Going pretty well. Got us a penthouse in LA. Mikumo said. Oh, that's GRE. Wait, what? All for One asked. I said we got a penthouse in LA. Oh, you told me not to go to LA. Mikumo said. Now, before you get mad at me, I just want to say, I think you were doing me a favor. I mean, people here are freaking rude. Mikumo, is Toga there? All for One asked. Yeah. She's right next to me. Why? Mikumo asked. Give her the phone. All for One demanded. All right, Mikumo said as he gave the phone to Himiko. The boss wants to talk with you. What does he need? Himiko asked. Buck if I know. I'm gonna go for my nightly walk, Mikumo said as he quickly got dressed and went out the door. Hello? Himiko asked on the phone. Whatever you do, don't let Mikumo out of that penthouse, All for One said in a panicked tone. Too late. He just went out. He said he was going for a nightly walk, Himiko told him. No! With Mikumo. He donned his trench coat and his fedora and walked outside with it being night time. There was no full moon, so he wasn't going to be able to turn into the Ozuru. He was somewhat glad the moon wasn't full. When he got a good distance away from the hotel, he put his arms into an X shape and then spread them out as he caused a giant explosion, making a giant hole in LA. Already, millions have died at the hands of Mikumo, but he was just getting started. Heroes started showing up to try and fight off Mikumo, but luck was definitely not on their side. Mikumo managed to kill every hero who tried to fight him. Man! You guys are boring, Mikumo said. He then felt someone deck him in the back of the head. He didn't know why he didn't feel this one's energy, but this hero definitely got his attention. Nobody else will die at your hands. Not while I am here, said a muscular woman. It was the #1 hero of America, Star and Stripe. Where have I heard that before? Mikumo asked himself. New order! The heart of the person in front of me will stop if he moves 1 inch, Star and Stripe said. Like that's gonna stop me, dash, Mikumo said as he took 1 step and stopped breathing. He then laid on the ground, presumably dead. When Star and Stripe went to check if he was dead, the body of Mikumo disappeared. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say the person in front of you? Mikumo asked from behind the pro hero. That's not possible. It can't be possible, Star and Stripe said. New order. All people in America's guns will be strong enough to kill the person in front of me. Oh, that's really cute, Mikumo said. Freeze, Bucker! Shouted a policeman as swarms of policemen as well as the military of all branches surrounded Mikumo while aiming every weapon they had at him. Mikumo looked around himself and saw that he was completely surrounded. He then slowly put his hands up and then smiled. Mikumo then darted up into the air as everyone started firing at Mikumo with each shot missing. Keep firing! Shouted a drill sergeant. Mikumo was seemingly toying with them all as he just kept circling them. Finally, a tank ended up shooting a missile at Mikumo as he then crash-landed on the ground. They all went up to him and aimed their guns towards him to make sure he was actually dead. To take extra precautions, they all started shooting at him with their AKs, pistols, and other types of guns until he looked like nothing more than a pile of flesh. "Looks like he's officially dead," said one of the Marines. "Yep. May God have mercy on all of those people's souls," said one of the drill sergeants. "Humph." Star and Stripes made a muffled scream. A hand was over her mouth to keep her from talking. Everyone looked at Star and Stripe and saw that the one who was holding her in place was none other than Mikumo himself. "Oh, did you really think I was dead again?" Mikumo said. Beams of red light then pierced through all of Star and Stripe's vital organs as she started shrinking into nothing but a dead husk that was the pro-hero. With her death, Mikumo had taken her quirk and made it his own. He had just stolen one of the most powerful quirks in recorded history without any sort of backlash. He felt so much power within his grasp that he felt like he had control over the entire universe. "Oh yes! This power is incredible," Mikumo said. Without even saying a word, he lifted his hands up and all the men and women who had their guns pointed at him all disintegrated. They all went wide-eyed from this. "Dear God!" said a drill sergeant. Mikumo then waved his hand down as all of them had disintegrated into dust. Mikumo knew he was gonna have a hell of a time with this much power. "I must have stolen the gold mine of quirks. This is incredible," Mikumo said. "This is certainly an inspirational night walk." Later, he made it back to the penthouse where Dabi was head-banging to loud music while Himiko was swimming in the pool just outside the glass sliding doors. "How was your walk, boss?" Dabi asked. "Quite inspiring, actually. I managed to steal my first quirk with this all-for-one quirk. And let me tell you, this one was a steal," Mikumo said. "What quirk did you steal, boss?" Dabi asked. "Well, I managed to steal the #1 hero of America's quirk. Her quirk allowed her to have whatever she says goes. The way I use it, I don't have to say a word," Mikumo noted. "God damn! That sounds broken," Dabi said. Dabi then turned the TV on to watch the news. It was talking about how millions were killed and how this villain managed to kill off the #1 hero, Star and Stripe, rather easily. "Well, shit! You killed her off? Even the old boss was too afraid to fight her off." The news was then talking about how the #2 hero of America was gonna challenge this new villain. The proud gravity-manipulating hero, Hardrix. The one hero who could rival Star and Stripe. "Oh. I never heard of him before." "I have," Himiko said, coming back in with a towel, drying herself off. "His origin story actually inspired a lot of people with weak quirks to become heroes. When he discovered his quirk was so weak that he was thought to be quirkless because he couldn't use it at all. After going through intense training, he managed to get a hold of his quirk. After that, he trained with that quirk and kept training until he could control the stars themselves and then kept training after that. Once he became a pro-hero in America, he was known to be the proudest hero in the world. It was said that he could even fight one-on-one against Goku when he was alive. "How do you know about all of this?" Mikumo asked. "I read a few documents about heroes in the US," Himiko noted. "I'm surprised you know anything since Mikumo basically bucked your brain out," Dabi said. "I'm surprised I'm not paralyzed," Toga replied. "Well, that settles it. If he wants to challenge me, then I'll dance with him," Mikumo said. He went out the door again and flew to where Hardrix was. A few minutes later, Mikumo arrived at the island where Hardrix lived. The island was bare with maybe a few trees at most and a bunch of meteors that were plastered into the ground. When Mikumo found Hardrix, he saw him sitting in a plastic lawn chair next to a small 2-bedroom house while watching the waves go by. "I knew you'd come," Hardrix said. "Yeah, I did. You couldn't just come and face me? You had to say on the news that you're challenging me to a duel?" Mikumo asked. "Knowing that you're a Saiyan, it didn't feel necessary to come looking for you. You made quite the name for yourself after killing all of those people as well as Star and Stripe, and I know that tale from anywhere," Hardrix told him. "Now, shall we?" Hardrix then got out of his chair and faced Mikumo. "You don't stand a chance, old man," Mikumo boasted. "Then how about this? I'll give you the first shot, Hardrix told him. At this, Mikumo dashed towards Hardri and tried to land a punch at his face, which Hardrix swept away. My turn, Hardrix told him as his arm was coated in a blue starry aura as he slugged Mikumo in the face, pushing him back to the other side of the island. Hardrix then appeared right in front of Mikumo. Oh please! I thought all Saiyans were above quirks. But you're already getting your ass kicked by a mere human with a quirk. Mikumo then summoned a dome of gravity. He raised the gravity between both him and Mikumo. Mikumo seemed to be struggling to get up but was slugged in the gut by Hardrix to level him. You know why I was the number 2 hero, Saiyan? Because the first and only time Star and Stripe and I fought, she won. But after that, I trained myself to get stronger. Now I'm strong enough that the constellations yield to me. Hardrix then put his foot on Mikumo's head. Mikumo grabbed his foot and overpowered Hardrix's gravity dome as he flew up and threw Hardrix into the ground. Hardrix immediately pushed himself back up and surrounded his arms and legs with the same starry blue aura from before and dashed towards Mikumo and collided fists with him, which made a shock wave and made a giant crater beneath them. The crater was only getting bigger as they traded blows. Thanks to my training with Ki after my fight with Goku, I can sense what kind of quirks you have. You have a quirk to steal other people's quirk, and it seems like you used it on Star and Stripe, said Hardrix as he was in a struggle with Mikumo. You figured me out. But that was my first time using it. I'm still getting used to it. You should have seen that hero's face before I killed her. She was full of shock, Mikumo told him. At that, Hardrix decked Mikumo across the face, pushing him into the ground as he grabbed Mikumo by the back of the head and pushed him even further into the ground. Such cowardice! Saiyans are supposed to be a proud warrior race, but you are relying on a power that steals other powers to further your strength. You're not a Saiyan. Just a petty villain who wants to go around hurting people. You're a big fish in a small pond, and when you've met your match, you flee, Hardrix said. He started rapidly punching him as he was pushing him further and further down into the earth. You're nothing like your half-brother that I saw during the sports festival. How do I know that young man is your half-brother? You both have similar features like your father. Only he fights honorably. With that last remark, Hardrix drilled his fist into Mikumo's gut and punched him down to the earth's core. Before the lava could rise, Hardrix flew out of there and brought down a giant meteor and buried Mikumo with it as the entire island erupted with geysers of lava. Helicopters were flying over the island as they managed to keep their distance from the fight but also managed to capture the fight live. Hardrix then looked up at the helicopter and towards the camera. Ochako, I know you may not hear me, but if you're watching this, I'm so proud of you, said Hardrix as he gave a cheery smirk towards the camera, which was a very clear sign that he was indeed in Uraraka. It was believed that Mikumo was defeated until Hardrix was given a right hook to the back of the head. Nobody knew how Mikumo survived that, nor do they know how he escaped the attack that Hardrix had landed on him. Hardrix looked back at Mikumo to see that he had ascended into a Super Saiyan. So you can use that form? Damn right! Now I'll end this quickly, Mikumo said as he charged towards Hardrix with a punch. Hardrix blocked his punch by putting his hands in an X shape and tanked his blow. I guess I should ascend too, Hardrix said as he made his aura from his quirk flow all over his body, making him look like an astral being. After watching my great-granddaughter in the sports festival and seeing how she used that quirk, I thought I should do the same, Hardrix said as he volley punched Mikumo in the air and slammed him back into the ground. Meanwhile, in Heights Alliance, a few of Class 1A was watching the breaking news and saw the fight that was going down on an island outside of the US with the headline saying Pro Hero of the United States, Hardrix Uraraka, is fighting the newest and biggest threat to our world. Yo! Uraraka! Are you related to this guy? Kirishima asked after reading the headline. Ochako looked at the man closely and remembered seeing pictures of him when she was little. Gunhead had told stories about her but never knew he was still alive. What? No way! He's still alive? Ochako asked, surprised. He has to be in his hundreds. Really? The man doesn't look a day over 40. And isn't that the same villain that attacked us in the USJ? Mina asked. It is indeed, Tokoyami noted. But look at this man, holding his own against this villain. How strong is he? He has to be as strong as Almight, Kirishima said. Hardrix is my great-grandfather. He's known to be the proudest hero to ever exist. When his quirk manifested, it was believed that he was quirkless because it was so weak. But after grueling amounts of training, he had gotten stronger with his physical strength alone as well as his quirk. He wouldn't stop training until he was able to move the stars themselves. After fighting Star and Stripe and losing, he only pushed himself harder to get stronger. After fighting Goku and almost won but ended up losing, he trained himself to have control over Ki and mixed that up with his quirk. Now it's believed that the whole universe surrenders to him and obeys his every whim. Besides Izuku, hearing his story inspired me the most to be the strongest I can be, Ochako noted. They all then heard a sniffle from a certain someone. That's the manliest thing I have ever heard, Kirishima said, wiping away a tear. Midoriya! Calm yourself! Iida shouted, karate chopping the top of his head. Yeah, Midoriya. Your girlfriend already beat you to it. She already gave us the lore on him, Siro said. Oh, Izuku said, embarrassed. Izuku then read the headline. Wait. Hardrix. Uraraka? Ochako, are you related to him? Yes, Izuku. He's my great-grandfather, Ochako noted. Great. Grandfather? Izuku asked. How old is he exactly? Izuku asked in shock while everyone just face-palmed. It was painfully obvious that he didn't see who Hardrix was fighting. Back at the fight, Hardrix and Mikumo were trading blows with each other, as the night sky was covered with black smoke that was coming from the lava below the two. Mikumo was getting frustrated that he wasn't overpowering Hardrix yet. He tried to use the quirk, New Order, but nothing he used on him seemed to have worked. Why isn't this damn quirk working? Is he really above the quirk? Mikumo thought. He then had an idea. If I can't use it on him, then why don't I use it on myself? Yeah. I'll make myself have the same power as my half-brother, and become a legendary Super Saiyan. Mikumo then started having a green glow surrounding him. Hardrix gave Mikumo a punch, but he didn't even budge. Mikumo then let out a cackle. You're screwed now, old man. Mikumo then let out a maniacal laugh as a giant green pillar of light erupted from him as the night sky lit up from the green light. I'm offering you to turn tail and run with your tail between your legs. Better quit now while you can, he shouted as he appeared with his eye pupils gone as his hair turned lime green. If you read my history, you should know this about me. I will never quit, Hardrix said as it looked like he summoned starry atoms around himself. Constellations! Aid me in this battle! Hardrix then erupted with his starry aura as he powered up even further. His hair as well as his bushy beard changed from brown to a starry white with his own eyes looking like a galaxy themselves. After changing his appearance, he charged at Mikumo and delivered a punch. Mikumo then blocked his punch with his own. They were at equal power still. At this point, Mikumo was trying to steal Hardrix's quirk, but each time he tried, Hardrix would swipe his hand or ki blast away to prevent that from happening. Mikumo was getting frustrated. Not knowing what to do, he kept fighting. After a while of trading blows, an hour it seemed like, he had found out that he started becoming a faster learner. Each blow they were trading, Hardrix's attacks were becoming more and more clear to him. This was his chance to turn the tide on Hardrix. Mikumo had swiped Hardrix's punch and decked him in the face, pushing him back as well as having his back turned. He saw that this was his chance to end this fight. Mikumo put his hands on Hardrix's back and finally made Hardrix glow a faint red with him dropping to his base form. Finally! I have stolen your quirk, old man. Not only that, I have stolen your ki as well. You have no more power. Because of this, I can do whatever I want, Mikumo said. He then used the quirk, New Order, to age Hardrix rapidly until his hair on his head and face turned white. Now that you're but a crippled old man, I'll also infect you with a plague that's 10 times worse than the bubonic plague. And he did just that. Hardrix was now a crippled and sick old man. Mikumo then dropped him to the ground where he couldn't get up. Now, any last comments? Mikumo asked him. I may have lost this fight, Hardrix said as he started coughing violently. But just remember, I have always fought using my own power. You can't say the same thing, Saiyan. Whatever, old man. I'll just leave you here to die, Mikumo said. Oh, and one more thing. Mikumo then shot a beam towards the helicopter that caught the whole fight, live. Before the helicopter crashed and blew up, Mikumo caught the camera and put his face in front of it. Prepare yourself, brother! Mikumo then crushed the camera with his bare hands. Back at Heights Alliance, all of Class 1A saw that Mikumo had turned the tide against Hardrix, and stole his quirk and aged him and heard the message that was most likely for Izuku. They all looked at the half-Saiyan in question to see that his hair had shadowed his eyes. Midoriya? Gohan asked. I'm fine, Izuku said. I'm gonna go outside for a little bit. Nobody argued with him as he marched on top of the dormitory. When he did, he started flying upwards until he was over the clouds. When he stopped, he let out a scream as he erupted with his green aura and yellow fiery eyes. He then screamed louder as his hair then turned into his lime green as he turned into a legendary Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, at Tartarus, the hero killer, Stain, or his actual name, Kaizo Makaguro, was sitting in his prison cell counting the days. He remembered being humbled by the hero, Deku. He remembered all of the lives he took and felt, or knew, that he deserved to be here, if not the death sentence. Hey, Akaguro! Said a prison guard. You're free to go. What? Kaizo asked, shocked. Someone paid your fine. You're free to go, said the prison guard again. The prison guard then led Kaizo out of the prison. I don't know who in the right mind would pay to have you free. I'm just as shocked as you are, noted Kaizo. Well, you better make it worth it. The chances of this happening again are slim. When Kaizo made it out of the prison, he saw a familiar face with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. Hello, Kaizo, said the man. You, said Kaizo. As Kaizo and the mysterious man made it off of the island that was Tartarus prison, Kaizo was wondering why this man he knew freed him. Why did you save me, Ikumo? I dishonored the clan by choosing my own path as the hero killer. So why didn't you just keep me there to rot? Kaizo asked. Honestly, if we were to kick you out of our clan, we'd all be hypocrites. We all did things we weren't proud of. But like most of the wiser dragons, how they became wiser dragons, they had to be taught by other more powerful and wiser dragons. Ikumo told him. Take this as a lesson, Kaizo. Remember when I told you that pride without wisdom is its own worst enemy? That's what I meant. What you were was a prime example. When you were out there as Stain, you may have thought you were doing good like most villains. In reality, you needed to look at the bigger picture. While you were right that some heroes are corrupt, was killing them the right thing to do? Those heroes had friends and families outside of being a hero. Kaizo was silent after hearing this. Anyway, do you remember Hardrix? Ikumo asked him. Of course I remember him. He's one of the truest heroes I've ever met, Kaizo told him. Well, he ended up fighting the villain, Mikumo, Ikumo told him. If I remember correctly, Mikumo is the eldest son of the Saiyan, Hisashi, who also just so happens to be the successor of All for One, Kaizo noted. You are correct. Hardrix fought long and hard against him, pushing himself to newer heights. But the fight ended with Mikumo stealing Hardrix's quirk, aging him rapidly and infecting him with the plague. Knowing him, he's not gonna want it to end like this for him, Ikumo said. So, are we gonna go see him? Kaizo asked. Of course we are. It would honor him to at least hear his last request, Ikumo told him. Later, at a hospital in the US, Ikumo and Kaizo walked into the lobby of said hospital as they walked up to the front desk. Excuse me, miss. We're here to see Hardrix Uraraka, Ikumo told the front desk lady. Okay. What's your relationship with him? The front desk lady asked. Close friends, Basically family since we've known each other for a long time, Ikumo told her. Okay. He's quarantined right now, so if you're going to see him I highly suggest you wear a mask or something so you don't catch what he has, the lady told Ikumo. Alright, fair enough, Ikumo said. Both Ikumo and Kaisen put their masks on and followed the lady. When they got to Hardrix's room, the two saw him in a hospital bed with 4 machines. He looked tired, but that might be because of his old age and sickness. Hardrix, do you remember us? How could I not remember the two of you? Ikumo, you haven't changed a single bit since the last time I saw you, Hardrix told Ikumo. He then looked at Kaisen. Kaisen, it's good to see you too. Did that prison get tired of you so they booted you out? Hardrix teased. I'm surprised they let me out, Kaisen said. I didn't exactly have good behavior. We've all been there, Kaisen. You just gotta learn to be the best man you can be and then be a better man after that, Hardrix told him. Anyway, we didn't just come see you to socialize, Hardrix, Ikumo told him. Ah yes. As a member of this draconic family, you're giving me one final request before I'm sent off, Hardrix noted. My last request is to have one final battle on that island. The best heroes in the world from each country. Also, add Goku's rival Vegeta in there as well. One more thing. I want you to invite my great-granddaughter, Ochako, as well. Should we also invite Izuku Midoriya as well? Kaisen asked. Hell no! I want my last fight to last. He'll only end it instantly the way I am now. Are you crazy? Hardrix asked Kaisen. Anyway. He then grabbed a picture frame off of the side table that was next to his bed. It was of him holding on to Ochako as a baby. I'll finally see Ochako all grown up. In the battle festival on my island. Meanwhile, at Ochako's dorm, Ochako was looking at a photo frame that Gahead had given her with her great-grandfather himself holding on to her as a baby. Ochako let out tears as she looked at the said photo. With Izuku. Izuku was still screaming into the night sky, knowing that his blood had felled the last of Ochako's blood. As he was screaming, he felt more powerful. For a split second he had ascended into a legendary Super Saiyan 2 but dropped back down to his base form. Still in the air, he just looked at the night sky above him. With Vegeta. Vegeta was standing on top of the tallest mountain in the wastelands as it was raining. After Izuku humiliated him as badly as he did, he only trained harder. Harder than he ever did before. Harder than he did when he trained with Future Trunks to fight Cell. Harder than he did when he banged Bulma. Okay, maybe not that hard. But still pretty damn hard. As Vegeta was looking up into the sky, he clenched his fists and ascended to Super Saiyan. Once he did that, he then ascended into Super Saiyan 2 as he let out a scream. As he did so, he opened up the sky from the black clouds and rain as the moonlight shined down on him and the mountain he was standing on. Chapter 18 Honor Loss. It was a Sunday morning as all of Class 1A were awake and got ready for whatever they were going to do for today. They all were concerned for their friend Ochako after what they saw on the news about her great-grandfather. Especially Izuku. Izuku was the one who cooked breakfast for the class and Eri. Eri was asleep when Class 1A was up and watching the news on TV, so she's completely unaware what had happened. After Izuku got done making breakfast for the class, everyone started eating while they were also socializing so they could get their minds off of what had happened last night. Kirishima was scrolling through social media on his phone until he caught a video on his phone. It seemed to be about Hardrix. Guys. They updated about Hardrix, Kirishima told the class. I'll play it for us to listen, but only if Uraraka is okay with it. I'm okay with it. I would actually like to know if he's still alive, Ochako said. After Ochako said this, Kirishima nodded his head and played the video. Hello? I am Ikumo Iraki. I'm a close friend of the former hero, Hardrix Uraraka. I'm making this video to let the world know that he is still alive. But he is not well. When he fought that villain that you all had seen, before his fight he had the quirk to steal other quirks. This quirk is known as All for One. When he fought the #1 hero of the US, Star and Stripe, before he killed her, he took his quirk and made it his own. Not only did he do the same to Hardrix, he also aged him rapidly with Star and Stripes Quirk and infected him with a plague that's worse than the bubonic plague. He doesn't have much time. Which is why, to deliver his final wishes, we will have a battle festival. He wants all of the number 1 heroes from all over the world as well as the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta and Hardrix's great-granddaughter, Ochako Uraraka. Ikumo Araki said. What about me? Izuku asked. As for the winner of the sports festival that took place in Japan, Izuku Midoriya, when we asked him to invite him, he replied with hell no. I want this battle to last. He'll just end it instantly. His words, not mine. Ikumo noted. That makes sense, Katsuki said. Izuku just gave a grumpy pouty face. Ahem, said a voice. Everyone looked at the entryway of the dormitory to see All Might. I'm assuming that you all saw the video? He asked. Everyone nodded. All right. Well, young Uraraka, I'd like to see you in my office, please. Young Izuku, you may come as well. What about me? Eri asked. All Might went over to Eri and bent down towards him. Eri, this is going to be a conversation between adults. Okay? All Might asked her as he had a hand on her shoulder. Okay, Grandpa Might, Eri told him. Good. Now why don't you go play with Uncle Todoroki and Auntie Yayorozu? All Might asked. What? Shoto and Momo asked in unison. Mina smirked at this. Yeah, Eri. Why don't you come play with them? Mina said. All Might had left with Izuku and Ochako as he brought the two into his office. All Might had sat down as he beckoned Izuku and Ochako to sit down on the couch in front of him. When they were all seated, there was a moment of silence as All Might poured himself as well as Izuku and Ochako a cup of tea. So, I'm aware that you have found out that your grandfather is still alive, young Ochako. Correct? All Might asked. My great-grandfather. But yes, Ochako answered. Well, yes. Just about every hero in the world has looked up to him, even Star and Stripe. Yes, he is that old. Star and Stripe, or Kathleen Bate, knew him when she was just a young girl. Kathleen was killed off too soon, but Hardrix had outlived many heroes. He's a very old-fashioned hero with very old-fashioned beliefs. In that battle festival, he's gonna want to die by the hands of all the heroes he had invited. Yes, that will include you too, Ochako, All Might said. So, he's asking all of those heroes which not Tio mentioned his own great-granddaughter to kill him? Izuku asked, not believing what he's hearing. Izuku. I know this sounds bad, but please listen. He's already dying from the plague that he was infected by, and this is what he wants. As heroes who we all came to respect as such, we'll respect his decision to have him be sent off in one final battle, All Might said. This is just a lot to take in, Ochako said. In a way, I want to grant him his final wishes, but it's just... I know how this must feel to you, young Ochako. We will do everything we can to support you. Isn't that right, Izuku? All Might asked. Absolutely, Izuku said as he put a hand on Ochako's shoulder. It's still kinda bullshit that I wasn't invited, Izuku noted. Both All Might and Ochako laughed at this remark. Later, All Might and Ochako had boarded the plane as they sat next to each other, as they were flying towards the island where the battle festival was taking place. The plane landed as Ochako deboarded the plane. They were dropped off at the entrance to the island. At the gates, All Might and Ochako found all of the number 1 heroes from all over the world. All Might! I expected you of all people to show up here, said a giant jar with long arms and legs. It's such an honor to meet you in person. And who might this be? Alexander, the number 1 hero from Greece. Anyway, this is Ochako Uraraka, All Might told Alexander. Uraraka, you say? Alexander asked. He then turned to Ochako. The great-granddaughter of Hardrix. Such a pleasure to meet you. We all honor Hardrix in this battle. No doubt will it be the greatest in history. What's your quirk? Ochako asked him. My quirk? My quirk just gives me long arms and legs, My parents own a pottery shop, so I asked them to make this for my hero suit. It may not look like much, but it's helped me through many fights with other villains," Alexander said. "So what if someone without a quirk asked you if they can be a hero? What would your reply be?" asked Ochako. "A hero without a quirk is not far off from reality. Look at me. I'm the #1 hero from Greece and all I have is long arms and legs. I'm basically quirkless myself. All people need to do is train. Chase your dreams, because they won't chase you back," Alexander said. "Thank you so much, Alexander," Ochako told him. "Anytime, Uraraka," Alexander said. Ochako wandered around and saw many heroes around the world. One hero looked like a tall wolf man while another hero looked like an armored fat gum. She nearly let out a gasp when she found one certain Saiyan. She looked over at Vegeta, but when he saw her, he only turned his head in anger with a huff. Ochako went up to him. Vegeta? I'm so dash, save your apologies. I trained my ass off in the hyperbolic time chamber after that fight, so I don't need to hear your pity," Vegeta told Ochako. "I'm still wondering why I was even invited to this stupid festival. The man is sick and weakened. He will just lay down and die." "Hey! That's my great-grandfather you're talking about," Ochako snapped. "Yeah, whatever. I only came here to see if the stories are true, if he really did give Kakarot a challenge," Vegeta said. Finally, Ikumo appeared over the gate entrance with Kaisen beside him. "Isn't that the hero killer Stain?" Ochako asked. "I no longer go by that name anymore," Kaisen told Ochako after hearing her question. "Ahem. Thank you all for coming. Hardrix is just past this gate and over the ocean where he stands, waiting for his final stand. I understand that as fellow heroes, you hate the fact that you're about to fight and end the life of this man, but understand that this is what he wants. He would rather die in a battle than die by the plague that has seeped into him. The Dragon Balls won't work, and neither does Senzu Beans. The damage done by the Quirk, New Order, has prevented any form of healing. If you are worried that you might get infected with this plague, do not worry. He will be wearing a breathing mask that can withstand great damage. Now he may seem weakened, but he will fight just as hard as he did before. With a little know-how and lots of training, he put his quirk within a sturdy branch and trained with that branch just as much for a long, long time. Do not underestimate him by any means. Now, if you go past these gates, this battle festival will begin," Ikumo said as he pulled a lever to open the gates. All the heroes, including Vegeta, all went past the gates and went on the boat where they were being taken to the island where they would meet Hardrix. Almight put a hand on Ochako's shoulder as he looked at her with concern. "Are you going to be alright, young Ochako?" Almight asked. "I don't know," Ochako said. "Just remember, young Izuku, Inko, and I will support you however we can," Almight said. "And don't think you'll be a murderer by doing this. You'll only honor him more by granting his final wish. A sick man wanting to feel the passion of battle before he goes. This will go down in history," Alexander said. "Let's just get this over with," Vegeta said. The boat arrived and everyone had gotten off the boat. Once everyone had gotten off, Vegeta was the first to charge towards where Hardrix was waiting. Once the heroes saw Vegeta was the first to charge, they all started charging towards where he was headed. All Might was able to match Vegeta's speed thanks to his training. Ochako was the last one standing at the starting circle as everyone else took charge as she was contemplating whether she should do this or not. "Okay, you can do this, Ochako. It's what he wants. That guy said that there was no way to heal him and he wants this fight to happen," Ochako thought to herself as she took a deep breath as she powered up one for all and started charging herself. Meanwhile, at the front of the line, Vegeta was still charging as he saw Hardrix with his gravity staff. Hardrix aimed his staff at Vegeta and fired. Vegeta felt the power within that shot and went wide-eyed. This was not the power of any normal Earthling. Vegeta managed to dodge the shot and made it towards Hardrix. Vegeta threw his punch at the crippled old man, but he was ready for the punch. Hardrix had his power flow through his left arm and caught Vegeta's punch. "Prince Vegeta! It's an honor to fight against you in my last stand," Hardrix said. Vegeta smirked at this. Heh. Kakarot told me you were strong. With you being an Earthling, I didn't believe him. But let me tell you this, old man. I'm the one who's gonna end this fight, Vegeta told him. Well then. How about you go into that blonde form and fight me seriously then? Hardrix said. With pleasure, Vegeta said as he threw another punch which was blocked with Hardrix's left hand again. Finally, the other heroes have arrived. All Might being the first to deck Hardrix in the back of the head as hard as he could, which managed to catch him off guard. Not for long though. He only got himself back up and shot a gravity wave which hit All Might, Vegeta and Ochako at the same time, pushing them all back. Finally, the rest of the heroes arrived as they all made their attacks back, all futile when Hardrix slammed his staff into the ground, made them all lose their gravity, and slammed them all back into the ground. Isn't he supposed to be weaker? Vegeta shouted in shock at this Earthling's power. Weaker? My Saiyan friend! I've never felt more powerful! Hardrix shouted as he shot a blast into the air as it split into millions of other blasts, as if it were a gravity fountain. It would have been beautiful if those blasts weren't trying to hit his opponents. All of those fighters were all wondering how the hell was he a number 2 hero or if he was even a human to begin with. He is sick with a deadly plague and is old and crippled due to his fight with Mikumo, and yet he's still able to fight off all of these heroes all by himself. All three, Vegeta, Ochako and All Might had all rushed in and started attacking Hardrix at the same time, with Vegeta at Super Saiyan 2 and Ochako and All Might going well over their limit. With their flurry of attacks, Hardrix kept dodging every one of their attacks. Finally, Hardrix blocked Ochako and All Might's punch with his staff and grabbed Vegeta's fist with his other hand. He then force-palmed all of them as they all flew backwards as they hit the ground. Hardrix had then stomped the ground as 3 rocks floated in the air as he shot all 3 of them towards Vegeta, All Might and Ochako, dealing a serious blow towards the 3. The wolf hero from Finland then leaped out and towards Hardrix to try and get an attack on him, but failed as Hardrix simply poked the wolf hero with the other end of his staff and hit a certain nerve which knocked him out immediately. The armored fat gum-looking hero ran up to him and tried to attack him by rolling, but Hardrix just backhanded him, shattered his armor, as he flew far enough away till he wasn't seen. Alexander came in with an attack, but Hardrix grabbed a piece of the earth from the ground and threw it at the jar hero, cracking the jar and planting him to the ground. Ochako, All Might and Vegeta had gotten back on their feet as they formed a triangle around Hardrix. Kamehameha, All Might and Ochako shouted in unison. Gallic, Vegeta shouted as well. Hiya! Both Ochako and All Might shouted in unison as they shot a giant beam of light towards Hardrix. Gun! Vegeta also shouted as he shot his beam of light at the old man. Hardrix saw all of the beams of light being hurled towards him. He only gave a smirk and a hearty chuckle. He then planted his feet and spread his arms out as all 3 blasts stopped in their tracks. After this happened, all 3 blasts swirled around Hardrix until it formed a ball made out of their beams of light. He then shot himself high up into the air and out of the stratosphere until nobody could see him. When he was high enough, they all saw that he was hurling back down towards the earth. They all panicked at this. All Might then gave his signature smile and looked back at Ochako. Give me a hand, young Ochako, he told her as he lent her his hand. All right, Ochako said as she took All Might's hand as he helped her up. Let's go, All Might said. Both jumped in the air towards Hardrix's ultimate attack that he had made from All Might's and Ochako's Kamehameha wave and Vegeta's Gallic gun. Ochako and All Might went towards their limits, going at 700% with one for all. Ochako's fist was glowing a hot pink while All Might's was glowing a crystal yellow. Double Detroit Smash! They both shouted. Their combined attacks stopped Hardrix's meteor strike dead on in the air. It was obvious that they were gonna need to go beyond their limits, and that's what they did. They were going from 700 to 750 to 800, but Hardrix was still pushing himself. Big Bang Attack! Vegeta shouted as he shot a ball of energy at Hardrix's gravity bomb. That seemed to have done the trick as a giant explosion occurred as All Might was pushed back, but Ochako used a technique that she learned from Izuku. Spring Wind? As she spun like a drill through the explosion, she got up to Hardrix, who was completely off guard, and punched him right in the chest with all her might as Hardrix coughed up blood with his broken ribs piercing his heart. After that happened, he gave a laugh as Ochako caught him and brought him down to the ground. It was obvious he was defeated, but every hero gathered around to see Hardrix at his last moment. "That was the greatest fight I have witnessed," he said as he was struggling to stay alive in Ochako's arms. "I hate to admit it, but you put up quite a fight," Vegeta said. "By the way, Ochako, my dear great-granddaughter, I have to ask you something," Hardrix said. "What is it, Grandpa?" "I'm listening," Ochako told him. "How does it feel to nearly get your ass kicked by a crippled old man?" Hardrix asked as he laughed. "Hey!" Ochako shouted. Hardrix's laughter was starting to get weaker as he took his final breath and went limp in Ochako's arms. He was officially dead. All Might put a hand on her shoulder as she started getting teary-eyed. The rest of the heroes that were there did their best to comfort Ochako the best they could. Seconds later, a meteor shower occurred as the heroes were still gathered around Ochako. Later, the body of Hardrix started withering away as he was seemingly nothing but stardust that had disappeared into the night. "Thank you, Ochako," Ochako heard her great-grandfather whisper into her ear. Later on, all of the heroes were taking their leave. Alexander went over to Ochako to have a word with her. "Hardrix put up more of a fight than we all thought. It took one crack in my jar and I hid like a coward. Everyone else had fought him most honorably," he said to Ochako. "Alexander, I'm sure he would think otherwise," Ochako told him. No. I want to earn my title as a hero again. I shall train myself harder. One day, I will be able to fight opponents that are as strong as Hardrix himself," Alexander boasted. Ochako smiled at him. "Well, I wish you luck, Jar Hero," Ochako told him. "I will most definitely need it," Alexander noted. Meanwhile, with the League of Villains, Mikumo had come back from his vacation with Toga and Dabi. Once they came back, All for One immediately came up on the screen. "Mikumo Shigaraki!" shouted All for One. "Oh boy! What did I do this time, boss?" Mikumo asked with little enthusiasm. "I heard that someone managed to steal the quirks of the number 1 and number 2 heroes of America. Was that or was that not you?" All for One asked. "Did you really have to ask?" "Yes, I stole those 2 quirks from them." "Why do you ask?" Mikumo asked. "Did you suffer any backlash?" All for One asked. "Nope. I'm free of backlash. As a matter of fact, I'm more powerful with these quirks than they are," Mikumo boasted. "Okay then. Well, I think you should know, they broadcasted the battle festival that Hardrix requested since the media can't keep their noses out of shit," All for One noted. "Truer words have never been spoken," Dabi said. "Anyway, enough of that. I had a visit from Dabura and his henchmen. I'm sure you remember Teshi Kajimoto, right?" All for One asked. "You mean that hussy who got his ass kicked by my half-brother?" "Yeah, I remember him," Mikumo noted. "Well, he's gotten much stronger, and he now has a new look. And he has a serious vendetta against your half-brother," All for One told him. "So, he didn't learn his lesson the first time?" Mikumo asked. "No, he didn't. So I'm gonna have to ask you to sit this fight out while Teshi fights him," All for One said. "He's only gonna get his ass kicked in again, so I'm gonna go with no," Mikumo told him. "Alright. What can I give you?" All for One asked. "What?" Mikumo asked him back. "What can I give you to sit this fight out?" All for One asked. "I'm gonna need a new modification to this quirk. Also a quirk for Himiko," Mikumo said. "But I already have a quirk," Toga noted. "Get that Hitch an air cannon. Hitches love air cannons," Mikumo told All for One. "Alright. Anything else?" All for One asked. "A 70-inch plasma widescreen TV," Mikumo said. "Really?" All for One asked him, not amused. "With Netflix. And cable so I can watch my half-brother buck Kajimoto in the ass a second time, Mikumo said. Should it also be 3D? All for One asked. No! That's a stupid bucking gimmick and everyone knows it, Mikumo shouted. Alright. Anyways, Kajimoto should be there in just a few seconds. Hopefully you two get along, All for One said as the TV screen turned itself off. After that happened, a boy with red skin, white hair, completely black eyes with yellow irises, a tail and horns walked into the bar as Mikumo, Dabi, Toga and Kurojiri as he was cleaning a shot glass all looked at the boy. Geez! I didn't think you could get any uglier, Kajimoto, Mikumo told him. Oh, shut up! Just to let you know, I'm the boss around here. So you do as I say and my first command is to stay the hell out of the fight between me and Deku, Teshi told him. All four of them started laughing at him. Oh, look over here! The ketchup bottle with mustard horns is getting too big for his boots, Mikumo said. He then walked up to Teshi and put a hand on his shoulder. Now since you're new here, I'll go easy on you. Mikumo then tore Teshi's arm off. Teshi just smirked and tried to use his healing factor but couldn't. Trying to heal your arm back? Well, you can't. And unless you want to keep it like that, I'm gonna tell you this one time and one time only. Mikumo then punched Teshi in the gut and shattered all of his bones. Teshi started screaming in pain as he fell on the floor. Mikumo then put his boot on his chest to add to the pain. I'm the one who's in charge here, so you do what I say. The only reason why I'm gonna sit out the fight between you and my half-brother is just so I can watch you get your ass kicked by him again. It doesn't matter what kind of plan you have, you will never be able to defeat him. Mikumo then dropped his arm and walked out of the bar. Teshi got himself back up as his healing factor kicked in. Teshi looked back at Dabi and Himiko who had shocked faces with Kurojiri just cleaning another shot glass. I'll show him. I'll show all of you, Teshi said. Pretty sure you said that last time and you still got your ass kicked, Dabi noted. I'm gonna go comfort Mikumo, Himiko said as she ran out the bar and followed Mikumo. I think we all know what that means, Dabi said. That'll be something you'll never have, bud. Oh, I'll prove you wrong. Once I have that round-faced hitch, I'll force her to be my queen once I bring the apocalypse to Earth. Before I kill that damn Deku, I'm gonna break him mentally and that hitch is gonna be the bait, Teshi said as he laughed maniacally. Yeah? Whatever you say, dumbass, Dabi said as he patted Teshi on the shoulder and walked out of the bar himself. Chapter 19 Halloween Trouble. Izuku was pacing back and forth in front of the entrance of Heights Alliance. He was highly concerned for Ochako after seeing the broadcast of the Battle Festival and how it ended. He was definitely wondering how she took this. Knowing himself, he'd be a wreck if he had to go through the same thing as she did. Time had gone by and the Uber that drove both Ochako and Almight had arrived back at Heights Alliance. When the two of them got out of the Uber car, Ochako marched her way towards the entrance with noticeable bags under her eyes. Ochako! Are you doing okay? I know what you went through was tough to say the least, but we're all here for you, EP. Izuku said as Ochako grabbed Izuku from under his arm and then kept on marching through the entranceway with All Might following the two. Ochako went through the commons area as Eri saw the two. Eri started following the bunch as Ochako went up to her dorm room, opened her door, and without closing it, she pushed Izuku onto the bed and fell right on top of him as she was then fast asleep on his chest. Both Eri and All Might peeked into Ochako's dorm room to see Ochako fast asleep on top of Izuku. Mama? Eri asked. Mama is asleep right now, Eri. She might be for a while, Izuku told her. Okay, Eri said as she went up to the two and jumped in bed with them, hugging both Izuku and Ochako as she decided to pretend to sleep with Izuku laughing. All Might still saw this and gave Izuku a thumbs up before closing the door. Before he closed it all the way, he decided to take a picture of the site with his phone as he shut the door all the way. Izuku knew he was going to send that picture to his mother. After a while of laying in Ochako's bed with Ochako herself as well as Eri, he himself decided to snooze. The next morning, Izuku had woken up before either Ochako or Eri did. Izuku looked at both his sleeping girlfriend and his sleeping adopted daughter, as he rubbed both of their heads as he couldn't help but smile at the sight. He then decided to shake the two awake. "Wakey wakey you two!" Izuku told them. Both Ochako and Eri started to open their tired eyes as they tried to shake themselves awake. "Morning, Izuku." "Morning, Eri," Ochako said. "Morning, Mama and Papa," Eri said as she rolled off the bed and hit the floor with a thud but picked herself up and headed her way downstairs. "I guess she's hungry," Izuku said. "I'd assumed the same thing. Besides, I'm hungry too," Ochako noted. "Me three. Let's follow her," Izuku said. The couple got themselves out of bed and started following Eri as they were still in their pajamas. Unsurprisingly, Sato was already up and cooking breakfast. "Morning, Sato," Izuku said. Morning you too. Little one woke the two of you up?" Sato asked. "No. Mr. Tailman woke us up," Ochako said, groggy while rubbing her eye. "What was Ojiro doing with the two of you?" Sato asked, jokingly. "She was talking about me," Izuku said. I know. I was only joking. By the way, happy Halloween, guys," Sato said. At that, the two sprung out of their tired state. "Wait. Halloween?" Izuku and Ochako shouted in question. "What's Halloween?" Eri asked, confused. "Well, Eri, Halloween is the day when people dress up and go knock on people's doors and they give out candy. You just have to say, 'Trick or treat,' and they fill your bag or bucket up with candy," Sato explained. "Well, I'm gonna dress up as something a little different this year," Izuku said. "Which version of All Might are you going for this year, Izuku?" Ochako asked. "I'm actually not gonna be All Might this year. I'm actually planning something different," Izuku noted. "I actually have a ghost costume that I want to try out." "Well, that's surprising. I was betting that you were gonna be Crusader All Might this year," Ochako said. "Crusader All Might?" Sato asked. "Yeah. Every year Izuku would dress up, not only as All Might, but as different versions of All Might," Ochako noted. "There was Samurai All Might, Viking All Might, I think there was a Spartan All Might, Vampire All Might, and so on." "Yeah, but this year will be different," Izuku said. "I'm gonna go and get my costume right now," Izuku said as he rushed towards his dorm. "And there he goes," Ochako said. "What got Deku in such a hurry?" Katsuki asked, walking down the stairs, dressed up as a half-wolf with Kami dressed up in a witch costume that showed a bit too much. "We both forgot that Halloween was today. By the way, Kami, nice witch costume, but don't you think you could have made one that was revealing?" Ochako asked Kami. "Nope. Although, all I need is a broom to ride on, and I'm not talking about the one I rode last night," Kami said as Katsuki facepalmed. "How do you ride a broom?" Eri asked, confused. "Well, you see, Eri, riding a broom is kind of a witch thing. They use magic or supernatural abilities to enchant their brooms so they can fly," Ochako said. "I also have a witch costume, but it's nothing like that." "Oh, I want to be a hitch," Eri said. Katsuki fell to the floor laughing. No, Eri. It's witch," Ochako said. "Hitch," Eri said, getting it wrong again with Katsuki shamelessly laughing with Kami holding in her laughter. "Witch," Ochako said. "WWWW, hitch," Eri said as Katsuki's face was purple from laughing while Kami finally gave in to laughter with Ochako pinching her nose. "How am I gonna explain this to Izuku?" Ochako asked herself. Sato put a hand on her shoulder. "Just remember, she's not doing this on purpose. Kids pronounce words incorrectly all the time and sometimes it'll sound like a curse word for a while," he told her. "I'm back," Izuku said as he came back into the common area dressed up as a ghost with added elements. "Wow, Izuku! I have to say, you make an adorable ghost," Ochako told him. "I was expecting another version of All Might," Katsuki said. "That's what I said," Ochako noted. "Hey Daddy! I think I know what I want to be for Halloweener. I want to be a hitch, Eri told Izuku. Izuku had a shocked face while Katsuki, Kami, and Sato all bursted out into laughter. She means witch, Izuku, Ochako said. Yeah, that's what I said. Hitch, Eri commented. Well, let's wait for Mama to get into her costume and then we'll go find a witch costume for you. Okay? Izuku asked. Okay, Daddy, Eri said. Meanwhile, in Nizu's office. Nizu was in his office, watching a video he posted on YouTube that was of Izuku winning a fight against Mirio effortlessly while sipping his tea. He then heard a knock on the door. Come in, Nizu said as he exited the video on his computer. The door opened up to reveal a dog-like police officer. May I help you, officer? We would like to see Izuku Midoriya, please, said the dog cop. If I may ask, whatever for? Nizu asked him. We are going to place him under arrest for a murder, said the police officer. Hold that thought, Nizu said as he sipped his tea and then spat it out as he started laughing harder than ever before as he fell out of his chair. After he was done laughing, he got back up in his chair while folding his hands with his elbows on his desk. Now, what murders has this student caused? He asked. He's the prime cause of the murder of Chai Chisaki, said the cop. Nizu took another sip of his tea and then spat it out again as he fell out of his chair, having another fit of laughter. Is this funny? Asked the doggy cop. Hilarious, Nizu said as he continued to laugh. He then got back into his chair to look at the doggy cop. Now then. Firstly, if you're truly trying to arrest Midoriya, then you'd be a fool for trying. Secondly, Midoriya saved a life. A child's life, if I may add, from the villain that Midoriya has so heroically killed off. So you're saying that it's okay for this student of yours to break the law? Asked the cop. You're lucky he's following your laws in the slightest, officer, said a voice, cutting off Nizu before he said another thing. Nizu and the doggy cop looked at the doorway to see a dirty blonde man with pale skin and green dragon-like eyes. Ah, Izuku Araki. What a pleasure, Nizu said. Well, while we're at it, the government would also like to place you under arrest for vigilantism, said the cop. All right, fine. Place the cuffs on my wrist and see what happens, Izuku said, giving the officer his hands. The doggy cop then put the cuffs on his wrists. As you can see, these cuffs nullify quirks and are impossible for breaking out of. They will work on Izuku Midoriya without question, he boasted. No, they won't, said Izuku. The cop looked at Izuku to see that the cuffs were completely gone. All that was left was the green flames surrounding his hands. The same thing will end up happening if you put these cuffs on him. You're lucky he didn't overthrow your government by now. Izuku then opened a portal that went somewhere else. Your laws don't concern me. You're lucky Midoriya follows your laws at all. Both him and myself are above your quirks. He then stepped into the portal. Nice meeting you, Nizu. The portal then disappeared after he entered. There you have it, Nizu said. Who sent you anyway? Sir Nighthawk, said the cop as he was shaken up. Go figure. Do me, Midoriya, and yourself a favor and don't listen to him again. He's but a sidekick to Almight and he's marrying Izuku Midoriya's mother, Nizu told him. Of course, Nizu. I didn't mean to cause any trouble, said the cop, bowing in respect towards Nizu. He then grabbed his walkie-talkie. Abandon the arrest. Abandon the arrest, said the doggy cop in a panic. We already did, sir. No way in hell am I fighting that kid. No way. In hell, said a SWAT team member on the walkie. Back with Class 1A. Everyone was in their Halloween costumes and Eri got a witch costume that Momo had made. Izuku was dressed up as a ghost, Ochako, Kami, Eri and Tsu dressed up as witches and looked like a coven, Katsuki dressed up as a half-wolf, Kirishima and Mina both dressed up as demons, Gohan and Videl dressed up as MMA fighters. Kaminari and Jiro dressed up as vampires. Shoto had a white ragged cloak with a red and white jack-o'-lantern head with the red side having fire coming out. Momo dressed up as a druid, Sato dressed up as the Hulk, Ojiro dressed up as a Jedi, Koda simply put on a tuxedo, Shoji was dressed up in his normal clothes but just took his mask off. Toru was dressed up as a princess, Iida was dressed up as the Flash, Zero dressed up as Spider-Man, Aoyama, like Kaminari and Jiro, also dressed up as a vampire, and Tokoemi? He simply dressed up in his hero costume. All of 1A threw a party. Aizawa and Toshinori came in with Aizawa dressed up as a mummy and Toshinori dressed up as Deku. "We are here for the party!" Toshinori boomed with his Almight face but was wearing a wig to try and resemble Izuku's green unruly hair. "Wow! The 1 year you don't dress up as Almight, he comes in dressed up as you," Ochako said, laughing. "Hey! To be fair, I have an Almight patch," Izuku said, embarrassed. "I'm just teasing, Izuku," Ochako said as she pecked him on the cheek. "Nice ghost costume, son," Toshinori said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. As the party went on, Toshinori drank a few cups of punch and started to get a buzz. "Aizawa, I think someone spiked the punch," he said. He then saw Aizawa wasted. "Heh, when did you get so big, Midoriya?" Aizawa asked. "You kids grow up so fast. I remember when you were just a little boy who wouldn't hurt a fly. Now look at you. I remember your first murder like it was last week. I'm so proud of you," he said as he fell to the floor, passed out drunk. "I'm starting to think you spiked the punch," Toshinori said. He then saw Eri was about to take a drink of the punch. When she did, she made a disgusted face. "Here, Eri. Let me have that." "Yes, please. This drink is yucky," Eri said. She gave the punch to Toshinori as he just gave Eri an orange soda. "Thank you, Grandpa Might." "You're very welcome, Eri. Now let's go find Grandma Inko," Toshinori said as Eri gave him her hand as Toshinori and Eri went to go find Inko before the rest of Class 1A got themselves drunk off their ass from the punch. After a while, with the party continuing, some of the students got noticeably drunk. Kirishima being one of them, as he started getting very emotional and talking about his past. "I'm such a coward. I should have never become a hero if I just watched someone potentially get themselves killed," he said. "I was such a coward too in the past." "You're not alone, Kirishima," Katsuki said, also being an emotional drunk while hugging Kirishima while crying. "What are these hussies crying about?" Koda said while downing another cup of punch. "Sorry, I can't answer that. Ask someone sober," Mina said as she was on the floor laughing at whatever the hell was going through her mind. "I think a ghost is dancing on my tail," Ojiro said. Hagakure was completely invisible while dancing on his tail like a moving stripper pole. "Ha ha ha! I can't feel my beak," Tokoemi said, being a goofy drunk. "You know. I wonder what your beak is like when you're making out with someone," Tsu said. "I don't know, I never tried. Hey, has anyone seen Dark Shadow?" "Silly birdie," Tokoemi said as Tsu tackled him to the ground while making out with him. "Yo! Denki! Have I ever told you that you're hot as hell?" Jiro asked, being a flirty drunk. "Why do you keep bothering me? Leave me alone already and let me drink my punch in peace," Kaminari said, being an angry drunk. "Oh, come on, Denki! Don't be like that. Let's go somewhere private," Jiro told him as she dragged Kaminari somewhere. "Whoa, what are these weird lights I'm seeing?" Shoji said, laying on the floor while looking at the ceiling fans. Ochako was kicking Aizawa to see if he would wake up, but he wasn't moving in the slightest. "Hey, Izuku? I think he's dead. Does that mean we get to graduate early?" she asked. "I guess so. Let's go fight some bad guys," Izuku said. "Good idea, Inchu," Ochako told him. The two then walked towards the door to notice that it was locked. "Ah. The doors are locked," she noted. "Since when did that ever stop us?" Izuku said as he blasted the doors apart. They then walked out of Heights Alliance. When they did, they saw multiple kids with their parents dressed up for Halloween while trick or treating. "Wow! Look at all these monsters we can fight," Ochako said, still so drunk that she can barely stand. "Silly Ochako! Those aren't monsters. They're trick or treaters," Izuku noted while also pissed drunk. Well, shit. How the hell are we gonna fight any villains off? Ochako asked in a pissed off tone. The two then felt a tingle on the back of their necks. They then started looking around wondering where they were. Why are we outside? That's a good question. I don't even remember after having a few drinks of that punch. Did someone spike it? Izuku asked. Good. The spell worked. Good thing too, said a voice from behind Izuku and Ochako. Uraraka, you have already met me. As for you, Midoriya, I'm Ikumo Araki. I came here so I can ask for your help. What do you need help with? Izuku asked. Well, someone who has similar power as me has run amok and is trying to take the souls of trick or treaters. They'll appear as outside Halloween decorations, but they'll look different. If the decorations look more real than the others, those are the ones you need to destroy. I already got my friend to help me out, and he's breaking the objects as we speak. Anyway, did I make my mission clear? Ikumo asked the two. Izuku and Ochako nodded their heads. Good. Now let's crash this party. At that, Izuku and Ochako started searching for the artifacts that are toying with civilian souls. Izuku searched the area and saw that a jack-o'-lantern had orange fire that looked a little too real while floating as well. Kids seemed to have been absorbed by the looks of this. Izuku immediately flew downwards and drove his fist into said jack-o'-lantern. When he did, masked apparitions started appearing and attacking Izuku. Izuku held them off rather simply, defeating them all just by powering up. The kids shook their heads as they seemed to have been back to normal now. What happened? Said one kid. I don't know, but I think that ghost with a tail saved us, said another kid. That was really scary. Thank you, Mr. Ghost Man. You're very welcome. You kids stay safe now, said Izuku as he flew off. The parents of said children then came and found the kids while worried sick. Meanwhile, with Ochako. Ochako was flying around until she saw a strange dancing scarecrow. The scarecrow looked like it had an audience until Ochako took the scarecrow's head and took it right off. The scarecrow then disappeared into orange flame and masked apparitions started appearing all around her. Ochako managed to hold her own quite easily with her defeating the apparitions one by one with either a kick, punch, or ki blast. The audience then looked like they were back to normal and all decided to cancel trick or treating for this year. With Kaisen. Kaisen had already destroyed a few artifacts and was now dealing with an army of masked apparitions. He was surrounded by the apparitions and used his enchanted katanas to defeat said ghosts. Suddenly, all of the apparitions all disappeared after being doused in green flame. Ikumo, said Kaisen. You still have much to learn, Kaisen. Anyway, how many artifacts did you destroy throughout Japan? Asked Ikumo. I believe 10. Kaisen noted. I got 30. Midoriya got around 50 and Uraraka got around 40. That should be all of them. Let's gather up and take down the source of this incident, Ikumo said. After the four gathered up, Ikumo teleported them into a masquerade. It looked like a normal Halloween party, but evil surrounded the place like hell could break loose any minute now. In the back of the masquerade was a man with coal black hair and a deep black dragon right next to him. It's great having heroes not know who you are or who they're dealing with. I just love Halloween, said the man. Dionir! Stop this now! Shouted Ikumo. Oh, Ikumo. My dear brother. Even with the power of Thur inside you, you still managed to become such a party pooper. You should be taking these souls as much as I am, said Dionir. These souls have done nothing to deserve this. If you don't stop, then I'll be forced to fight you, Ikumo threatened. Fight me? You know very well you can't win, even with your friends. You may have the dragon of vengeance within you, but I am the dawning, said Dionir. He then pointed his hand towards Ochako. Izuku felt that power and also felt Ochako's soul leave her body. No! Izuku shouted as he bolted towards Dionir with a punch. When the punch connected with Dionir's face, Dionir flew towards a wall. Somehow he didn't go through it, but what was even more surprising was the fact that he lived through that punch and also had blood dripping from his mouth. I have to give you that one, Midoriya. Villainous. Shall we? Dionir asked his dragon, Villainous, as she let out a roar. When she did that, the walls and ceiling were collapsing. When they did collapse, it looked as if the whole room had warped into purgatory where lost souls were, as it looked as if Izuku, Ochako, Kaisen and Ikumo as well as Dionir were all continuously falling with whatever fragment of the floor they had left. They couldn't seem to fly in this dimension. Floor fragments were then all coming together as one big platform where the four were all standing. Izuku and Ochako were hugging each other as they had no idea what the hell was going on. They then saw Dionir but saw that he was gigantic, as if he was a video game boss with Villainous was circling around them. Welcome to MY Domain, where I'm the one who makes the rules. First rule, no flying. Second rule, no living. But since that's easier said than done, I'll just have to kill you all the old-fashioned way. At that, Dionir put his giant hand over the platform and tried to blast them all with a dark beam. Izuku then jumped towards his face and decked him as he flew backwards. Villainous then tried to take matters into her own hands, but Ochako, being so good with one for all as she is, she jumped up and rammed her foot into Villainous' head. After Ochako did that, Ikumo opened up a portal that had multiple chains wrapped around Villainous as she was trying to break free but couldn't. The chains then engulfed in spirit flame as Villainous roared in pain as she was dragged into the portal, being taken to only Kami knows where. Dionir appeared near the platform but then shrunk down to size. A scythe then appeared into his hands as black spiritual wings appeared as well as a tail. You're all going to die one way or another. And when you do, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death for all eternity, he said, enraged. As long as I'm still breathing, I won't let that happen, Izuku said. Dionir then lunged at Kaisen as he got ready to fight. Kaisen tried to fight him off but simply wasn't strong enough. He was fast enough to dodge him but not quick enough to get a hit on him. Ikumo was shooting green fireballs at him as Izuku shot towards him, but only ended up phasing through him as if he was a spirit. Ochako tried shooting ki blasts at him, but they only went through him just the same. Ikumo as well as Kizom's enchanted swords were the only things that could affect him. Izuku then got an idea. Dionir then tried to swing his scythe towards Izuku. He managed to backhand the scythe, which confirmed his theory. Dionir himself couldn't be touched but his scythe could. When Dionir tried attacking Izuku again, Izuku grabbed the flat ends of the scythe as Dionir looked shocked. Dionir was stronger than Izuku had thought, so he pushed himself to the point he ended up turning into his legendary Super Saiyan form with his hood from his Halloween costume forced itself off of his head. When he pushed Dionir back enough, he snatched the scythe out of his hands, grabbed it by the handle and then started cutting him up with each slice looking like a released soul, with Ikumo surprised, Kaisen pleased and Ochako cheering for him. Izuku's final attack hit Dionir in the head as a pillar of souls bursted out from Dionir's head until everything went white. Izuku and Ochako had woken up with a hangover as they saw themselves outside. Ugh! What happened? Izuku asked. What was in that punch? Ochako asked. Ugh! I had the craziest dream, Izuku said. Izuku, could you not talk so loud? You're hurting my ears, Ochako said, massaging her head. Sorry, Izuku said. He then noticed a scythe in his hand. I'll wonder why I have a scythe later. I'm gonna go sleep this off. Same, Ochako said. Izuku and Ochako walked into Heights Alliance with the doors broken off its hinges. When the couple walked in, they saw the rest of the class waking up with hangovers. Aizawa being one of them. Alright. Since someone spiked the punch, you all get the day off to recover. We're having our final exams tomorrow, so everyone needs to be ready and in top-tier shape. Now I'm gonna go sleep this hangover off, Aizawa said as he walked out of the building. What did he say? Mina asked. I don't know. Something about a day off or something, Shoto said as he was still on the floor with Momo still on top of him. Meanwhile, with Aizawa, he went into the dorm building where the teachers stayed. He then flopped on the bed and wondered to himself. Who spiked that punch? He asked himself. Chapter 20 Final Exams. The next day, when all of Class 1A recovered from their hangover from yesterday after the Halloween party that was the day before, they all did their usual morning routine. Get up, get dressed, eat breakfast, brush their teeth, and head out. When they made their way to class, they took their respective seats as they waited for their homeroom teacher to slither his way in as per usual. When Aizawa slithered his way in like a caterpillar, he got out of his sleeping bag as he stood up in front of the class. "Alright, you little shits. Today will be your final exams for the semester. After this, we'll be going on a camping trip," Aizawa said. "Yeah! A camping trip!" shouted Mina, already getting too excited too soon. "But for those who don't pass will not be going," Aizawa noted. At that, everyone was on their toes for this. "Now, get your hero costumes on or whatever is the most comfortable for you and meet me in the watch room. You have 5 minutes, now go!" At that, they all rushed towards their respective locker rooms and got themselves dressed up in their hero costumes as quickly as possible. First one to get their hero costume on was, of course, Izuku. He trained with Aizawa as a child and knows how strict he can be. Later on, they all made it into the watch room. "You kids are getting faster. Good. One of these days you'll actually beat me here," Aizawa said. "Now, for your final exams, you'll be fighting actual pro heroes. Keep in mind they will fight you as if they were villains themselves. So don't go easy on them. Not even you, Midoriya." "Well, I'd feel bad for whoever has to fight him then," Kaminari blurted out. "So would I, young Kaminari," said Nizu. "But Bulma and I have been working on a project for a good while now. I believe this project will prove to be quite a challenge to young Midoriya here. We've tested it multiple times, and we managed to get it more and more powerful each time. It will be controlled by me as I have trained with Ki myself. So Midoriya, be ready. I am confident that this fight will not be easy. Anyway, I have chosen which pro hero will fight you guys. So be ready," Aizawa said as he pushed a button as a screen was pulled up to show which pro heroes will fight said students. Ashido and Kaminari vs. Edgeshot. Siro and Ojiro vs. Midnight. Kami and Yayorozu vs. Aizawa. Kirishima and Sato vs. Cementos. Jiro and Koda vs. Present Mike. Tokoyami and Ajiri vs. Ectoplasm. Shoji and Hagakure vs. Snipe. Aoyama and Iida vs. Power Loader. Videl and Uraraka vs. Almight. Todoroki, Bakugo and Gohan vs. Vegeta. Izuku vs. Nizu. When the students saw who they were going up against, some were a bit nervous while some were a bit confident. Videl and Ochako were nervous to see that they were going up against All Might with them knowing that he doesn't have any weaknesses. Shoto, Katsuki and Gohan wondered why the hell it was 3 against 1. "Hey! Why the hell are 3 of us fighting the troll doll while Deku is fighting the rat?" Katsuki asked. "I suggest you watch your tone, Bakugo. Unless you want to be on the wrong end of Bulma and I's project," Nizu said. Katsuki somehow got a chill down his spine. Izuku, however, was nervous. Bulma and Nizu were geniuses by themselves, but with them working together on a single project seemed like an overkill. Ochako noticed his nervousness and went by his side. "Izuku, you seem nervous. Why are you nervous?" she asked. "Well, it's the fact that I'm fighting Nizu. He knows my power, and seeing that he's so confident in the project that he and Bulma have been working on makes me wonder if I'll meet my match in this fight," Izuku noted. "Izuku, he might be just as nervous to fight you. He's just good at hiding it. I know you'll win this fight," Ochako told him. "Thank you, Ochako. I'm confident that you'll beat All Might, but what about Videl?" Izuku asked. "I'm sure she'll be able to hold her own. But what about Vegeta? He's going up against Bakugo, Todoroki and Gohan all at once. That doesn't even seem fair," Ochako said. "Knowing Vegeta, he probably trained non-stop in the hyperbolic time chamber after the battle festival," Izuku noted. "Yeah, probably," Ochako said. "Alright. The first challenge will be Mina Ashido and Denki Kaminari vs. Edgeshot," Aizawa said. "Yeah! Let's get it on," Mina said, excited. "Yeah! Let's show him who's boss, Kaminari said. As the two idiots walked out into the fields, they were waiting for it to start. They hadn't learned from the first day that the match starts as soon as they walk out into the field. ONESHOT had quickly gone from one point of the fields to the other side of the fields where Mina and Denki were. ONESHOT was about to land a kick towards Mina's head, but Denki had blocked his kick with his arm and gave a smirk. Denki then hit ONESHOT as hard as he could with a ball of electricity towards his face as he flew towards a building. Yeah! Black Adam ain't got nothing on this, Denki said. Mina knew this wasn't going to be the end of the match, so she got in front of Denki and made a lake of acid. Mina felt ONESHOT's energy coming their way, so she shot multiple geysers of acid to try and stop him, but ONESHOT was quick as he was persistent. As he was getting closer, Denki had a plan. All right. Split up and stay off the ground. I have an idea, Denki said. Okay, Mina replied. They both split up as they managed to hide themselves away from ONESHOT. He started looking for the two but couldn't find either. He then heard thunder. He then felt that it was about to rain. But when a raindrop hit him, he flinched. He then knew that this was no ordinary rain. This was acid rain. He then looked up and saw Mina and Denki high up in the air, floating side by side. The acid rain started getting harder as ONESHOT was trying to dodge the acid rain with his quirk but was completely in vain. He then got shot with a lightning bolt as the acid rain immediately cleared with ONESHOT twitching. They had won the fight, but they didn't pay much attention to the city. If the acid rain went for any longer, then it would have been a disaster. Of course, when the two idiots floated back down, Denki's whole body started smoking. Everyone in the watchroom who was watching was expecting to see Denki go into way mode. But when he picked his head up, he was fine. All right. We won, he said. Yeah, we did. We kicked his ass, Mina replied. They then high-fived each other as they walked back into the watchroom where Aizawa was waiting to give the test results. Okay. The both of you passed, Aizawa said. Yeah! Shouted the two idiots as they high-fived again. But, Ashido, that acid rain was a nice combination to the storm that Kaminari made, but was also reckless. If that rain would have lasted any longer, then you would have destroyed millions of people's homes and businesses, said Aizawa. Yes, sir, Mina said as she bowed. As for Kaminari, just because you got better control over your quirk doesn't mean you can't start slacking now. As a matter of fact, that's a reason to start training harder. Other than that, you passed, Aizawa told Kaminari. Thank you, sir, Kaminari said, bowing to him. All right. Next up will be Zero and Ojiro up against Midnight, Aizawa said. When the challenge started, Zero ended up getting affected by Midnight's quirk. Ojiro had taken a deep breath before the challenge started and walked up to Midnight, who had Zero on her lap, acting like a sultry villain. Ojiro wrapped his tail around Midnight's neck and stood her up with Zero still under the trance of her quirk. Ojiro then did a few light punches towards her. They seemed to have done nothing. When Ojiro was done seemingly tickling Midnight, he walked over to Zero and carried him over his shoulder. What? You're just gonna tickle me like that and just walk off? Midnight asked. This challenge is over, Ojiro said. We'll see about that, Midnight said as she took one step and then felt all of the pain all at once. It felt like needles were piercing her skin as she started having a nosebleed and then fell to the floor knocked out. Ojiro just walked towards the exit as he carried Zero out. Ojiro had passed with flying colors, but Zero failed for letting his guard down. Next fight was Kami and Momo versus Aizawa. With Aizawa now knowing how to nullify ki as well as quirks, the two girls knew he'd be a hard one to beat. Momo came up with a plan as she decided to create Aizawa's scarf from between her breasts. Kami saw this and smirked. Bet you wish Todoroki was here to see this, don't ya? She asked her. Momo's face went red after hearing this. Damn it, Kami! Take this seriously! Momo shouted. Okay. I was just teasing. Besides, I caught him staring at you the other day, Kami said. Kami! Momo shouted as Kami just laughed. Suddenly, Momo's quirk stopped working. Momo quickly picked up the scarf she made as she was ready to make a run for it. Alright. We need to hide and come up with a new plan, Momo said. I'm with you on that, homie, Cammy said. As they were running, they were going through multiple different alleyways to try and shake off Aizawa and his quirk. Okay. New plan. You hide someplace and I'll lure him in where you're hiding and you deliver a surprise attack, Momo said. Got it, homie, Cammy told her. At that, Momo ran through the fake city to get Aizawa's attention. Aizawa was being smart seeing that Momo was all alone while running through the fake city all out in the open. He didn't use his quirk because he knew that would be a sign for her that he's already there. So, he just simply followed her out of sight. Of course, she was obviously paranoid, so every time she looked around, Aizawa would keep his head down. What he didn't know was that Cammy was on a building across the street from him. When Momo finally went into an alleyway, she waited. She didn't know when Aizawa would approach her or how, she just knew that this plan needed to be foolproof. Aizawa didn't become a teacher for nothing, that's for sure. Finally, Aizawa came up from behind Momo and wrapped her in her waist with his scarf. Bold move to wander off on your own like that. But you should have stayed together, Aizawa said. He then felt as if someone did a handstand on his shoulders. Checkmate, hitch, Cammy said as she flipped him on his back as hard as she could, forcing Aizawa to let go of Momo with his scarf, as he was now winded. And she wasn't alone. You just fell right into her trap. She then put the cuffs on Aizawa, indicating that they both passed. Momo then started getting teary-eyed as Cammy just called her surprise attack Momo's trap. Next was Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos. As soon as Cementos showed himself, Sato then dashed towards him like Senator with fat lips and decked him across the face with him sliding across the floor as Kirishima put the cuffs on. I can't believe you get me into Metal Gear's Rising just so you can see me do that, Sato told Kirishima. Worth it, Kirishima said. They both passed that one. Next was Jiro and Kota versus Present Mike. Jiro used her key to plug her ears so Present Mike's shouting wouldn't affect her as much. The same couldn't be for Kota. When Present Mike shouted, all Kota could do was cover his ears. Kota used his key to mentally talk to the birds from far away to attack Present Mike. What he wasn't aware of was that it worked too well. All types of birds from all over the world came diving down towards Present Mike, as he could only watch the present-day dinosaurs approaching him. Oh shit! Present Mike said as his sunglasses fell off his face. They pecked at him until both Jiro and Kota went towards him as Jiro cuffed his hand with Present Mike shouting and begging for the birds to stop attacking him. Kota told the birds to stop attacking. That's exactly what they did as they flew back to wherever they came from. Present Mike was then in a fetal position as he was shaken up. I decided. I now hate birds. They both passed. Next was Tokoimi and Tsu versus Ectoplasm. This was not a hard fight for the two. Tsu was quick to take care of the clones as she was jumping from wall to wall as Dark Shadow just grabbed the real ectoplasm with Tsu putting the cuffs on. Next was Aoyama and Iida versus Power Loader. When the fight started, Power Loader immediately tried to dig his way underground, but Iida was quick enough to kick him in the chin hard enough that he flew out of the hole he nearly dug himself into, with Aoyama using his key to use his quirk to have lasers forming in a star shape as he shot 5 of those said lasers, and then the 6th one shot out of his belly button. If Power Loader wasn't knocked out before, he certainly was now. Aoyama! Was that necessary? Iida scolded. Aoyama just shrugged and said, Oopsie. Both of them passed even though Power Loader was now on life support. Next was Shoji and Hagakure. During this fight, Shoji was blocking the shots from Snipe effortlessly. Snipe then felt cuffs and then a pull. Snipe accidentally elbowed something. He didn't know what and he was wondering what he ended up elbowing. Mr. Snipe, you pervert! She shouted. Wait. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I respect women. I didn't even see you. I swear. Snipe defended. After that fight, both Hagakure and Shoji went back to the watchroom with Hagakure having steam coming out of her ears out of anger. Snipe, however, his head was sticking out of the ground and the other teachers had to dig him out. Both passed. The next fight will be the one to really put people on edge. Videl and Ochako versus All Might. Ochako was a bit nervous, but Videl was really nervous. Even with all the survival lessons from Piccolo, she was scared to death to fight the symbol of peace. Gohan went up to her and put her hands on her shoulders. When he did, he felt how much she was shaking to the point he shook with her. Videl! Are you alright? You're shaking like a leaf, Gohan told her. Why, yeah. I'm fine, it's just Ochako and I are going against All Might, Videl noted. Yeah. I can see how that can be scary. Oh, Gohan said as he felt someone slap him in the back of the head. Take my advice and don't be like your father and actually be supportive, King Kai said. Hey! Goku shouted. But I'm sure he's just as frightened to fight the two of you, Gohan said. Ochako, maybe. But me? I can barely hold my own against Ochako at all. And she was weakened the last time I fought her, Videl said. Yeah, but you've gotten stronger too. I'm sure you can hold your own against All Might, with Ochako by your side. Oh, Gohan said as he felt King Kai back slap him again. Meanwhile, with Izuku and Ochako. Izuku, do you think I can beat All Might? Ochako asked. Ochako. I know 10 strong people and you're 9 of them, Izuku told her. Thanks, Izuku, Ochako told him as she started making her way into the fields with Videl, who was still nervous. When the two girls went out into the fields, the battle had begun. All Might immediately crashed down in the middle of the fake city so hard, he not only created a giant crater, he made every building lift off the ground. Ha ha ha! Your days of heroism are over now. Why? Because I am here, shouted All Might in a terrible villain impression. As bad as his villain impression was, there was no denying that All Might was terrifying as a villain. His large demeanor with his costume having villainous features. This must be how villains feel whenever they see him in general. Ochako was the first to shoot herself towards All Might as they collided fists, as a sonic boom surrounded the area. The fake city was absolutely destroyed at this point. Videl was standing there trying to figure out a plan to help Ochako. She decided to sneak behind All Might as he was clashing fists with Ochako, and then gave him a punch on the back. All Might then grabbed her arm, spun attack Ochako with both of their heads colliding, threw Videl up in the air, and then slammed her into the ground. That punch was but a bite of a flea, All Might said as he looked back at Ochako. Let's settle this, Uravity. I didn't think you'd go that far, Ochako said. Of course I would. I'm a villain. Geez, what goes through your goody two-shoes heads? That there's a gentleman villain? Ridiculous, All Might said. Meanwhile, at another location. Chu, the gentleman sneezed. Danjuro, are you alright? Asked a short woman. I feel like someone said that there was no such thing as a villain who was a gentleman. Back at the fight. Videl was obviously down and out for the count while Ochako was still fighting All Might with all she had. Ochako somehow used a smokescreen with her quirk. What the? She asked herself. She didn't have time to think. She used that smokescreen to her advantage as All Might was flailing around. Ochako gave him a good punch on the back which sent him flying. Ochako went up to Videl and used her healing technique on her. You'll be alright, Videl. Come on. You gotta get up and fight. Ochako. I couldn't do anything. I'm just dead weight at this point, Videl said in a defeated tone. Don't think that. Come on. We can do this, Ochako told her. Up again, hero? Said All Might from behind. Videl jumped back as Ochako could do nothing but block the punch. Ochako was pushed back a bit, but Videl ended up losing her footing from the impact of the shockwave. Ochako activated Black Whip and binded All Might. When she did, she activated her ki to use Black Whip to electrocute him. She then pulled him towards her and punched him right in the gut, then the face, then the chest, and then just started rapidly punching him until he broke. When she threw the last punch, All Might flew to the other side of the destroyed fake city and hit the end wall. Ochako then went up to Videl, picked her up and then ran out of the fake city with Videl in her arms before All Might could get back up. Ochako passed that one while Videl, sadly, did not. Alright. Ochako, good job out there. You really had control over that fight. Videl, I expect more from you in the future, Aizawa said. Videl had her head down with Gohan going to comfort her. With Ochako. I knew you'd do it, Izuku told her. It's all thanks to the training you and I did all of those years, Ochako replied. The two then shared a fist bump. Up next was Gohan, Katsuki and Shoto versus Vegeta. Yes. By the way, Vegeta is waiting for you three over at the Wastelands, Niza told them. Are you bucking shitting me? Katsuki shouted in anger. Baku bro, calm down man. It's not like you can't get over there easily, Kirishima said. Katsuki was still looking like a pissed-off sewer demon. Alright. Stop complaining and let's get over there, Gohan said. He then looked around for Shoto. Where's Todoroki? He's already on his way, Momo said. Oh shit, Gohan said. Bakugo, we need to move, now! Since when were you the boss of me? Katsuki asked with anger. At that, the two started flying their way so they could catch up to Todoroki. Luckily, he didn't get far. Todoroki! Don't ever do that again, Gohan said sternly. Why not? It's not like he would start the fight with just me over there, Todoroki told him. That is exactly what he would do. He never cared about morals, and with him fighting as our enemy, he could care less about them, Gohan noted. That doesn't seem fair, Todoroki said. We're fighting him 3-on-1, dipshit, Katsuki snapped. Good point, Todoroki said. The three half-Saiyans arrived at the Wastelands with Vegeta nowhere to be seen. Gohan, Katsuki and Shoto were wondering if they arrived early or not. That's odd. Vegeta isn't the one to ever be late. Where is he? Gohan asked. All of a sudden, Todoroki felt a hard kick on his back. You should be paying more attention, Vegeta said from behind. Before Gohan could block the punch, he noticed that Vegeta was already going Super Saiyan 2. With Gohan only in his base form, he took a nasty blow to the face as he was sent flying. Katsuki went into his Super Saiyan form as well as his cluster technique as he gave Vegeta a punch, but it was easily blocked. You punch like a Cyberman, he told Katsuki as he just simply threw him to the side. Gohan got back up as he also went Super Saiyan 2 and bolted towards Vegeta. They clashed fists as a shockwave surrounded the entirety of the Wastelands as the mountains crumbled. As Vegeta and Gohan kept clashing fists, Shoto came in having blue fire on his right side while in his Super Saiyan form and formed a pillar of ice to try and keep him still. Shoto, using his ki, pressurized the ice to make it as hard as a diamond. He then shot his right hand up as if he was throwing a ball straight up as the ice blew up with the heat of 1,000 suns. After Shoto did that, geysers of lava shot up from the Wastelands. The explosion was so powerful, even Gohan was impressed and Katsuki was jealous of said explosion. Holy crap, Todoroki! Where the hell did you learn that? Gohan asked. I don't know. I just kind of did it, Shoto answered. Katsuki just grumbled in jealousy. Were you impressed too, Bakugo? Gohan asked in a snarky tone. Buck off, Katsuki said as he flipped off Gohan. That was impressive. I actually felt that one, said Vegeta from behind Shoto. What? Shoto shouted as Vegeta backhanded him as he was now looking at Gohan with a menacing grin. You're the only one worth fighting against. Let's end this, Vegeta said. He then bolted towards Gohan. Gohan was ready this time as he and Vegeta started clashing with each blow causing both a shockwave and a lava geyser. Gohan then led Vegeta higher up into the sky leaving Shoto and Katsuki on the ground. Both of them were still hurt rather badly but Katsuki recovered with Shoto still recovering from his new wound. Todoroki, how hot of a heat wave can you make? Katsuki asked Shoto. What happened to icy hot? Shoto asked. Just answer the damn question, Katsuki snapped. I can make a fireball that's as hot as 10 dwarf stars, Shoto answered. I said a bucking heatwave, you dumb shit! Katsuki snapped again, now with a tick mark on his head. A simple heatwave? I'd say about 43.3 degrees Celsius, Shoto answered. Perfect. Use that on me and don't stop until I tell you to, Katsuki demanded. Wouldn't you just die of a heat stroke? Shoto asked. Just do it, goddammit, Katsuki shouted. With that, Shoto made a heatwave around Katsuki as Katsuki was going Super Saiyan while also using his cluster technique as he was charging up an attack. Meanwhile, up in the air, Gohan and Vegeta were still going at it faster than the eye could see. They both suddenly felt a sudden power spike coming from below. Vegeta looked down and saw a giant orange ball of energy that was continuously growing. Pay attention! Gohan shouted as he decked Vegeta in the face without him looking. Gohan knew what Shoto and Katsuki were up to, and he was planning on taking advantage of the plan they had come up with. With the punch in the face, Vegeta was forced back. Gohan decided to take Vegeta's pride to his advantage as he pulled his hands back and charged up his beam of light, while Vegeta did the same thing. Ka-me-ha-me! Gallic! Vegeta said as a red sphere was making itself known in his hands. Ha! Gun! As the two beams of light collided with each other, the big orange sphere was getting bigger still. At this point, it was an orange spirit bomb. Bakugo! If you can hear me, do it now! Gohan shouted. Grey AF! Katsuki shouted as he threw the oversized ki blast towards Vegeta. At this point, Vegeta didn't know what to do. If he stopped his Gallic gun, then he would get hit with the Kamehameha wave. If he didn't, he'd get hit with Katsuki's atomic bomb. With Vegeta not knowing what to do, he stopped his Gallic gun and tried to stop both at the same time, but it was too late. Vegeta ended up getting hit with both. After Vegeta ended up getting hit with the two blasts of energy, a giant explosion occurred. The explosion was so massive that it could be felt from the watch room. The camera robot that Nisa sent there was destroyed as the students felt a rumbling that was caused by the explosion. After the massive explosion, Katsuki's, Shoto's, and Gohan's ears were all ringing from the explosion. Well, Bakugo, I don't think even he could survive that, Gohan said. What was that? Katsuki asked. Speak up! I can't hear you! Shoto yelled. While their ears were still ringing, a skull had fallen from the sky with soot and smoke coming out of it. When the three half-Saiyans regained their hearing, Katsuki noticed the skull. Guys? Isn't that Vegeta's skull? Katsuki asked. At that question, both Shoto and Gohan looked at the skull. Nobody could feel Vegeta's power level anywhere, so they all assumed it was his skull. Wow! And I thought Todoroki's explosion was impressive. You downright killed him, Bakugo, Gohan said. Holy shit! Don't we have to wait a year to revive him with the Dragon Balls? Shoto asked. Actually, Earth's Dragon Balls were already used to bring myself, Izuku, and Ochako back to life. Vegeta used the Namekian Dragon Balls to bring you back to life, Bakugo, Gohan noted. Namekian Dragon Balls? What the buck are those? I was only told about Earth's Dragon Balls, Katsuki said. Oh yeah? The Namekian Dragon Balls have the power to summon the dragon, Porunga. Porunga is capable of granting 3 wishes instead of the single wish that Shinran gives. Since Vegeta used him to wish you back to life, we should be able to get 2 more wishes out of him, Gohan said. He then put 2 fingers on his forehead and closed his eyes. Hey, Dend? Can you hear me? He asked. Yeah, I can hear you. What's up? Asked Dend. Well, firstly, is that Dash Vegeta's skull? Yes. I felt that explosion from here. How on my green earth are the rest of you still alive? I'm surprised there was anything left of him after that explosion, Dend answered without having Gohan finish his question. Well, could you contact Porunga so we can use a wish to bring Vegeta back to life? Gohan asked. Yeah, give me a second, Dend responded. On planet Namekian, Guru and Porunga could be seen playing Go Fish with each other. Got any 8s? Guru asked. Porunga said as he looked at his cards. Nope. Go fish. He then felt Den contact him. Hold on, I gotta take this. He then put 2 fingers on his head. Let me guess. Krillin and Yamcha died again? No. It's Vegeta this time. He volunteered to do the final exams with 3 students, and you could probably guess how that went. Den responded. I swear it's always someone dying. Are people on Earth always this accident-prone? Porunga asked. Alright. Consider the wish granted. Let me know if you want me to grant one more wish. I'll be here till then. Thank you so much, Porunga, Den told him. Yeah? No problem, Porunga responded as he took his fingers off of his head. Now, where were we? Back on Earth, with Gohan, Katsuki, and Shoto. The skull started glowing and formed itself back into what Vegeta was before Katsuki's ultimate attack. He shook his head and adjusted his eyes and went to look at the 3 half Saiyans. Good. All 3 of you passed. Bakugo. Train yourself to the point where you don't need help charging that attack and you just might be able to surpass Midoriya, Vegeta said. At that, Katsuki's eyes widened like dinner plates and then had a sinister grin on his face. You can bet on it, troll doll, Katsuki told Vegeta. Oh boy. Both Gohan and Shoto thought. At that, all 4 of them went back to the watchroom. When they did, they all questioned what the hell happened over there. Baku bro, what kind of explosion was that? Asked Kirishima. Yeah man, we felt that all the way from here. How did Vegeta not die from that? Kaminari asked. Before anyone who was paying attention to their power levels could answer that, Niza beat them to the punch. Oh no. He did die from that explosion, he said. But I'm assuming that Gohan had contacted some otherworldly being to contact an otherworldly dragon that was summoned by otherworldly Dragon Balls. That's exactly right, Gohan said, stunned by Niza's accurate description. How the hell do you know all of this? You don't even use ki, Vegeta noted. Oh, Vegeta. How else would we be able to power up that project that your wife and I have been working on? Niza asked Vegeta. He then went towards Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, I suggest you prepare yourself because this may be the toughest battle you will ever face. Niza then started walking out of the room but then turned back to Izuku. Meet me in the middle of the ocean. I think you'll be able to find me, won't you? He then walked out. Chapter 21 Deku vs. Niza. After Niza met up with Bulma, he simply got into the android which looked like a human-sized version of himself with a suit and everything while wearing one of the rings that Bulma has been working on. The android also has human hands. The android that both him and Bulma made had a scouter built in that wasn't rigged to blow up when the power level was too high, a battery that was powered by Niza's ki. With that battery the android is capable of flight as well as ki blasts, and was built like the androids that were built by Dr. Gero. After Niza tested it out, doing a few punches and kicks as well as ki blasts to make sure it works, he made his way over towards the middle of the ocean awaiting Izuku. Okay. Send him over here, he said in his mouthpiece. Meanwhile, back at the watchrooms of UA. Alright. Midoriya, he's waiting for you, Aizawa told Izuku. Izuku simply nodded. Before he went, Ochako grabbed his arm and pecked him on the lips. Good luck out there, Izuku, she told him. Thank you, Ochako, Izuku said. He walked out of the watchroom and headed outside. He then flew upwards. When he was high enough, he took off flying, leaving a sonic boom behind him. Okay. Niza said that he and Bulma were working together on a project. Whatever this project may be, if it's as powerful as I believe it to be, then I need to be smart. If he's this confident about this project, then he'll try to attack before I even get the chance to approach him. Izuku started brainstorming about how he was gonna approach this. Meanwhile, with Niza, he was still waiting for Izuku's approach. The scouter that was built in the android then started multiplying by the billions and didn't stop. He just knew that was him. He looked to where Izuku was coming from and all he could see was a lime green light coming his way. He then stretched his arm out as a beam of light made itself known. This beam of light then shaped itself into a sword. When Izuku was close enough, he swung at him but Izuku dodged. Izuku saw that the slash looked as if it cut through reality. Izuku then delivered a kick towards Nizu's back which seemed effective. But Nizu was still floating as he faced Izuku. Impressive, young Midoriya. I was starting to think you really were getting arrogant in your own power, Nizu told him. I see you haven't gone into your legendary Super Saiyan form or into your Araki form. Is the reasoning behind you holding back because you're scared to kill me? Or is it because you pity me for being a literal test rat to a science project? Is it to study my moves? Izuku answered none of those questions as he stayed above the ocean while in his fighting stance. Not going to answer? Fine then. Let's just fight. At this, Nizu charged at Izuku with his summoned ki blade. Izuku now knowing what this blade was capable of doing, Izuku dodged once more only this time. It didn't cut through reality this time. Nizu then did a spin attack as Izuku had little choice but to jump back and wait for him to cease his spin attack. Nizu looked around him but didn't seem to think to look up. Izuku then came up from above, delivering a full-blown punch that was hard enough to make a big splash. Izuku then powered up into his Araki form to keep the ocean from closing in on them. Izuku then slugged Nizu hard enough that it split the sea in half as if he was Moses. Nizu decided to do a spin attack again to keep the part of the ocean that he was in from closing in on him. Izuku then powered up a Kamehameha wave. When he fired, Nizu just let it come to him. When the blast was close to him, Nizu just simply sliced it in half. Izuku didn't even cease the blast. It just disappeared. Nizu then stretched his hand out in front of him and fired a blast that looked like it had disappeared right after he fired it. This blast hit Izuku dead on as he was pushed back. Heh! I actually felt that, Izuku said. He was no longer going to hold back at this point. Nizu wanted to see Izuku at his full power. He was gonna get it. Izuku transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan as he darted towards Nizu and slugged him to the point that he left the atmosphere. Izuku flew towards Nizu as he delivered another punch. Inside the android, Nizu was getting knocked around as the screen that Nizu was seeing kept flashing error. Well, I underestimated him, didn't I? Nizu thought to himself. Alright, Nizu. Think. What can I use to power myself up? Nizu then looked around to see if there were any tricks up his sleeve. Turns out there was. He forgot to push the button on the ring. God damn it. Why do I even forget that button there? Nizu then pushed the button as he felt a prick on his finger as he powered up, but the android itself powered up to godlike levels. Before Izuku could throw another punch, Nizu caught that punch and delivered his own punch to the point that he flew all the way to Uranus. Izuku was just outside of Uranus as he kept his composure. Nizu appeared behind him as Izuku turned around and collided fists with each other. The impact didn't just blow up Uranus. It shattered reality. At that point, the student and principal kept clashing with each other to the point they were fighting between realities altogether and breaking that. Nizu saw that his theory about Izuku was true. He really does learn as he fights. With one last punch in the face from Izuku to Nizu, a bright light flashed, blinding the both of them. The two woke up as their eyes were adjusting to the light. Nizu's android had disintegrated, but he was just fine. Both of them got up and shook their heads. Ugh, my throat is sore, Izuku said. That's what happens when you scream constantly, Nizu told him. Congratulations, Midoriya. You passed. Thanks, but where are we? Izuku asked, looking around. He saw that he was in some type of forest of some kind. Suddenly, 3 teenagers who are about Izuku's age came up. One looked a bit like Izuku but with completely black hair and a scar on his forehead. One had a boar head and the third one looked like Kaminari with a different hairstyle. Hey, said the black-haired boy. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm alright. But where are we? Izuku asked. Well, you're in Dash. Don't go near him, Kamapoko. It could be a demon. Just look. He has a talking rat, shouted the boar head as he pushed the raven head away, readying his sword to attack Izuku, with Izuku just simply decking him in the gut. Eahewawahaha! He screamed as he flew deep into the forest, shocking both the raven-hair kid as well as the Kaminari-looking bucker. Dear God! How strong is this guy? Tanjiro, hold me! Shouted the electric blonde as he jumped on the boy named Tanjiro. Said a little girl poking her head out of the box that the black-haired kid was carrying. Well, by the looks of this, we ended up traveling back in time through our fight. Hang on, I got this. Niza said as he took out his phone and speed-dialed someone. Yes. Supreme Kai of Time? Yeah, this is Nizu. My student Izuku Midoriya and I ended up traveling back in time in a fight we had. You'll send someone over right away? Great! Thank you very much, Niza said as he hung up. Our ride should be here shortly. As if on cue, a shuttle appeared in a flash of light with a man with a blue bowl cut. Hello, Trunks, Niza said. How the hell did you two travel back in time? Never mind. Let's get you two back in your original timelines, Trunks said as Izuku and Niza hopped in the time machine as they disappeared with a flash of light. I'm gonna kick your ass, you tailed motherbucker! Where are you? You can't hide from me! Shouted the boarhead as he ran back towards where Izuku and Niza were, only to see that he wasn't there. Grey AF! He screamed in rage. Back with Izuku and Nizu. The two hopped out of the time machine as Trunks disappeared in a flash of light. Everyone looked at Izuku and Nizu in shock. What the? We just saw you two leave. There's two of you now? Asked Kaminari. Not for long. You might want to cover your ears, Niza said. Why's that? Asked Jiro. She got her answer when a loud boom could be heard with a rumble to go with it. Right about here is where Midoriya and I will probably disappear from reality, Niza said. Right about now. At that, everyone saw a green flash of light up in the sky which disappeared as fast as it came. What the hell just happened? Mina asked in shock. Long story, Izuku said, holding his head. Izuku! Ochako shouted as she ran up to Izuku and hugged him. He was gone for a split second, Katsuki said. Anyway, Midoriya has passed. Now if you excuse me, Niza said as he ran to the nearest trash can and threw up in it. Yep. That's exactly how I'd react if I had to fight Midoriya, Kaminari said. Meanwhile, on a different planet altogether, Teshi, Mikumo, Dabi, Toga, Kurogiri and the Frisia Force had arrived on a planet and wiped out everything on it so they could make said planet their base. I like it here, Teshi said. Perfect spot to build a base. Clean fresh air and no life on it. Yeah, because we killed everything on it, Mikumo replied. Hey! You best remember who's in charge here, Teshi told him. Don't worry. I already know who's in charge. Me, Mikumo told Teshi. Are you looking to start something? Teshi said, getting up to Mikumo's face. Mikumo then ripped his arm off. Teshi tried to grow his arm back with a smirk but realized he couldn't. Unless you want to be without an arm, I suggest you know your place. You are under MY rule under MY circumstances. Understand? Mikumo asked him. Teshi looked at him in fear and nodded. Good. Mikumo then slapped his arm back on his shoulder. Ha ha! That's my boy, Hisashi said with a smirk. Teshi looked at Hisashi with a glare as Hisashi just flipped him off. Mikumo walked over to Dabi who was gawking at Takurin, Teshi's creation. That is the second ugliest bastard I've ever seen, Dabi said. Who's the first? Mikumo asked. The one who made it, of course, Dabi answered. Both him and Mikumo bursted out laughing. I can hear you, assholes, Teshi shouted. Is that a problem, Mr. Ketchup Demon? Mikumo asked. As a matter of fact, go buck yourself, Teshi shouted again. Anyway, where the hell is Frisia and Cell? I heard they were training together in a hyperbolic time chamber on a different planet, answered Goldo. Whatever. It's not like they could surpass me, Teshi said, arrogantly as ever. My God! Would you deflate your ego? We get it, you love to suck your own hick. Jesus Buck, Toga said. Wanna say that again, Fong Face? Teshi said as he readied a blast towards Toga as she just raised an eyebrow, not having a care in the world. He then caught Mikumo's glare, which made him stop the blast as he turned his back on Toga. "Buck off," he said as he just simply flipped her off. "Since when did you become a simp for your buck buddy?" Dabi asked Mikumo as he just back-slapped him. "Alright everyone, let's start building a base here," Teshi said. "Welp, that's our cue to leave," Mikumo said. "Alright, Kurogyri, make us a portal to get out of here." "Yes, Master Mikumo," Kurogyri said as he made a portal for Mikumo, Dabi and Toga to leave. "Hey! Get back here! You're helping us too!" Teshi shouted. "Nah. You got plenty of help. See you after my half-brother kicks your ass," Mikumo said as he dropped off a camera from Capsule Corporation. "Oh. And here's a camera just in case you want to broadcast it. Because I wouldn't want to miss this." The trio then left through the portal, leaving Teshi throwing his usual tantrum. While Teshi was throwing a childish tantrum, Raditz decided to approach him and asked him a question. Teshi?" he asked. "That's Lord Teshi to you," Teshi snapped. "Right. So about your plan." "Yeah? What about it?" Teshi asked Raditz. "Well," Raditz started but was interrupted by Zarbon. "Your plan is absolutely insane. Do you even know what you're getting yourself into?" Zarbon asked him. "Of course I do. I'm getting my own empire, that's what," Teshi snapped. "Yes, but the way you're gonna get it is just," Raditz said as he paused, not knowing what to say next. "You're really gonna kidnap that half-Science lover and," Zarbon said before throwing up in his mouth before he could finish it. "Make her your empress?" Raditz finished. "Nope. Make her my slave," Teshi corrected. "And Deku will be forced to watch me torture her into submission before I kill him beyond resurrection." "We're all doomed," Raditz said with Zarbon puking in the background. "By the way, when that time comes, just to let you know, we work for Frisia, not you," Dodoria noted. "Alright. Get your asses back to work before I send you all back to hell," Teshi shouted in anger. Chapter 22 What the hell is this? After the fight with Izuku and Nizu, all of Class 1A headed back to class and sat down and waited for Aizawa. Aizawa entered the classroom, went in front of the class and faced them. "Alright. All but 2 have passed," Aizawa said. Everyone except for Videl and Ciro got excited. "But everyone will be allowed to go camping." "Wait, what?" both Videl and Ciro asked. "Aizawa-sensei, this is the second time you have tricked us. Aren't you afraid that we'll end up losing faith in you?" Iida asked with his robot-motioned arm. "Don't think I haven't lied about the part where the ones who failed will be taking extra lessons with me and Vlad King. Because that still stands after the training is over, that is," Aizawa said with an evil grin. "Wait, there's gonna be training? Why didn't you tell us?" Kaminari asked. Everyone facepalmed at this. "You are a dumbass, Duracell," Katsuki told him. "Anyway, you all have till the day after tomorrow to get whatever you need for said camping trip," Aizawa said. "Class dismissed." He then zipped up his sleeping bag and flopped on the floor. Everyone headed out the classroom while Izuku and Ochako picked Eri up from Nizu's office, then walked out the building and back towards the dormitory while talking about what camp will be like. Videl and Ciro were glad as can be that they got to go to camp but didn't like the fact that they had to take extra classes. It was 7 p.m. when they got back to the dorms, an hour before curfew, as Katsuki just went to his dorm room. "Where are you going, Baku bro?" Kirishima asked. "I'm going to bed." "What does it look like I'm doing?" Katsuki asked. "Wait, Uncle Kaken goes to bed this early? Next thing you'll tell me is that Uncle Iida tried to commit a murder," Eri said. Iida started sweating at that point. "Yeah, that would be weird. I mean, Daddy actually did commit a murder," Ochako said. "I know. I was there when it happened. And it was the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed," Eri said, wiping a tear away. Everyone had a shiver go down their spine as Eri said that so casually, with the exception of Ochako. Who wants tea? Gold Tips Imperial?" Momo asked. "Me," everyone said in unison. At that, Momo ran to the kitchen to make tea for everyone. Shoto followed her in the kitchen to help with snacks. Mina saw this and wrote this in her ship journal. Izuku, said Toshinori as he entered the dormitory. Could you come with me for a second? Yeah, sure, Izuku said. He then followed Toshinori out of the dormitory and towards his car. Toshinori drove Izuku to his house where he and Izuku's mother, Inko, lived. When both Izuku and Toshinori arrived at Toshinori's house, they got out of the car and headed inside. Izuku wasn't all too surprised that Toshinori lived in such a big house given the fact that he's the #1 hero, but he was surprised that his mother got to live here while he's living in the dorms. Izuku and Toshinori walked in and Izuku noticed his mother had gotten chubby over the months from before Izuku joined UA. Izuku sat down and Toshinori sat next to Inko. Now, young Izuku, you already know that your mother and I are getting married, correct? Toshinori asked. Izuku nodded. Now, you probably also noticed that your mother's belly has gotten bigger over the months. Well, I think I should let her tell you. What Toshinori is trying to say is, Izuku, you're going to have a little sister, Inko said. Izuku then stood up with wide eyes and a surprised look. Wait, you're pregnant? Izuku asked. And I'm going to have a little sister? Yes, you are, Izuku. Your mother is 8 months pregnant, and she'll be giving birth to a little girl, Toshinori said happily. At this, Izuku started having the look that Inko knew all too well. A geyser then shot up towards the ceiling and went through it as the geyser of tears could be seen from space. Both Toshinori and Inko got out 2 umbrellas. I think he's happy, Toshinori told Inko. I think so too, Inko replied. After Izuku calmed himself down from his overexcited self, he wiped a few more tears off of his face. What's gonna be her name? He asked. We were kind of thinking of naming her Izumi. It kind of makes it sound like she's your sister, Inko answered. Yeah, it definitely does. So when do you think she'll be ready to come out? Izuku asked. Soon. Maybe next week or maybe even tomorrow. Who knows? Inko asked. Great! I'm excited to meet her, Izuku said. He then heard his alarm go off from his phone. Oh, I better get going. See you at camp! He then walked out of the house and took off flying towards the dormitory like a jet. That boy, I swear, Toshinori said. When Izuku got back, he saw his closest friends being Ochako, of course, Eri, his daughter, Iida, Tokoyami, Tsu, Gohan, Kirishima and Mina all playing Jenga. The rest of the class were either watching TV or socializing or playing some other board games. Hey! Midobro! Come and join us! Kirishima told Izuku. Oh, okay, Izuku said. You can play the next game, Ochako said. As soon as she said that, Tokoyami tried to take a Jenga block as the whole tower fell. Sure, ow! He shouted as Dark Shadow slapped the back of his head before he could finish that word. Language, Fumi! Eri is right there, Dark Shadow told him. What was he going to say? Eri asked. You don't need to know, Iida told her. Well, I guess I can join now, Izuku said as he grabbed a chair as they built the Jenga tower again as they started another round. So, Midoriya, what did All Might need to chat with you about? Gohan asked. Well, I found out that my mom is 8 months pregnant, and she told me she's having a girl, Izuku said. Bro! What? Kirishima asked. Did I hear that correctly? Ribbit, Tsu asked in shock. You're gonna have a little sister? Ochako also asked. Yeah. She said that she'll be born soon. The doctors are actually expecting she'll be ready in about 2 weeks, Izuku noted. Bro! That's awesome, Kirishima said. Everyone was excited for Izuku that he was going to have a little sister soon. They didn't even notice the Jenga tower got knocked over from them shaking the table too much. Go Dao! Tokoyami shouted once again before being back slapped by Dark Shadow for the second time. Once the excitement about Izuku's yet-to-be-born little sister settled down, they kept playing other board games because Tokoemi got tired of being slapped by his own Quirk. By the way, Gohan, where's Videl? Ochako asked. She decided to go to bed. She was rather tired, Gohan answered. Not exactly hard to see why. The fight between her and All Might was... Kirishima started. One-sided. Mina finished. Like, Ochako basically carried the team there. Not saying she's weak or anything, but she definitely drew the short end of the stick having to go up against the number one hero, Tsu said. But then there's Uraraka. But she was trained by Midoriya over here who is ungodly powerful. Like, he's literally a god amongst men, Kirishima said. Oh, come on, Kirishima. I'm not a god, Izuku said. Yet, Aoyama said as he popped out of the cleaning utensil closet before popping back inside. Was that Aoyama popping in and out of that closet? Iida asked. What? No. Have you seen the boy? He hasn't been in a closet in his life, Mina said. He sure knows how to sparkle, that's for sure, Tsu said. She then landed on a property that she decided to buy. After a while of playing board games and chatting, the Deku squad decided to hit the sack. They all went to their respective dorms except for Ochako, who decided to sleep in Izuku's room with Eri sleeping in Ochako's dorm room. Before Izuku and Ochako went to bed themselves, they waited for Eri to fall asleep as they kissed her goodnight, and went back towards Izuku's dorm to fall asleep themselves. The next morning came and all of Class 1A got themselves up and walked towards the common room and into the dining area. They made themselves breakfast as Izuku went, and made some coffee given how tired he was in the morning. Anyone else want any coffee? Izuku asked. I'll have some, Ochako answered. She got herself a cup as Izuku poured her coffee into the cup. He then poured himself a cup. Only when he poured himself a cup, he had it overflowing, seeing that he was barely awake. Ochako set the coffee pot up straight so he didn't waste any more coffee, given that's an unforgivable sin and is a deed worse than any villain could ever commit. Once he took a swig of his coffee, he was starting to look more awake. Can I have some? Eri asked. Not until you're older, Eri, Izuku told her, still groggy. Okay, Papa, Eri said. Ochako then poured her a glass of apple juice. Thank you, Mama. You're welcome, Mary. And by the way, you probably wouldn't like coffee, Ochako told her. After everyone ate breakfast, they all got dressed in casual clothes and went to the nearest mall. The mall was rather big with all kinds of stores, even having a movie theater and a few arcades as well. I've never been to a mall this small before, Momo said. I can't tell if you're flexing on us or not, Mina said. I've never been to a mall before, Todoroki said. Wait. You've never been to a mall before to do bro? Kirishima asked. Bro! We need to take him to the arcade, Kaminari said. Both Kirishima and Kaminari then started dragging Todoroki to an arcade. Wait, guys. You don't need to drag me, Todoroki said. Jiro sighed at the sight of this. I'm in love with an idiot, she mumbled. Momo ended up hearing this. So, when are you going to confess to him? Momo asked. Jiro's face then turned red. Well, since you want to ask me that, when are you going to confess to Todoroki? Jiro asked Momo a little loudly. Okay. Do you want someone to hear you? And who said I like Todoroki? Momo asked. Unfortunately for Momo, this caught the ear of a certain pink-skinned girl. Did I hear that correctly, Momo Jayorosa? Mina asked in a mischievous tone. No! Momo yelled. Yes, Jiro said with a smirk. Since you want to play that way, Jiro likes Kaminari, Momo said. Momo! Jiro shouted. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get you two things for a date, Mina said as she started dragging both Momo and Jiro. Mina, wait! Shouted the two girls in unison. The boys were in the arcade while the girls were shopping in separate stores, leaving Izuku, Eri, and Ochako by themselves. Well, it looks like we're by ourselves now, Izuku said. What should we get for our camping trip? Camping supplies, obviously. Of course, we might get cabins, but it wouldn't hurt to get a tent, Ochako said. Yeah. You sound like you got this all figured out, Izuku told her. I trained under Piccolo. Remember? I guess that's why Gohan didn't come with us. He most likely knows what to do once he's out in the wilderness, Ochako said. That actually makes sense, Izuku noted. So, what's the first thing on our list? I was thinking of getting bug spray, Ochako said. I hate mosquitoes. What's a mosquito? Eri asked. Another reason I like winter more than summer, Ochako said. I forgot that Gunhead doesn't have air conditioning in his home, Izuku said. He has the coldest blood I've ever seen in a human. Nothing good comes from the summer, Ochako said as she shook her fists towards the sun. Nothing. Well, there's nothing. Ochako interrupted Izuku before he could say anything else. Right, nothing, Izuku said, having a sweat drop from his head. Before the three could start walking, an arm had wrapped itself around Izuku. Haven't seen you for quite some time, cousin, said Tenko, startling Izuku. Tenko! How have you been? Izuku asked. I'm doing better. So, I hear Bakugo is back from the dead? Tenko asked. Oh, yeah? Vegeta used the Dragon Balls from a different planet to resurrect him, Izuku told his cousin. Heh. I'm surprised those things haven't caused the apocalypse yet, Tenko said. So anyway, what ya been up to? And who's this? Taken up babysitting? Tenko asked, looking at Eri. Oh no. This is actually my daughter, Izuku said. At that sentence, Tenko was taken aback. Wait, what? Not like that, Tenko. We actually adopted her, Ochako said. You're too young to adopt too, Tenko said. What they're trying to say, they adopted me after Daddy rescued me and UA put me under the care of Daddy, Eri said. Rescue? Who were you rescued from? Tenko asked. Chisaki, Eri answered. Tenko looked at Izuku with a shocked impression. So you're the one who took care of him for us. Well done, cousin, Tenko told Izuku. It was nothing. I'm just glad I got Eri out of his hands, Izuku noted. Tenko chuckled. He then got an alert on his phone. Okay. Let's see who, are you kidding me? This place again? Tenko shouted in frustration. Well, gotta go now, cousin. See ya around. He then ran off to said location. Man. He seems to always be busy, Izuku said. I know, right? Being a hero must be harder than people think, Ochako said. Well, it obviously isn't easy, Izuku said. Yeah. Anyway, we should go back to shopping, Ochako said. Yeah, Izuku replied. Izuku held Eri's left hand while Ochako held Eri's right hand as they went to an outdoor activity store and got some camping supplies. Once they got what they needed for their camping trip, they decided to explore the mall for a little bit. They found an aquarium within the mall that they decided to go see. When they went inside, they saw that it wasn't just fishes, but they allowed people with water-based quirks to swim in the aquarium as well. Hey, look! It's Auntie Tsu, Eri said as she pointed at Tsu, who was zipping across the water as if she owned the place. Tsu saw the three as she waved at them as they waved back. She looked rather happy, as if she felt like she truly belonged. They also noticed Tokoemi watching her from outside of the aquarium as he had a smile curved on his beak. Do you like her? Eri asked. Not like that, Tokoemi replied. Yes, he does, Dark Shadow said. Silence, Dark Shadow, Tokoemi yelled out. At that, Izuku, Ochako, Eri and even Dark Shadow all laughed at this. The next morning had come and all of the teenagers of Class 1A were packing up their shit and lining up to get in the bus, with Iida doing his usual robotic hand chops, making sure everyone was staying in a straight line and following seating regulations, which none of his classmates did either. Izuku and Ochako sat next to each other with Gohan and Videl sitting behind the two. Katsuki and Kami were making out, shamelessly in the back with Iida trying to scold the two while Shoto was sitting next to Momo, who seemed rather nervous sitting next to Shoto. Mina and Aijiro were also plotting something to try and get those two together. Mina, did you make these seating arrangements? Aizawa asked. No, Mina said, trying to act natural. Bucket. Sit wherever you want, Aizawa said. Aizawa-sensei, you can't seriously tolerate this kind of behavior, Iida said, pointing at Katsuki and Kami, still tongue wrestling. As long as that's all they're doing, I don't really care, Aizawa said. Is that so? Hey, Jiro! No! Jiro answered Kaminari, immediately. The bus driver then started heading towards the camping site. While everyone was socializing amongst themselves as usual, Gohan had a question for Izuku. Hey Izuku, said Gohan. Yes, Gohan? Izuku replied. What's with the red trench coat? Gohan asked him. Well, recently I got into Devil May Cry, so I decided to buy a replica of Dante's trench coat, Izuku said. Bro! You play Devil May Cry? Kirishima shouted. Yeah! It's pretty fun. But I think my favorite character would actually have to be Dante, to be honest, Izuku said. Mine has to be Virgil. Especially that manly theme song of his, Kirishima said. While Dante may be my favorite character, Virgil definitely has the best theme song, Izuku said. Right? I honestly think that song suits you the best, Kirishima said. Bury the lead dash, don't even think about it, Aizawa shouted, interrupting Kirishima. Oh, come on! I was just singing, Kirishima told Aizawa. You were literally about to motivate our strongest student. If you did that, then he'll probably be motivated enough to go Super Saiyan, whatever, and possibly break, well, something, Aizawa told him. He has a point. That song has enough power to turn a human into a Super Saiyan, Ochako said. It's true. I was honestly gonna go Super Saiyan 3 if you finished that line, Gohan said. I guess it's a good thing Bakugo is still making out with Kami while Todoroki is asleep. I wonder what he's dreaming about, Videl said. Probably has doom music playing while killing the sun with his ice quirk and then replacing it with his fire quirk while screaming I'm the sun now, hitch, Ochako said, while laughing as Izuku, Gohan, Videl and Kirishima started laughing. Meanwhile, in Shoto's dream, Shoto was in a field of flowers while having a picnic with Momo, seemingly happy. He was slurping on cold soba while Momo had some 5-star dish that she pulled out of the picnic basket that she and Shoto put together. Shoto then got a text from his brother that said, Bro! Dad just got killed! And Shoto replied, Wait, seriously? And then Natsuo sent a news article. Shoto was indeed happy. Outside of Shoto's dream, Momo was laying on his shoulder as she drifted asleep as well, with Mina snapping a bunch of pictures. Alright, we have arrived. And since some of you are sleeping, maybe I should use something to wake your asses up, Aizawa said as he got a little bicycle horn that had "Squeeze Me Gently" written on it. As Aizawa squeezed the shit out of said bicycle horn, it was so loud that it broke all of the windows of the bus as well as woke up the sleeping students. After Aizawa did that, he blew the smoke from the horn. Alright. Now that everyone is awake, get off the bus, Aizawa told him. With everyone now looking like they have the hair off a Saiyan, they got off the bus. As they did, it looked as if they just stopped on the side of the road to look at the forest below them. Izuku went up towards the cliff and said, What the hell is this?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.